And now, Knock 2 Studios presents Common Censored. What's up, everybody, and welcome back to Common Censored. Is this working over on Rumble? Can you guys see me at all over there? Let me know in the chat. Looks like it's working finally. All right, what's up, guys? If you're new to the show, I'm Lord Sterling. This is Common Censored, and we're here for episode 274. Craziest day in 4 years, as we're here to cover the 2024 election, and it is crazy as you would expect. Lawsuits flying out all over the place, numbers looking good for us leading into it. We got the outlaw dogs over here saying make America great again. Thanks for being here, everybody. Join us Monday through Friday, 6:45-ish Eastern Time, as we cover all the crazy clown world clusterfuck chaos on Common Censored. Use hashtag Common Censored and hashtag InfoInfantry when you share the broadcast. You can find us on X at Lord Sterling _. We're also on Truth Getter, Gab, Minds, at _ Common Censored, and at Common Censored. Thanks to everybody that's followed us on Rumble since yesterday. Appreciate you guys. Links to everything we talk about, I guess, will probably be in the description today. We're just going to jump around between various broadcasts covering the election, jump around on mainstream news, jump over to alt media coverage, jump to election maps, see what happens as things unfold. So thanks again for being here. Mama Mac will probably be lurking. I don't know if we'll be needing timestamps, but either way, Mama Mac rules. So hit up alplama.com and throw her some love in her direction. Alplama, your new herbal health guru, so you can avoid the petrochemical pharmaceutical industry that wants you sick and dependent. Pick up some lion's mane, get rid of those numb spots from surgeries and accidents, regrow the nerves, pick up some mullein, clear up that chest congestion, some mugwort, get rid of that anxiety, anti-parasitic. Yep, almost 1,300 followers, Gator. Getting pretty close. You're at like 4,000 on X, right? Good job, bro. Keep it up. Keep it up. Ooh, wild lettuce painkiller over here. All kinds of good stuff on Alplama. Alplama, yuck. What the fuck? There probably know I'm early. We're just going to go. We're going to go. Cover all kinds of election stuff. I've got a bunch of channels over here buffered. We've got CBS.
Handily and well.
We've got whoever these assholes are, CNN, Associated Press over here. We'll jump back and forth. Let's hop over to InfoWars first. They've been having some really good coverage thus far, breaking down all the various efforts to try to steal it and to stop the steal. Here we go. Here's the live one. Boom. Owen Schroyer has Mike Yoder on right now. And if I can get the internet to work, they're doing all kinds of, breaking down all kinds of interesting statistics. They just had a lady from Nevada breaking down everything that's going on down there. What is going on here? This is weird. Sorry for the slight delay here.
Voting for, Democrats.
Oh, there we go.
Go to the graveyard. They'll find all the...
There's Grover Cleveland voters on the rolls in some of these states. I mean, it's...
If you want to support the show directly, you can head on over to, to our link tree at Common Censored. What the fuck is going on with the internet? Can't get anything working. Sorry about that. Give me a sec. Disclaimer: views expressed on Common Censored are only opinions. Assume everything we say is false and research for yourself. We're not giving medical, legal, or financial advice. The only advice we are giving is think for yourself. Question authority. Think for yourself. question authority. Boom. All right. What is going on over here? This should be working. Is anything working? Let me see if we can get one of these other places
If you're
working.
inactive and you don't vote in the next 2 federal election cycles, the Supreme Court has
Okay, here we go.
that makes the removal under the NVRA mandatory. So as of November 9, 2022, the voters that did not vote in either 2020 or 2022 that got these notices sent should have been removed over 700 days ago. Or I think we're close to 730 days ago.
700 days.
The only
Valentine
reason that they
Patriot,
should
what's
still
up,
be on the
bro?
roll is because they either voted in 2020 or 2022, but that would have made them reactivated.
Just so you guys know, I'm wearing my garbage bag straight off of voting. For Peanut, baby. For Peanut. Kind of hard to see with the silver on black, but garbage bag for Peanut. For Peanut, guys. You got to win this for Peanut.
You could say it's unknown to the extent that you don't know if they're active registered voters that should be on the roll or whether they're ineligible voters that should have been removed that are still on the roll.
Well, this is why mail-in voting is so dangerous, and I believe this is why the Democrats spend
Peter
most of their
Q,
money
what's up?
on the voter data.
And Fred,
They
of course.
these
Don't forget about
voters,
Fred,
and
the
they get their
raccoon.
mail-in ballots.
I know.
And then what do you know? Lo and behold, some people show up to vote, and they're told, you already voted. You already requested a mail-in ballot. They say, no,
Peter
I didn't.
is 100%
Somebody did
right.
for you. So that's another level of fraud that I think, and look, to me, you get rid of the mail-in voting, period. You have
They've
to
been covering some
eradicate
sketchy
mail-in
stuff.
voting.
Hopefully
That's
they go over
something
some more
simple that should already be done. You have to do probably every other year, every election cycle, you need to do a voter
That's right,
roll,
Sean.
purge, or however you want to say it. I mean, those are two easy things that need to be done. You can have the debate about the paper ballots versus the machines, but those two things absolutely they have to be done. It's outrageous that this has happened to our elections. This idea that we're going to be counting for days is offensive and an abomination
Asinine.
to
Total
our country.
abomination.
It's third world status bull crap, and they just want to normalize it all. So, Mike, any final words here as we're now about 35 minutes away from the first numbers coming in here on election night? Citizenag.org, Mike Yoder, final comments.
Yeah, I just want to say that freedom is not free. It never will be free. It never has been free. And your fundamental right to vote dictates every single right that you have. Because what it comes down to is the elected officials in office are the ones that get to say what you can and cannot do. And we've just experienced firsthand, every single person listening to this has just endured years of what it's like. And that's just the tip of the spear as to how bad it can get when you really see what happens when government leaders become rogue and oppressive to the extent that they really are pushing for. And we're seeing it slowly heat up right now. So if you have not voted, go vote, get out, do it right now. Like, turn off your TV unless it can.
Who out there voted today? Let me know in the chat
right now. And just know that there is a lot behind the scenes that's not discussed that is in play. I don't want people getting discouraged. We do have a lot of things going in. It's not just us. There's other lawyers. There's other entities.
Z-Man, what up?
First Legal. You have the RNC that's picking up with a lot of great legal cases. So don't lose faith in it. And at the end of the day, the one thing I always say is that God's on our side. This isn't a Democrat versus Republican issue. It's not a liberal versus conservative issue. It's a right versus wrong, good versus bad issue. And we have God on our side. And to me, that's going to be the ultimate variable that determines this. And I think that we ultimately will prevail because it's unconscionable to think that fraud on this level could really go through if people actually step up. And I think we're seeing that happen.
Good job, Sean.
We'll be fine.
Yeah, I agree. Ultimately, it's
good
all
stuff.
Part of God's plan. If God wants to see us through this and give us Trump and a shot at, as he calls, a golden age, rejuvenating our country, getting to another level of prosperity, then that's what God will have in store for us. If we have to endure more pain in order to learn some hard lessons and get more people on board, then that's what we'll go through. But I think it's time. I think we do get Trump across the finish line tonight. I hope we expose a lot of things as well. Really clean up our election systems. There's so many things this country that we can fix. Donald Trump is the guy to do it. Trump the fixer. And so,
honest Donald.
I agree with your final analysis. It's going to be razor thin, but I think we pull it off. Mike Yoder, citizenag.org. We'll be in touch. I know there's going to be a lot of legal fights in the near future that we'll be in touch about.
Thanks, Owen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got some more election news coming up. I'm going to open up the phone lines as well. What you're hearing, what you're seeing, what you're thinking on this less than an hour away from the results coming in. We'll be bringing
Ooh, he's got
you
Tool
those
playing.
as soon as
Nice.
possible. It's all coming up. The InfoWars War Room.
Let's hop over to CBS, see what's going on over there. What is going on? I'm getting throttled, ladies and gentlemen. Let's refresh.
If not weeks in some states.
It's the same. Like, you should be able to do this quickly, and they prove in Florida that you can do this quickly, but not everybody at home understands early vote, when they open, when they don't open. And then when you have candidates up there saying that there could be things going on, it makes people, because they just don't have every day to listen.
Right.
Love that.
Chuck Rocha and Matt Gorman, thank you both so much. That does it for our America Decides Election Night special. I'm Lindsay Reiser.
I'm Vladimir G. Coming up next, the CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell.
All right, let's switch over to CNN.
Phone calls of the Democratic Party machine, as it were, the grassroots machine, as it were. She's a state that she can retain. And if Pennsylvania is retained at 8 o'clock, then that is a good sign for Kamala Harris, because in the next hour, which is 9 o'clock Eastern time, that will be 7:30 a.m. in India.
That's right,
the two other blue wall states, Wisconsin and Michigan, 10 electoral college votes and 15 electoral college votes, that 25 between them, they will close at 9 p.m. Eastern. And generally, the trend has been in those blue wall states, whichever way Pennsylvania goes, Wisconsin and Michigan go as well. In 2016, Trump won all three of them. 4 years before that, Barack Obama won all three of them. In fact, they have been solidly blue wall states if you go back all the way
Let me
up
know
to
if there's
the 1980s.
any specific channels you guys want to check out.
Perhaps narrow path to 270, but certainly the most viable path to 270 for Kamala Harris if she has to win the electoral college. Of course, in the popular vote, chances are that she will
the enemies today.
outpip Donald Trump, much like Joe Biden did 4 years ago, or even Hillary Clinton did 8 years ago. But the critical factor for Kamala Harris is to ensure that she retains the three blue wall, or the Great Lakes states of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Between them, 44 electoral college votes. Therein, we will know whether she's won the night and whether she's won the U.S. presidency for 4 years. Here at the Howard University, this is her alma mater. This is where she graduated from. She has talked about this in previous interviews, about how she got the black college experience passing out from here. She did her law from the Howard University,
and listening to Tupac,
then of course went back to California and started her practice, and then eventually became an attorney general in the state of California. So this is a place that holds very special meaning for her. In fact, she had come here a few months ago, just around the time that she had just finished accepting the nomination of the Democratic Party, and at that time there was great enthusiasm amongst the students of Howard University, not just for the fact that one of their alumni is going to potentially become the next president of the United States, but also the fact that she would be making history if she did become the president, that she would be the first woman president, the first African-American woman president, and also the first Indian-American president.
Bunch of irrelevant shit.
So we're hoping
what are the
to hear
policies?
from,
Who cares if she's
Kamala
black
Harris
with a gay
and
vagina?
her running mate Tim Walz, both of whom will be here with their families. Whether it's going to be a victory speech or a concession speech, we don't know. The important thing is we are hoping to know that one way or the other, some form of the results will be declared by later tonight itself. 2020 was an aberration because 2020 had a lot of mail-in ballots, over 100 million mail-in ballots. In fact, in some states like Pennsylvania, you could mail in even after election day was over. So that's
interesting.
Why it took
CNN
so
saying they hope it gets
2020,
called tonight
for the counting to happen.
Didn't
If you
expect
were to go back to 2016 or 2012, by about 10, 11 p.m. Eastern, you have a fair idea. Most networks would have called the election
News 18.
by
Is
10,
this
11
really
p.m.
CNN? Not really sure.
The election, but ultimately to get it certified, to tally every single vote, that might take much longer. But the projections of who is winning these battleground states, because ultimately whoever wins a bulk of these battleground states goes on to win the presidency, that I suspect, if we go back, if we discount the aberration of 2020 and go back to how it was in 2016 or in 2012, then by about 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock Eastern time, you would get a fair idea of who has won the battleground states and thereby who has won the presidency. So history is really at stake as far as Kamala Harris is concerned. Remember, she will become, if she wins, the first ever African American woman, Indian American president of the United States. So history beckons for her, and she will be here later on tonight for as the cookie crumbles or as the results go, whether it's going to be a victory speech or a concession speech. We will have to wait and see.
Let's check in with AP. Mima Mac. All they talk about is this superficial bullshit. Their minds are as deep as a puddle. Oh, it's playing the wrong thing for you guys.
From
I'm hearing
Washington,
this.
D.C.
Sorry, my
have
bad.
been going to campaign because the votes in Pennsylvania are more important to the outcome of this election than the votes in the capital of the United States. And so she has had a united Democratic Party.
This should be the first black
behind
president.
her 100%.
First black woman president. All they care about.
Working very hard, traveling around the country to make sure that we can win in the important swing states or battleground states, because
Man, it's hot.
even though
turn on
we
the
expect
AC.
her to win the popular vote by a large margin, Donald Trump has never won the popular vote. That's not what decides the election. So you have to win in these certain states to get the 270 electoral votes, and we're working hard to put her over the top.
What are you seeing on the ground which the polls, you believe, are not picking up? Because the polls have put it virtually in a dead heat, not just nationally, but particularly so in the battleground states. Why do you believe that that's not the case? Why do you think that there's something happening on the ground which the polls are not picking up?
Well, there's a level of enthusiasm. The number of women in particular who are coming out and voting is larger. The number of young people coming out and voting, the things that generally bode well for Democratic constituencies, we begin to be hearing, but it all comes down to today. And so we've gotten a lot of our vote out early. We've gotten a lot of Democrats to vote by mail. But if we can keep that momentum up throughout the day and get out the vote in our urban centers where the Democratic vote is sometimes concentrated,
God, these people are clowns.
It is going to be a close election. So I think it is going to be close. We may not know the result tonight. It may take a few days for a lot of these results to come in, but Democrats are working to the last minute, to the last voter, until the last poll closes to get every last vote out.
And even after that, continuing to work into the night with fake votes and fake everything.
Is it fair to say that whoever wins Pennsylvania White House?
Of all is Pennsylvania, and I suspect networks will be very, very cautious.
Pennsylvania early voting, 700,000 fewer Democrat votes than last time in 2020. Good sign.
Who will win the biggest swing states? You've been telling us what we can expect in hours to come. But Zaka, if we could quickly talk about the 2016 pattern, because so much is being spoken of in terms of what one can expect and how surprising really can the verdict be. What do you make of what some of the experts have been able to suggest so far in the conversations that you've had? Because in 2016, Donald Trump managed to bag the blue line, all of those three states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Kamala Harris, of course, has her hopes pinned on the same, but North Carolina as well. There are indications that North Carolina may just go to the Democrats. So nothing can be ruled out, and that's why it's being called a neck and neck.
Oh, absolutely. Like no one expected Biden to win Georgia 4 years ago.
Let's hop back over to InfoWars.
And Republicans have had recent victories in New Hampshire. So New Hampshire is in play. Recent poll numbers showing Trump could win it. Obviously, it's not the most populous state, so it's a state that you can pull off. Those 4 electoral college votes could be the difference. That's how tight this race is going to be. So we'll be watching New Hampshire.
Owen is on point,
now,
bro.
New Jersey might be a long shot, but Trump had huge rallies in New Jersey. There is a large contingent of conservatives and specifically Trump supporters in New Jersey.
That's hilarious, Sean.
I've talked to multiple people from the Trump campaign and from New Jersey that think Trump might have a shot. Trump might have a shot at New Jersey's 14 electoral college votes. It's a long shot, but I think it's in play. Pennsylvania. Now, this is a big one. Obviously, the 19 electoral college votes. But this is how Pennsylvania is going to go, ladies and gentlemen. I believe Trump started the day down about 200,000 votes with the early votes and the mail-in votes. I think that the Democrats' strategy was the reverse of 2020.
That'd be
They
nuts,
did the
Mama
vote
Mac.
steroids and the vote Viagra before Election Day instead of at 3:30 in the morning after Election Day.
Hope you have a good
Everybody
shift,
saw
JJR,
the line go
brother.
straight up for Joe Biden. It's impossible. It's an anomaly. Something is wrong with that. So I think they stuffed the ballots before the election.
Donna, you
this
deleting
time
yourself
around.
over there?
However, we're hearing some Democrats voted for Trump, and the voter turnout so far today in Pennsylvania has favored Trump. So I think
That's big.
whatever deficit he started the day with in Pennsylvania, it has been made up. Now, what Pennsylvania is going to come down to is the turnout, or probably better to say, the number of votes that Kamala Harris gets in Philadelphia. Now, Hillary Clinton got just over 500,000 votes. Biden got 600,000 votes. An astronomical increase, probably impossible.
Astronomical.
So it looks like Harris might have to get 650 or 700,000 votes in Philadelphia to win Pennsylvania. That's what we're going to be watching. And if they decide they're going to be counting votes for days, like they're saying, they're going to count votes for days in Pennsylvania, watch out for Philadelphia. That's going to be the focal point. Now, what's interesting, Pennsylvania is also important. Bob Casey, the Democrat, currently the senator, has the incumbent power. Dave McCormick has a chance to flip that seat. That's going to be big. That's why Pennsylvania is so big. If Trump can win Pennsylvania, if they can stop voter fraud, if they can stop the steal in Pennsylvania, there's a chance that the Republicans could also flip that Senate seat. But I think that that's going to be tough. I really do. I think that that one's going to be tough. Virginia is in play. I actually like Trump's odds in Virginia. I think Trump has a chance to win Virginia's 13 electoral college votes. The question is, can he carry Hung Kao across the finish line, who's running against incumbent Tim Kaine? Tim Kaine's been in D.C. for a decade now, Hillary Clinton's vice presidential candidate. They've been spending a ton of money on this race to keep Tim Kaine on the Senate in Virginia. But
let me know in the chat if there's any channels you want to hop over to.
In Virginia,
any other cool live coverage.
Massive turnout in the rural areas, which is what got Glenn Youngkin into the governor's mansion. If that same strategy happens in Virginia, massive turnout for Trump, massive turnout in the rural areas, you could see a major upset with Hung Kao sneaking in over Tim Kaine. But that might be a long shot. Georgia, this is a red state. Trump won Georgia big in 2016. I think there's massive voter fraud that happens in Georgia, specifically Fulton and DeKalb County. That's Atlanta. Same situation here. Now, the early numbers favor the Democrats. It looks like that the Republicans and Trump down big starting today. So you're going to have massive turnout in the rural areas in Georgia for Trump to win Georgia. This should be a red state.
Let's go, Georgia. Come on.
Hard. We caught the Democrats in 2020, triple, quadruple counting ballots. They did the fake water main break. They sent the poll watchers home. The Democrats came back, pulled out all the secret ballots and started counting them. That's what really flipped it in 2020. I'd like to think if they don't do that, that Trump can win Georgia. But we're going to be watching Georgia, specifically Fulton County and DeKalb County. And if the astronomical numbers come in for Harris like they did for Biden, it's going to be tough in Georgia, but that's what we're going to have our eyes on. Now, Michigan has said they expect to have their results by the end of the night. Michigan has said they expect to have their results by the end of the night. Now,
that's huge.
We all saw the Democrats flip Michigan in 2020.
In the middle of the night.
Same story. Detroit. Astronomical numbers in Detroit. From Hillary Clinton to Joe Biden, increasing the turnout at astronomical rates. Can Donald Trump, can Republicans overwhelm whatever's going to go on in Detroit? It's worth mentioning that Donald Trump has basically said they're watching for voter fraud. They're watching for criminal activity in Philadelphia and in Detroit tonight. Truth is, if Trump wins Pennsylvania and Michigan, it's over. It's over. Pretty much the rest of these battleground states won't matter. He can get to 270 with Pennsylvania and Michigan and just pull one other state and win it. So if he pulls those two off, if they stop voter fraud or any crime in Pennsylvania and Michigan, Philadelphia and Detroit, then he can win those states. He's indicating that that's what they have their eyes on. But that's going to be the major thing. Michigan also, we have a seat open. Stabenow, who is the incumbent, is not running. Mike Rogers, Alyssa Slotkin, I think this all comes down to Trump. If Trump wins Michigan, I think that they can flip that Senate seat, and I think Mike Rogers can defeat Alyssa Slotkin, but I think that all comes down to Trump. Similar story in Wisconsin. Milwaukee, astronomical turnout for Biden over Clinton. Ludicrous numbers, probably impossible. That's where we're going to be watching. And, of course, Tammy Baldwin, the incumbent, running against Eric Hovde. This could be a situation where even if Trump wins Wisconsin, they might not be able to flip that Senate seat with the power of Tammy Baldwin as the incumbent. Plus,
Mega Maha, baby.
Political ads in this campaign cycle that are basically pro-Trump. Like she's friendly with Trump. So that could be one where even if Trump wins, I don't know if the Republicans flip. But that's no doubt these three states are going to be razor. I mean, it's going to be, they'll probably be counting Pennsylvania for days potentially. But these states are all going to be razor thin. Even Trump can win without these states, but we're going to have all eyes on that. Of course, Nebraska, the popular vote, the congressional vote. Trump could get all 5. He could get 4 and 1. It's one electoral college vote. It could end up making a difference, but it's just one. That's how they run it. Popular vote, congressional districts.
Astronomical.
It'll probably go 4-1 as it normally does, but he could get all 5. Arizona, you got a similar situation.
Donna, you having a seizure over there?
Kerry Lake versus Ruben Gallego. Now, the polls are looking great for Donald Trump in Arizona. Donald Trump is polling fantastic in Arizona, averaging 5 points up on Harris. But for some odd reason, Kerry Lake is losing in the polls to Gallego. It's a very strange phenomenon, but that's what's going on. All eyes will be on Maricopa County. Again, same story. Joe Biden got astronomical numbers in Phoenix. Astronomical numbers, more than Hillary Clinton. Probably impossible. That's what people are going to be watching in Arizona. Can Trump pull the down-ballot Republicans over the finish line in Arizona if he wins? I'd like to think so. I don't see how Trump wins Arizona and Kerry Lake doesn't.
Donna, you're a mod now, so you can delete yourself if you want.
Win Arizona based off of what we might see tonight in Maricopa County. But all eyes will be on Maricopa County. That will determine the fate of Arizona.
Maricopa's going to be huge.
Astronomical turnout for Democrats. Well, then you're just dealing with the same issues you dealt with in 2020. And that will lead to a Democratic victory. But if Trump wins Arizona, I believe Kerry Lake wins as well, and the down-ballot victories. Numbers are looking good for Trump in Nevada. You could have a situation, though, in Nevada, as you do have a Senate seat up, where Trump will win the state, but Jackie Rosen, who is the incumbent, will maintain her seat in the Senate. So that could be another situation where Trump wins the state, but the incumbent Democrat wins the Senate. I do think that Trump will win Nevada, but certainly that will be a close race that we will be watching all night. Now, before we...
Did you guys wear your garbage bags to vote today?
Montana has a Senate seat up. This is the highest odds that there will be a flip. John Tester is the incumbent, but I think Tim Sheehy can flip this Senate seat red. That's your highest level of the best odds that Republicans will flip a Senate seat. And then if you go over here to Ohio, there's another Senate seat, even though Sherrod Brown is the incumbent. I think Trump can pull Bernie Moreno across the finish line. I think Republicans can flip a Senate seat in Ohio as well. That will flip the advantage in the Senate from the Democrats to the Republicans 2+1. So that's what I have on my big board. We'll be getting results in here shortly, and we'll be monitoring this all night with live results when we are live covering it, and the results will be coming in here very shortly indeed. So that's where we have it right now, and we'll be giving you up-to-the-minute updates right here on InfoWars.
Boom. All right, let's hop over to War Room.
When you start getting an ego, you start thinking that, look at me, and I've got so many views and this and that. Well, let me tell you, even Rumble now has, I heard BlackRock bought some of Rumble out. And so it's like I see things being squelched, and, you know, I've gotten kicked off YouTube 3 times just for talking about
Don't worry, they're not going to let BlackRock mess up Rumble.
These people, you know, they're going to be overthrown. But it will be the greatest show on earth. God said the greatest movies have yet to be released, but we're in a fight. And when you're dealing with Hollywood and trafficking and stuff like that, you're right over the target. So you're in a major battle. So that's why we continue to stay the course, hold the line. I mean, we're not looking to just play it safe. Well, I just want to go somewhere and kind of retire, or kind of just live a happy life, or
Can't do it.
I mean, in the world, what does God say? In the world you shall suffer tribulation, but be of good cheer. He said, I've overcome the world. So, you know, we're not down here to just kind of, God wants us to prosper and be in health. He wants us to enjoy our life. But on the other hand, it also says we're in a battle. It says we're in a war. We're in a fight. Fight the good fight of faith. You wrestle not against flesh and blood. You know what I'm saying? So we have to realize that we are in a war. And I think a lot of you do, but, you know, like I think the last 4 years, I've lost a lot of my good friends that were colleagues, the writer, the director, I mean, so many different ones. And I just kind of went, Lord, this is really hard. Like, I kind of just like to go to heaven. And God said to me, but what about the children? What about them? And so I thought, you're right, God. Like, we have to, thinking about these little ones that are just, you know, constantly what's happening. And they're even in these tunnels and so many things that I know that maybe you'd rather just think on better things. But on the other hand, if we don't, what they do to the least of these, they do unto the Lord. So the Lord's going to expose this in these demonic people. We do have to pray for these people. Many of them have been deceived. Many of them have been, you know, so we continue to pray for them. We bless those. But I think there's some people that have crossed over that, you know what I mean, are, you know what I mean? Who knows? But all I know,
the kids, man, it's a big issue. I got roped into hanging out over at the Republican tent at the election in my town earlier for a couple hours, which is why I started later today than I was planning on. Sorry about that. But the people over there, the sex trafficking, the child kidnapping stuff was a major force for people wanting to back the Don. Let's head over to RCP real quick. Check out some of the top battlegrounds. Electoral College, Trump in the lead right now, potentially. Over in the swing states, Trump polling ahead of Harris at this point, it looks like. These are polls, not election tallies, but Trump leading in Pennsylvania, in North Carolina, in Georgia, in Arizona, Harris leading in Wisconsin, and in Michigan, Trump leading in Nevada. Crazy stuff. Let's hop over to 270 to win. Take a look at the interactive map. We'll be checking this throughout the broadcast this evening. Projection right now, Donald Trump leading 230 electoral seats at this point. Over on Polymarket Threeper, Trump is in the lead still. There was a little bit of a dip, but he's still in the lead with 58.9%. compared to Kamala Mamala's 41.4%. So overall, looking pretty good for Trump on Polymarket. Let's see what's going on. CNN will be going live at 8. Let's see what's going on over here.
Women's rights.
Can already tell this is going to be garbage.
They were self-interested. They were not thinking about the common good.
This
They
is
were
from
only
Time.
thinking about themselves. And so they were corruptible, and the delegates worried that the ordinary people, because they had no virtue and they had no education and they were selfish, that they would be prone to manipulation by a demagogue. That a demagogue, a person with bad motives, could come in and tell them what they wanted
Nice,
to hear,
C-Stock.
and then they would elect that person, and that would be the end of the republic. So the electors were supposed to be elite people who had, not just more education, but actually possessed virtue, and so that the people would choose these more virtuous people who then would pick the president. Dickinson's idea was similar, but
Dickinson. Terrible name. Or unfortunate name, I should say. Let's see.
but
Let's see.
not exactly the same. He worried not about the virtue of the people. He thought that they were
Let's check in with Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, the Arizona exit poll, 67% of Arizona voters.
Exit polls are always inaccurate. Robert Barnes
say
one of the
abortion
most
should be legal.
successful
30%
political
illegal.
bidders,
It's not good for Prop 139.
political
That does not shock me.
betters,
Okay.
always votes
so,
against the exit polls.
Biden's approval rating in Arizona, 57% disapproval. These are good for independents, by the way. That's good. But you can't look too much into exit polls. Can we get the Wisconsin map up? Okay. So we don't have a Wisconsin
Thanks,
team here.
Trish.
Tyler's waiting to pipe in, right?
Yep.
So it's really hard to do this, but Wisconsin has, how is it, 83 counties? I always forget the number. It's a lot. It's the hardest of the blue wall to play shenanigans with, okay? The
72.
You what?
72 counties.
Okay. 72 counties. Thank you. Now, you see those blue counties on the center left there? On the center left. One of those is Dane County. Donald Trump needs to do better in Dane County than he did in 2020. Okay? So, Dane County, I'm actually getting it right now, he just did not do well. Dane County is the home of University of Wisconsin.
We weren't
Madison.
expecting that. I don't know that he needs to do better in Dane.
No, he needs to lose by less.
Lose by less, but that's ground zero for all the people who are going to hate Trump. That's Berkeley. That's the Berkeley of Wisconsin. It's the Berkeley of the Midwest. The place you have to really do better in is the WOW
crazy.
counties. So,
right.
Gator reporting in the chat. Breaking news. Just in 4 more Arizona polling locations have received, quote, unsubstantiated bomb threats originating from Russia. Yeah, right. He posted this, DeKalb County, Georgia, reporting about bomb threats over there. Multiple bomb threats in DeKalb County. Gateway Pundit reporting on it as well. Here, Georgia poll worker arrested for threatening to bomb election workers per DOJ. DOJ's reported a Georgia poll worker was arrested on the eve of the election day after allegedly mailing a letter to the Jones County election superintendent threatening to harm poll workers. Now they're saying that there's Russia bomb threats. Give me a break. A break. Mama Mac calls bullshit, reporting the General. Breaking, Georgia Secretary of State announced that bomb threats at 2 polling stations in Georgia originated from Russia, prompting the evacuation of both sites for about 30 minutes. You know what that makes me think of is the Vault 7 WikiLeaks drop that talked about how the CIA can hack and leave the fingerprints of other countries like Russia to make it look like it was Russia. Wouldn't surprise me if that was happening over here.
Threats at polling places.
Ratburger, this bitch.
One bomb threat. Have you heard any other verifiable threats at any polling places?
We've heard some threats that were of Russian origin, and so I don't
Can't
know
trust
how to
anything
describe
Georgia
that's
says.
Viable. We don't think they are, but in the interest of public
establishment, at
safety,
least.
you always check that out. And we'll just continue to be very responsive when we hear about stuff like that. We identified the source, and it was from Russia.
Can you elaborate on that? What kind of threats?
As he said, it's a bomb threat.
So, and you're confident of the Russians that did?
Yeah, just like we had the DDoS attack on Monday.
Based on digital information, which the CIA can forge easy.
Pings, denial of service from Russians. So we added that interface that said, I am a human, I'm not a robot. So they're up to no mischief, it seems, and they don't want us to have a smooth, fair, and accurate election. And everything they can get us to fight among ourselves, they can count that as a victory. So that tells you a little bit about the Russians. They're not our friends. Anyone that thinks they are hasn't been reading the newspapers.
You're not our friend, Ratburger, you lying piece of garbage. These people are straight up bullshitters, man. Bullshitters. Let's see, where is RSBN? Ed wanted to hop over to RSBN. Let's see. I have it around here somewhere. Let's go over to RSBN and check their coverage. RSBN. All right, here we go.
Higher election polls open in Pennsylvania at 7 a.m. Again, they're going to be closing very soon. In 2020, the margin in Pennsylvania was about 80,000 votes out of more than 6.9 million that were cast across the state. We're going to continue to keep you updated on everything that's happening as these numbers come in. But gentlemen, right now, I'm going to send it back to you.
No way, sheepdog.
All right, Christina, thank you so much.
Not letting it happen.
Let's talk about some of the other states there. Why don't we
look
on the West Coast?
I know
we're just getting ready at 7 o'clock Eastern. Let's look at Nevada and let's look at Arizona. We can focus in right now as we Arizona, great. So we know that, of course, Maricopa County, again, that's 60% of the population of Arizona is right in that county. We know Carrie Lake, a rock star there. Andy Biggs, who you interviewed, who will show that interview shortly. Just your thoughts about that state and what's going on there when it comes to the 11 electoral votes up for grabs in the Grand Canyon state.
You know, it's interesting that you bring that up, Matthew, because Arizona is a state, obviously, we have the border with Mexico right here. A lot of farms, a lot of ranches located right here on that state line. Now, people have been coming in by the masses. And so this is a state that is fed up with the border. And Maricopa County is a very important part of the equation because typically, as you know, you think about Phoenix, you think about some of these bigger cities in Arizona, especially Phoenix in particular. Normally, it would go blue. But this particular election cycle, we could see Phoenix, Arizona go to Donald J. Trump, and a big reason why is because of that wide open border.
All right. Thank you so much, Christina. Let's go now to Mark Mitchell with Rasmussen Reports. Sir, thank you so much.
Dude's legit.
Director, can you repeat that, please? Okay, so the state of Indiana just called for President Trump. Am I hearing that right, guys? All right, the state of Indiana, the Hoosier state.
The Hoosiers.
For President Donald J. Trump. All right, so one in the bag for Mr. Trump, the 45th and possibly
Indiana?
the 47th president. Let's go to Mark right now with Rasmussen Reports. Sir, how you doing, and what are you seeing out there?
That's going to be our first opportunity to calibrate our state polling. What I've been saying this entire time is that Donald Trump's doing better at any time in the past two cycles. We actually hit his final call at Trump +3, and actually the battleground states are a lot tighter than a national popular vote like that would look like. So there's a lot of reasons why I think that Donald Trump is going to outperform the state polling this time. And I had Georgia at Trump.
I didn't do anything, Trish.
And so I think a lot of people have it tighter. The Real Clear Politics aggregate is only
They're doing
2.
extra good stuff.
And
It's
we'll
all
see if
of them
Trump
being
looks
awesome.
like he's on track for a 4 or 5 there, or there's massive turnout in Republican areas, more increased rural and lower turnout in the urban areas. I think we're going to see that pattern over and over again in all of the battleground states, because time after time, the polling industry leans left in the states when Donald Trump is on the ballot. And I think we're going to see that same thing. If that's the case, where the Real Clear Politics aggregate has Trump up in 5 out of 7 battlegrounds, and 2 of them are within a half a point for Harris, Trump really could easily
You
win
too, brother.
all of
Sheepdog.
these things in a way that
Maga
we've
maha,
been
bro.
talking about as a possibility for a long time.
Catch you soon.
But everybody else calls it too close to call.
Now, Mark, we have 4 counties in the Peach State of Georgia: Cobb, Fulton, DeKalb, and Gwinnett. 4 of really 20 counties throughout the country that can make a significant difference. Do you think the movement of the Republican Party, along with President Trump, to encourage that early balloting, and as we saw, winning in many of these crucial swing states going into the election, can make the ultimate difference for his candidacy?
He's definitely cannibalizing his election day turnout some, but we just did swing.
Damn, sorry for the connection issues, guys.
Polls last week. One of the questions we asked is, when do people plan to vote, and have you already voted? And in every single one of the states we did 12 states, voters said that on election day, they're going to go for Trump between 8 and 13 points. Can't remember off the top of my head what Georgia was. I'm pretty sure it was close to 10 points. So the point is that even though Republicans have been turning out big early, they still have gas in the tank, so to speak. And that's a really bad situation for Democrats because, as we all know, Democrats tend to turn out early with early in person, but also mail. And so a lot of those results are all kind of baked in, and it doesn't look like the Democrats may be able to dig themselves out of the holes that they've gotten themselves into.
Let's just pile the dirt
It's quite awesome
on.
to see all of the early voting that's happened out there as well, and all of the polling. So obviously those things are done. We see all the people now voting today, and the close of polls happening at any minute. What has been some of what you've learned this time around for this presidential cycle? Anything different than past presidential cycles?
Well, I really think that our polling, and listen, I'm an independent pollster. We don't back any candidate. I'm just trying to be accurate. We're not funded by major media corporations. We're funded by our own subscribers and advertisers. So if we're inaccurate, we fail. And I think what I've learned is that we really expose mainstream media pollsters as absolutely lying and shilling for Democrats, because it was really weird. We showed Joe Biden losing to Donald Trump this entire year up until the debate. And actually after the debate, our poll numbers tightened because everybody was like, oh man, Trump might actually win. But what was interesting is for about a month, pollsters got the tap on the shoulder to actually show Biden down. And then when Kamala Harris was anointed, all of the polls broke hard left. I mean, some of them, like Reuters Ipsos, went in mid-July from Trump +1 all the way out to Harris +6. I'm pretty sure their final call is Harris +1. So they went all the way out into left field, and so many other people like Morning Consult, ABC Ipsos, all of these pollsters followed them out to show that Harris had a bigger lead than Hillary Clinton did, except we all remember back in 2016, the polling was showing Hillary Clinton up 9-10 points. So they were never able to show that Kamala Harris had as good of a chance as Hillary Clinton in the polling, and we all know the polls lean left. And now here we are at the end of the cycle. We had Trump +2 that entire time, and we kind of stood out there on the lone saying, look, I mean, everybody knows who Trump is. He's had everything thrown at him. Even the assassination attempts weren't moving my polls at all. So none of this stuff about Nazis, none of this stuff about garbage, none of it really was going to move the race. And that's really bad for her because in our polling, she kind of hit a 47-point ceiling, and that was it. And so now they're not all to the right.
We're going to check in with Bongino for sure.
We have Wall Street Journal, National Popular Vote +3. Forbes Harris X was Trump +2. Atlas Intel was Trump +2. I think their final call might be Trump +1. But a lot of pollsters clustered in between a tied National Popular Vote and Donald Trump winning. And again, all of their media outlets, all of the headlines, oh, it's too close to call. It's too close to call. We all know the battlegrounds are probably going to be to the right of the popular vote. And if the polling is accurate, Donald Trump should be doing very well in the battleground. So, of course, it isn't too close to call.
Boom. Let's hop over and check in with Charlie Kirk. He's got
Obviously,
Poso
we don't
on.
have as much as we'd like to have right now on Wisconsin. I know I came in kind of earlier on the earlier Wisconsin discussion that was happening. Word on the ground is that things are looking really good. I know we talked about depression happening in the bluer southern counties, so that's really interesting territory. That's kind of what we look at as like moderate Republican territory, which is the southern part of Wisconsin that kind of bleeds into the the little blue island that you have around Dane County.
Do your
Very
thing,
blue, it's
Donna.
deep blue, but the rest is kind of just like that moderate Republican area. That's going to be something to keep an eye on tonight when we start looking at results and returns. In addition to Dane County, is that lose by less, and then we talked about the WOW counties. So, there's two interesting parts to the WOW counties. You have Waukesha, which is kind of like your conservative side of Milwaukee County. You have Western Milwaukee County, which there's West Allis. We'll get into this. We'll spend a lot of time with Brett, I'm sure, because I think this is all going to come down to a lot of Wisconsin the next few days. So we're going to talk about West Allis, Western Milwaukee County, Wauwatosa, really historical, a little bit older area. When I say older, I mean like there's a lot of senior voters that are there, a lot of retirees, a lot of people who have lived there in their entire lives. And then you've got the two northern counties that are in the WOW counties. You've got Ozaukee and Washington. And that's the place to also keep a really close eye on, because Ozaukee and Washington, especially Ozaukee, which is kind of the North Shore side of Milwaukee that bleeds right into Ozaukee, has really started slipping over the last few election cycles. And that used to be pretty deep red, and now it's not so deep anymore. So for Trump to win pretty handily in the WOW area, Ozaukee's got to kind of regain its footing. We have some good people there as well.
Here's what the one Trish sent. Trump taking out the trash. Love it, Trish. Good find.
But the exit poll is the following here in Pennsylvania. Favorability rating, Trump 47, Harris 46, in an NBC exit poll.
Damn.
Let's we got Jeremy Carl too if we want to bring him in.
It's just going to be a dogfight.
So brutal, Zach.
Let me just and then Blake is joining my data people that do a great job. Our side are very excited about some early returns in Kentucky. So email us freedom@charliekirk.com.
Pennsylvania
we
too.
Lost Jeremy. Okay.
We lost Jeremy. Okay,
Yeah.
I want to sign some.
He's
hats.
in like furthest Montana, so
Okay.
they haven't had the internet there for that long.
He still has Starlink.
Get out of cities.
So email us freedom@charliekirk.com. That is freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. There's one, Casey County in Kentucky. This data team that I'm attached to says that the early vote is redder than the whole county was in 2020. We got to fact check this, Blake. Can you dive into this? Again,
I'm looking at that. It's about the same as
but
it
do you know
was in-
Data Republican? This is who I'm talking. So she's pretty legit. So, all right, email us freedom@charliekirk.com. A lot of data is coming in, guys. We're crunching numbers in real time, trying to see what is happening as it's occurring. Chris Wallace has just said the following.
Nothing anybody cares about.
Chris Wallace has said, let me read this. We're getting the clip here.
It's right here. Yeah, in conventional terms, it would be a miracle that Kamala Harris could win with that type of headwind.
Damn.
Yeah.
Talking some sense.
Keep voting,
for
everybody.
once.
Get out and go vote and get your friends to do the same.
Yep, let's check in with Bannon.
And this movement's ascendant. We're bringing in new people all the time. And these are not celebrities. It's not Katy Perry and Beyonce. These are serious people. Each one's an expert in their field. This movement is at the very beginning of its infancy. And that's why you want to be part of this. Go out and vote tonight. Take as many people out to vote tonight. The bigger spreads we get on this, that we don't have some of this mail-in ballots, they may be able to call it at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. That's why, like Arizona, Nevada, the rest of the country, if you're in Texas, go out. You want to be a part of this. You want to talk to your friends, say, hey, I voted, I had President Trump, and I took a bunch of people to the polls. This hangs in the balance, and particularly if we can put up enough numbers tonight and say, hey, look, we got a mandate, and get President Trump some runway in the first 100 days, it's vitally important. So this thing's a long way from over. There's some long faces and some sad faces at MSNBC and CNN. But right now, we got to drive this. We got to run the score up.
There's an exit poll. Take this with a pound of salt that this is an NBC exit poll, okay, of independent voters in Georgia. Trump 54%, Harris 43%.
Huge.
If that is half true, okay, if that is half true, I mean, Steve, if that's half true, buckle up, baby. I mean, if that is half
thanks,
true,
Mama Mac.
meaning that if the delta is if the delta is half of what they say,
I want to post a link in there, Mama Mac.
Points.
I think I think you're going to see also in Florida already, Natalie's been talking to me about, there's some Hispanic districts that I think you may see some historic representation of President Trump. We already know that the African-American vote is going to be down to 11%. You're seeing the collapse. You're seeing the collapse of the traditional coalition of the Democratic Party, and you're seeing the beginning of and the ascendancy of a new coalition around this populist nationalist group called MAGA. Right, not your father or grandfather's Republican Party. Somebody put out an article today that the party of Ronald Reagan, the Republican Party of Ronald Reagan, is dead. Well, as much as we love Ronald Reagan, that party is dead, and this is.
So jumping over to Guardian, they've got election map going. Kentucky and Indiana red. So we like to see it, guys.
The fact that, Trump's a fascist, Trump's a Nazi, that people, independents, suburban moms don't believe that. So I think that as we go through the night, these are the type of statistics, and that's why you want to be a part of it. If you're in Arizona, if you're in Nevada, Colorado, there's tons of things in play. New Hampshire, get out there and vote. Make sure that we see these numbers.
Again,
yep. Let's check in with K-Talks.
They're
10:13.
breaking windows down the avenue as Antifa was just with hammers and just smacking shopping windows.
Yeah, and they had that stupid pink
hats,
pussy hat, a rally there, and there was also some Trump people there, and one of the pink pussy hat ladies set a lady's hair on fire. She sprayed it with.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
2016.
Flares and bricks flew through windows, the windows of the limo.
Inauguration day.
The driver, Luis Villarreal, fled his torched car, which belonged to a Muslim immigrant small business owner.
They don't care.
Mandy!
And in Minneapolis, during the George Floyd riots, they burned down many minority-owned businesses.
I just remember that one chubby lady with the fluorescent rain gear on and the glasses. She was just screaming as Trump was getting sworn in.
Yeah.
She's like,
no!
Someone went to
This is K-Talks Radio, 1013.
That was pretty funny.
The one that was sitting in the middle of the road with the glasses and
we got World Documentary Channel.
Oh, yeah. Like a little Poindexter glasses.
Yeah. That was so great. Throughout D.C., store windows were smashed, car doors dented, police stood shoulder to shoulder, uploading pepper spray on protesters. In the middle of the chaos, Trump put his hand on the Bible.
Subscribe to these guys.
Became the 45th president of the United States. I don't think they're going to be able to have when he wins.
We'll do.
They're not going to be able to have the inauguration.
Lou Valentino or LV Nation.
They're just going to.
Yeah, they can't.
They're just going to be too.
Unless National Guard comes there. If National Guard comes there and make sure that everyone.
Well, they're not. That would be Joe Biden's job to call them out, right?
Technically, yeah.
Yeah. So, or the Muriel Bowser, the mayor of.
So I'm looking at the states so far. The only two that they're calling for Trump is Indiana
and Kentucky.
And we knew he was going to win those.
Yeah, and then
LFG.
Vermont for Harris. That's all we got so far. Georgia doesn't look too good, though.
It doesn't?
No.
It looks good for Harris?
Yeah, she's at 51. They're both at like 80, 84.
But it depends on what hasn't been counted yet.
Yeah, it's only a small percentage that's been counted.
So
woof, unique prepping.
Yeah, we don't
Colorado's
know. But it wouldn't be a complete terrible thing if he didn't win Georgia, as long as he wins Pennsylvania and Arizona.
Yep, that's what we need. Let's check in with Lou.
Interesting. Let's move over here real quick. So we got a big update from Georgia, ladies and gentlemen, from Georgia. Georgia is blue right now. Kamala Harris, 84,000 to 80,000.
Cool idea,
3% reporting so far. So we got to keep an eye out on what's happening in Georgia. Florida is, for some reason, close. As of right now, 44% is in. Georgia.
Stay in line, Pennsylvanians. For the Commonwealth.
Yeah, we're going to have Georgia.
For peanut.
Those polls are going to be closing. I think those polls are already closed, so they're just doing their counting. Listen, man. Somebody said, don't worry about Georgia. No, I'm not worried about Georgia. But to see it blue right now, it's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy, ladies and gentlemen. It's pretty crazy. to see it blue as of right now. So we have Georgia.
Thanks, Mama Mac.
So we're going to be getting all these updates throughout. Let's go to Fox real quick, see what's going on over there.
Out there for him, and I also think
we'll
that
check
we
in
should.
With redacted.
That will shift it into what is predicted 1.3% in Donald Trump's favor.
This was a hilarious moment earlier today. I don't know if you guys got a chance to see this. So Kamala Harris was
Clayton with the
speaking
suit
at the DNC headquarters, and she was on the
Hell yeah,
phone.
Sean.
And she's like pretending to speak to a voter, and so she wasn't actually talking to a voter. She had her camera app open, and she was captured not actually talking to a voter. This is unbelievable. This has gone viral this afternoon. So she was actually using the camera app. Look at this. She holds it up, and we get to see that this is the camera app. Look.
Ha ha ha! That was great. Can we handle?
She also just got busted telling a family at a house to go back inside so they could stage a knocking, like a door knocking scenario. Everything is fake with Kamala, man.
Candidate who would continue to drag us into war and is not all that sellable as a person. Not a great brand. Does a lot of dumb things. Says even dumber things. It would be great for us. A lot of things for us to cover. So
I hope not.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
we
the thing.
don't want to do that.
We got Karl Rove over there right now.
You guys, I'm doing things right now. Dig into these numbers, and we'll head back to Bill momentarily. Election night just getting started.
Some of the first polls are about to close in hotly contested state of North Carolina. So we're going to have some data there to show you coming up right after this break as our special coverage continues.
That, but we don't want that to happen. Absolutely. No. We don't want that for the future of the United States of America for that to happen. It'll be an absolute disaster.
Betray our biases here. Here's what Redacted wants. Not any one party.
That's legit.
We want a peace candidate. We want a candidate that will shrink the government. We want a candidate that will consider abolishing the Fed and the CIA and also give us full disclosure about the things that have been done on our behalf overseas and the people that we have been caused to die. We want a fully peaceful candidate. If that happens, we will retire. You don't need us anymore. Okay, so
exactly.
That's
that would be a goal.
That's the goal. Put ourselves out of business.
We'll be cool. Yeah, yes, don't worry about us.
Let us know where you guys are joining us in.
Threeper just shared this picture in the Discord of the replica of the U.S. Capitol down in Arkansas. Amazing. It's a beautiful building.
Out there from childhood, my friend Andy, who we were just talking a little bit ago.
In Pennsylvania? David thought it was him.
Oh, David. Yeah, David, you're a really good friend as well. No, my childhood friend Andy called me this afternoon. He was it's really interesting. He's in Pennsylvania. We were talking about, that's where I grew up. We were talking about the Reading corridor right there and the Latino vote. And he said every Latino that he's talked to, and he's got a lot of friends in the Latino community there. He said they're all voting Trump, which is in Reading, Pennsylvania.
Well, there's a lot of
shocking.
Puerto Ricans in Reading, Pennsylvania, especially not just Latins, but Puerto Ricans.
Puerto Ricans
and Dominicans. He
said rolling R.
Dominicans who've said that they're voting for Trump, which is, when you had all of the flap a few weeks ago after the
I prefer Natalie Winters.
Event, you wondered how that was.
That's another story. Yeah. My future wife, Natalie Winters.
It's pretty remarkable.
It does feel like. Now, I spent a long time feeling very stigmatized about, wanting to be seen as this open heart liberal, compassionate, and all of that. And then you were stigmatized about, oh, they're a Trump voter. Okay, then we don't talk to them. We think this about them. It seems like somehow that has changed, or maybe that's my perspective. And now voting for Trump is the punk move, almost sticking it to the man type.
She's got a lovely tan,
I'm
Mama Mac.
Shocked. I never thought I would live to see it.
Yeah. I know. And the poll I put up earlier today are the numbers that I showed up earlier today. Let me pull it up here, Philip. Just give me a second, and then we'll take it. So earlier today, I showed you how young men are leaving the Democratic Party. Take a look at this. This is an unbelievable data point here. Young men leaving the Democratic Party in droves.
Let's go.
And where are they going? Either they're moving independent, or many of them voting for Trump, moving to the Republican Party. They've had enough of it. And yes, I've seen separate data to what Elon tweeted just a short time ago, that there's a record number of men voting now. So, you could put these two and two things together right now.
Now, something Megyn Kelly said in her speech last night when she was speaking with Trump in Pennsylvania is that because men are doing poorly, she said, women, we can't do well if our men aren't doing well. And I found that to be a very inspiring thing to say, because what is she saying about that? Men are having a hard time finding vocations, finding jobs. They're having a hard time supporting their family.
Crazy
They're having a hard time
What's
finding
up, Crazy
life
B?
partners. Fatherhood is something that's viewed as ornamental and optional when you watch the mainstream media or any Netflix show. And it's time to think about, and especially white men are more likely to be poor, and they're more likely to die of what they call diseases of despair because of the opioid crisis. So we might be pumping our fist and screaming Me Too and girl power and feminism and all of that. But she makes a valid point, is that we can't, do we want to run the country by ourselves now? No men around? How's that going to go? We have to support each other if we want to truly prosperous life for everybody. And in fact, the data shows that, is that people are far less likely to experience poverty if they are married. Full.
Let's check in with CBS.
In 3 more states, including the key battleground state of North Carolina, then Pennsylvania at 8 o'clock. You're watching CBS News, Election 2024. America decides.
Okay, let's check out this new ad released by Trump earlier today. I think this dropped. Pretty cool. Your vote will lead us to greatness. Your vote will unleash a new golden age. Your vote will make America great again, greater than ever before. Vote Trump. Let's check it out. Cartoonitized. Pretty cool. I always love this stylistic choice.
Greatness doesn't discriminate.
Damn
it
right.
Doesn't see where you're from, what you look like, or who you know. Greatness is for those who work for it, for those who keep moving forward. Greatness is for anyone willing to fight for it.
Damn, what a legendary moment. Beautifully executed ad, in my opinion. Let's check in with Crowder. Looks like Crowder just went live.
Potential to flip vote, to have problems, even if you have the source code, because whoever's writing it's always you're trying to eliminate the human condition from.
But I do agree. At least if source code was public, there would be people of various political backgrounds who could assess whether or not the code was legitimate.
Yeah, and it's a foreign corporation. I don't know how many foreign corporations are involved with that. I think Dominion's staged in Canada at the moment. Could be wrong about that, but like that's right, just like the painting on the wall.
Yeah.
People tend
to give you an idea, we had someone report into the Mud Club Army in Texas. There was a login name, there was the passcode and the information of the machine, and we can't prove that anyone did anything with it. It was on a piece of paper, not more than 20 feet from the polling station. All the login information needed to get on the machine. We called, actually Gerald called and reported it, and they said, yeah, you know what, we'll look into it. So again, it's one of those things you can't prove, but don't gaslight Americans into.
And Owen Schroyer was talking about another one earlier where they found that the voter machines were online and they didn't even need a password. You could just log right in without a password.
Didn't have happened. And I'm like, well, can we do anything about it? Like, I'm not really sure about that. Then I called the AG's office for the state and they're like, yeah, there's not a whole lot we can do about it. I'm kind of simplifying it here. I'm like, do you understand that theoretically it could be compromised for 3 days now? Yeah. We have no idea.
Insane.
And you're telling me to trust you guys?
Yeah, right. Never trust them. RSBN.
Exactly. So just the Commonwealth of Virginia, I believe, maybe 16 electoral votes, 13.
Yeah, this is a part of the country, obviously, with its proximity to Washington, D.C. This is notoriously blue country in this part of the world.
Let's go, Brandon.
We have to watch very closely for what happens. But again, it's one of those states where you have agriculture reigns supreme in the state of Virginia, just to the north of North Carolina. Also,
Good question, Phil.
North Carolina with that early voting turnout and so many Republicans showing up, more so than Democrats. In fact, of the Republicans that showed up, more were women. And so we're going to have to wait and see what happens. What's interesting is when you do watch the polls, even with early polling data, oftentimes states that neighbor one another vote the same direction. Now, a state that we're going to be watching very closely for is Iowa later on. As you know, we just saw that poll that was released, Biden-Harris, suggesting that Iowa could possibly go blue. This is a state where they
show up at the beach,
soybeans,
people
where they
cover their eyes from the
corn.
blinding white
Agriculture
reflection.
is king in Iowa. I would be very surprised to see that happen. And as the night goes on, all of this area on the East Coast, the eastern third of the nation, will be shaded in. And then, of course, we'll be watching these middle section states. And then we move to the West Coast as we head into the wee hours of the night. And we're looking forward to finding out what will happen as time goes on.
Exactly, and in your time talking there, Virginia went red a little bit. Now it's back to blue. So it's just, we're not going to be that meticulous in the sense of following it until we know that the bigger percentages come through. And Christina, we know that Pennsylvania's polls closing at 8 p.m. Eastern time. It's 7:27 right now on the East Coast. Georgia, the polls have closed. Michigan, 8 p.m. Eastern time. Wisconsin, 9 p.m. Arizona, 9 p.m. Eastern. Nevada, 10 p.m. North Carolina, 7:30 p.m. Of course, watching those swing states, why don't we go up to Michigan and Wisconsin there?
Currently, right now, Trump in the lead with 19 electoral college votes. Kamala down at 3. Fingers crossed, guys. Fingers crossed.
Tony Weed, a congressional candidate there. A great state of Wisconsin. President Trump visiting that state a lot.
Yeah, he made quite a few appearances in Wisconsin. I know that I was able to host a rally in Prairie du Chien, Wisconsin. He was also in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Ooh,
now,
holy balls, Mama Mac.
This is what Bobby was alluding to a little bit earlier on. This is dairy country. You've got a lot of farmers here. There's a farm bill on the line, a long-standing piece of legislation that will last
Only
for
1%
5
reporting,
years.
though.
Now, the farm bill had an extension. We still need a farm bill. Our farmers are waiting on it. Now,
Look at this. Mama Mac just shared this. Election breaking. Kentucky's results are in. Results are earth-shattering. 1% reporting, but Donald Trump leading 82%, 81.2% to Kamala with 18. Bananas.
working middle-class Americans who live in both Wisconsin and the great state of Michigan. Now, getting into the evening, Michigan's another state to watch very closely, even in the Detroit metro area, because this is where we have our auto workers, and they are downright upset about some of these electric vehicle mandates. And so Michigan will likely, if you look at all the early polling data, and more importantly, where people have registered to vote in the state of Michigan, it's looking good for our champion, Donald J. Trump. So we're very excited so far. I mean, I like the way this looks right now. Obviously, this could change, but 19-3, boy, that's a good way to start out the evening, guys.
Yes,
That
it is.
Not a bad score, especially in football. But you have 538 total and 270 to win, of course. Christina, with the upper Midwest and the Rust Belt specifically, and these farmers, I mean, they will be crucial to who will be the next president of the United States. We saw a number of Minnesota residents going to these rallies in the Badger state of Wisconsin. Do you think that could be the one blue state that might flip 10 crucial electoral votes? President Trump had mentioned how he wanted to win that state so badly the last 2 times, and in 2016 was very close with only 2% behind in the popular vote.
You're exactly right, Bobby. And what's interesting as well about the state of Minnesota, remember who the governor is there? Tampon Tim Walz, okay? And I think that he's upset so many people, not just with his COVID snitch line. Trying to put the tampons in the young boy's bathroom has been offensive to some people. The fact that he is right there with Kamala Harris, so many people are outraged by the fact that he could be the vice president, that they went out and voted today in the great state of Minnesota. Now, there are 3 states that we're watching in addition to the 7 swing states that could actually flip. And I'm making this, I'm not going to say it's an assumption, because it's more than an assumption. It's fact-based. I'm talking about the fact that people registered to vote. We had more Republican registrations.
Same in Pennsylvania, or
like
Michigan, I think. C-Stock.
Like New Hampshire, and like New Mexico, go figure, right on the border. This is where we could actually see more than just the swing states that we're currently watching for flip to red for our very own President Donald J. Trump.
Let's go.
Exactly. And so what we're seeing there, the director, if you guys would let us know if we're confirmed, if we can go ahead and report another race that just came in. It looks like on the Associated Press right there, the state of West Virginia.
West Virginia.
Yeah, the state of
called
West
for
Virginia.
Trump.
As you see there,
Trump leading 23
Donald
now
Trump
to
getting
3.
that check mark next to him. Now, again, we're going to wait for our confirmation
For real,
from
Sean.
our team here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. Once okay, it is confirmed. West Virginia to President Donald Trump. All right, so 3 states to President Trump. It looks like Vermont is to Harris. President Trump,
Commie
23, and Harris, 3 at this point. So, Christina, I mean, we see right there in that pocket of the country, Kentucky, West Virginia, Indiana saying, you know what? I want common sense in my land, the United States of America.
Let's
Absolutely.
go.
And, you know, I just want to make it clear as well, these are the APs. This is what they're going for. Now, if you look at their track record, they have been spot on in the past elections. It's going to take a little bit longer for us to completely validate these votes, but the AP almost always gets it right. And this is what they're calling for in these states. And you know what you have in these states? Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia. You have hard-working Americans who care more about the fact that they can't buy their families the same amount of food with $10 that they could 4 years ago. Americans who don't care about celebrities
Fox
who come
calling
out
Senate,
on
West
stage
Virginia
to
for
promote a
GOP.
candidate, endorse a candidate who makes a bunch of empty promises. And so I am so pleased to see what we have on this map so far tonight. And let's keep going, guys. It's going to be a long one, but hey, if we continue this trend, where you got our champion here, look at that smile. We love that. 23 for Donald J. Trump.
He's been very positive on the campaign trail. There's no question about that. Christina, do you mind scrolling down maybe to the Senate races?
4 rallies yesterday.
Governor Jim Justice running for Joe Manchin's seat.
There you go,
That would
Gator.
be a flip for the United States Senate. Of course, many outlets are projecting that the United States Senate will fall perhaps to a slim majority in favor of the Republicans, but that would be a big flip in the Republican corner to start the evening.
We need that, guys.
Joe Manchin was the best thing that the Democrats had going for them. To be honest, I think a lot of Republicans really appreciated Joe Manchin and what he brought to the table, and he had that element of common sense. And so it's not going to surprise me one bit if we see a Republican step into his seat. Now, as you probably heard, 1/3 of the Senate is up for grabs, and if you did just look at the mainstream media's polls, early polling data was showing that Republicans take the Senate. It's the House we really have to watch closely going into the wee hours of the night, and especially some of the races in California. So as the night draws on and we get more information, we're going to have a really good idea. Here's the House election right now, and guess what? In the same states that are going to Donald J. Trump, you think about those down ballot races.
Wiley, what's
we're
up, bro?
looking good when it comes to the U.S. House of Representatives at this point as well. So I'm feeling pretty good about this. 13 out of the 218 seats going to Republicans, 6 for the Democrats. And this, of course, is based on AP data.
Exactly. So great reporting there, but let's also go right back up to the presidential election. You know, I think this is very interesting. The Commonwealth of Virginia, Bobby. We see it, guys. We see it.
I believe it, Trish.
It keeps going blue, purple, red, back and forth. I mean, all over the place. That state right there, we're going to look up the electoral vote count on that. But man, if Virginia goes red, I mean, that would be unheard of. You know, let's just be honest. North Carolina is popping up there with a little bit. Now, again, all of this, as you guys are watching, first of all, thank you so much for joining us here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. Bobby McNeely, Matthew Alvarez, Christina Loren,
RSBN
in the
kicks ass.
projection room here at Right Side Broadcasting Network. We're monitoring all the numbers come in.
Fuck yeah,
pass
Donna.
this link on to some friends and family if you'd like, as we are.
C-dubs, we were listening to K-Talks a little while ago, bro.
Now, let's see North Carolina. What percentage does it show of the precincts counted here in the top right corner of that part of North Carolina?
2%.
Okay.
We're at 2%
Woof,
right
damn
now. Still
Trish.
early.
Yeah, so
I know nothing about
very
him.
early, and I know that we possibly have an interview with Representative Andy Biggs that you conducted earlier today. Of course, that will be something probably to air a little bit later in the evening as we await Arizona's information as it starts to, polls are still open out there on the West Coast. So
Let's hop over to the quartering, see what's going on.
If he takes those 2 off the board, North Carolina and Georgia, she must win Pennsylvania. So as these counts come in these battleground states, we're starting to get into the point we can start doing some electoral college chess. North Carolina and Georgia are critical. If Harris loses them, her path becomes incredibly narrow. If she can win one of them, she has more options.
All right.
North Carolina and Georgia.
Sanchez, who was our first projection of the night in the fight for control of the U.S. Senate. Boris.
Well, I would say, North Carolina, I don't know. It's way too early to tell. Nothing has changed in the betting markets. It actually has gone up. The betting markets have him kind of surging here late.
Skyrocketing.
Excuse me. 63.3% chance to 38.1%
like to see.
chance. Again, these are just people gambling. So it's directional. Excuse me. It's directional at best. Trump, they say, has an 81% chance of winning Georgia. Donald Trump, now it's a toss-up in Wisconsin, according to the betting markets, 49-48. If Trump could win Wisconsin, that would open up more paths for him. Pennsylvania, they have Donald Trump leading by 13 percentage points. Again, doesn't matter. Just a trend. But the trend would have, if this was actually true, he would end up winning Nevada, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Georgia. He'd win the election.
You got it, brother.
But we don't know. It's just
eternal
gambling.
dedication.
They have him up bigly in Arizona and in North Carolina. They have him down bigly in Michigan. So, I mean, that's not really going to matter. Fox News called Arizona. The funny joke. Yeah, that's funny.
It's not funny.
There are no new calls right now.
We're at 3 electoral college votes for Kamala, 23 for Donald J. Trump. Let's hop back over and check in with War Room.
State. We're going to be filling out the map. We already know, as you've been discussing here, that Indiana now has turned to Donald Trump. Kentucky is in Donald Trump's corner. Vermont, of course, is deep, deep blue, and they've already called it. Heck, you know what? The mainstream media called Vermont before there were any precincts reporting. So we know where that's going to go. And then at this hour, also West Virginia is being called for Donald Trump, Steve. Now, we also have enough information. You were just talking about Florida. We have enough information now. Look, Broward is right now, Kamala Harris is 5 points off where Joe Biden was. But Miami-Dade, very importantly, Miami-Dade has flipped. Joe Biden had it 55-45 4 years ago. Donald Trump is now at 55-45 in Miami-Dade. And so we here at the RAV Election Data Center, what do we got percentage right now in Miami-Dade? 9% reporting, but it's held tight.
How much? Yeah, that's a massive. That's a massive flip. That's a
big deal.
That's for only 9% of the, but only 9% reporting right now.
Correct. Only 9% reporting. We're going to monitor that really carefully, Steve, and we'll see how those. Are we still at 9%?
Trump is up 9.74%.
Correction. 74% in. Trump is up by 9%. 74% in at Miami-Dade. Yep. Steve, sorry about that correction. 74% reporting in Miami-Dade.
That gets the Hispanic.
Mm-hmm.
Same with the. I got to tell you, that is a. Hang on for 1 second, Mark. Hang on 1 second. John Solomon.
Whiskey.
What does that portend for the Hispanic vote? That's a blowout number.
Yeah, it's exactly what the Univision CEO was telling America a few days ago. It's exactly what Ron DeSantis began to show us in 2020 race. Hispanics have moved to be free agents, and Donald Trump may be closing the deal, certainly in Florida with them. And I think if this keeps up, you may see that trend across the country. Cuban Hispanics particularly have become increasingly enthralled with Donald Trump. They've always been a pretty reliable Republican thing, but I think they're even more reliable in the last few years. You're seeing some movement tonight. I'm talking to some of the people doing Hispanic polling. Puerto Ricans are underperforming for Kamala Harris and overperforming for Donald Trump. Wow. That's an important constituency. And here's the big one. What I'm hearing from people that are doing Hispanic polling tonight, they're actually polling tonight, just Hispanics, nothing else. First generation Hispanics, still Spanish speaking, really breaking Trump's way in ways that no other Republican in history has seen. What does that mean? It means people that fled the chaos of places like Venezuela and Cuba and socialism, they don't want it following them here, and they've made a stand that Kamala Harris represents the old country and Donald Trump represents the America they came and fled to. If those numbers hold out over the course of the night, it's going to be a good night and a historic night for Hispanic voting in Republicans.
Mark Serrano, hang on for 1 second. We're going to go take a commercial break. Of course, we're in Washington, D.C., the imperial capital. So every now and again, you're going to get some police. You're going to get some police. Yeah, it's actually Jack Smith sending over an escort car here to take us to the D.C. jail. All kidding aside, historic night. This night was brought not just the courage of Donald Trump, but the efforts of this audience, the Real America's Voice family.
Yeah. Trish just shared this. Election results. West Virginia. Trump leading right now by 1.2 million votes. Refreshing every 2 minutes. We'll check this as we go. Thanks again, Donna, for sharing, or Trish for sharing this one. We add it to the list over here. And then let's go check in with InfoWars. They got Candace Horbass,
Not do anything rash,
Hottie alert.
And hopefully everything kind of pans out honestly and truthfully.
Exactly. Don't get
That is a smile right there.
into confrontations. But we know, we were just talking on air a few days ago about they'd have false flags and white supremacists they were busting, trying to blow stuff up in mass shootings, and sure enough, it's happening now.
Yeah, and again, they're going to prepare for it, and then they're going to blame the Trump supporters, or they're going to say it's MAGA, but look at the cities that it's happening in. That's not what it is. And that's the thing I don't understand either. So you have these really radically left states and cities, let's say like Portland, and they're the ones that are boarding up, but why are you taking your aggression out on your own city when everyone there is blue?
For
it
real.
makes no sense to
People
me.
are idiots.
Well, they're having really low voter turnout, according to witnesses in places like Philadelphia, but we'll see what the numbers are. Owen Schroyer is doing an excellent job going over the latest. We'll also be checking in on the corporate media. I wonder if Fox News, the Brutus of this, or the Judas Iscariot, the Benedict Arnold of so-called conservative media, I wonder if they'll call it early like Arizona again to make Kamala the winner, which of course was proven to be a fraud. It was a lie. I wonder if they'll stab us in the back again today.
I don't think they're going to call it early. And then there's already the warnings that Trump was saying he was going to, he's going to make the announcements once the electoral votes seem pretty clear. And then everyone's like, haha, see, he's trying to steal democracy again. I don't think that's the case at all. I'm hoping we have a pretty clear-cut decision tonight, and that we're not all left.
I think we'd make a good-looking couple.
3, 4,
just saying.
5 days, but I have no idea.
And the Democrats are talking about weeks and weeks. What do you think will happen if that unfolds?
I think that is going to be madness, and I think that's what they want. There's no
Joe's not attending the after party tonight.
This day and age,
Kamala.
it's going to take weeks to get a results for a presidential election.
Probably because he hates
unacceptable.
Totally
Did
unacceptable.
You see the footage?
Oh, even Drudge.
Oh, look at that.
Reporting Trump
54,
leading.
Harris 44. Let the counting begin. So there's the Drudge report. Democracy under threat, top issue. Oh my God. I mean, I love how they say Trump's this tyrant who'll. Rachel Maddow.
Let's go, Whiskey.
Clip. We'll play it in a little while. Get that queued up from today's list. And she said, we're going to have to go after Elon Musk after we defeat Trump. We're going to have to bust up his companies. That is
fine with me, Threeper.
tyranny. And then there's another clip from the corporate media where they are running around saying that, Trump's going to ban history books. That sounds like as stupid as Whoopi Goldberg on The View saying he's going to ban interracial marriage last week.
And send the black women or the women of color overseas while the white husbands, I guess, get remarried here under threat or under tyranny. Like, where are they pulling this out of? It makes absolutely no sense. And then is anyone actually believing this? So when Whoopi says that he's going to go after interracial marriages and he's literally going to send off any person of color that's in said marriage, is anyone like, yes, oh my God, this is terrifying, I'm going to vote for this?
Let's go ahead and play the clip of Rachel Maddow. The government will have to go after SpaceX because of Musk. We've already had the state of California ban his rockets being launched in California. And they said because he supports Trump in the commission hearing.
I need a haircut in general.
3 weeks ago.
Getting crazy.
I mean, that is wild.
That doesn't make any sense. And then he was just on Rogan saying that he's getting fined or sued because he's not hiring illegal immigrants, but he's not allowed to because of the technology that's required at SpaceX. So it's a double bind that they kind
national
of put
security
him
threat
in that situation. I don't understand what's happening. I could see them trying to make a false case for saying they need to shut it down for environmental reasons because that's what they do, even though that would still be nonsense. But the fact that they're saying that he needs to go to jail or they're going to break up his company, are you also going to go after every other multi-billion-dollar company or trillion-dollar company because it's breaking antitrust rules? Like, no. No, you're not.
I mean, the EU copying Brazil, grabbing his Starlink assets, which is a separate company from X. They now say they're going to go after all of his companies for free speech. Let's use the word free speech. Here is Rachel Maddow, the government will have to go after SpaceX because of Musk views. Here it is. It's pure evil!
Even if Trump doesn't win, the Defense Department and NASA are going to need a new arrangement for all their rockets and for all the multi-billion-dollar contracts Elon Musk's companies have with the U.S. government. The U.S. government is going to have to either, unwind from all of those contracts, or Elon Musk's companies are going to have to unwind from him. This is
Fuck you, Cal.
There's no cure for being a cunt. In national security terms. Now that we know what we know about Elon Musk.
What, that he cares about free speech?
Rachel Maddow told the world, if you take the shot, you can't get COVID and you can't spread it. I mean, you talk about false advertising. And it turned out she was paid per show $89,000 to say that night after night.
Wow.
Okay, Ed, you can have her.
So how does she have a job? How does she have a job? And then how is that not breaking any rules?
It's crazy. Here's now they're actually saying that. Shut everybody down for their political views. And then here is Morning Joe with Psycho Joe. Once elected, Trump could ban historians from writing books, creating a dictatorship like Italy in the 1920s and 30s, Germany in the 30s.
People are delusional.
Michael, you and John and other great historians often talk about hinge days in history, hinge moments in history, and we could go through them all over the last 250 years in this country. This does feel in many ways
process,
like a hinge
Wiley.
day, which is to say we're going down one of two very different paths by perhaps tomorrow morning.
Yes, and that's what, if historians in the future are allowed to write books, and by the way, that question is open this morning, and if people are allowed to go on television and say what they think in the future, which again, that question is open this morning, in the future, historians are going to look back on this day and say, this is the day that America made a choice between freedom and democracy on one side and authoritarianism and dictatorship on the other.
These people are so full of shit.
Can I restate something for you?
Please.
It's not that historians won't be able to write those books. It may be that the billionaires and the corporations that own the publishing houses will refuse to print those books. We have seen
All right, let's stop there. That's what they did with the intelligence agencies and big media and the publishing houses was ban everybody. And not publish your stuff. That's their choice. No, they would go block it and go after it. Candace?
I don't. So.
Yeah, West Virginia was one of the 3 that's been called so far, Mandy. We're now ahead 23 electoral votes to Kamala with 3.
That's where it comes from. And the big thing is you have supposedly independent school districts, but they get federal money. They're all basically
They're
the same.
not independent at all.
And so now school boards, parents are getting involved in saying, we don't want critical race theory taught. We don't want it taught that George Washington was a horrible person. And so they're just locally getting involved in their curriculum. And then that gets projected onto the Republican Party nationally. And that's what's happening.
So then how do you say that that's the party of authoritarianism when the party that has been in power is the one that's dictating what you can and can't teach your kid in the privacy of your own home? Like if you don't want your kid in a DEI class, or if you don't want them to learn any of this crazy gender content or read books that are way outside of their maturity level, I don't understand how one party is saying that like we are the good guys, we're the guys that are supporting individual freedom when you're calling parents domestic terrorists.
Well, that's right. More than 40 states, including Texas, it happens in blue cities, the state doesn't defend it. We've had the fathers on and mothers. They're having their children taken when they're 8, 9 years old. The government creates a relationship, says you're another sex. As you know, last week you were talking about your child in preschool, and you caught them brainwashing. And then they take the child away and say, it's abuse. You were telling them they're not really this other sex. So it's already going on. They're taking people's children.
Yep. Let's check in with the Blessed to Teach show.
And the Lord said, Sue, don't be blue, but the Lord said it's a new season that you too will come into a season called new. And the Lord forgetting the things which are behind. Now the Lord said it's all about mankind, that I'm bringing into a season, though they are blind, they will now see. This will truly be about liberty. And Sue, you're going to be like a Susan B. Anthony. Remember what she did is she helped sew the flag. She was one that helped sew forth, the Lord said, the flag for the United States of America, the first flag. And goes, so the Lord said, get ready, because sometimes it's in the little things that seem like they're nothing, that sometimes is as important as big things that we seem to think are more important. Sue, the Lord said, it's the little things that you do that are important to me. So get ready. You carry liberty, Sue. Get ready, says the Lord. It's a new time at hand that
Liberty.
You're coming into a place
Or
to
death.
stand. And as you stand for justice and as you stand for this America, you will see, says the Lord, that I will turn America back on its knees. And
Cheddar's
she,
hardcore.
says the Lord, will be given the keys. And America, though she looked like she went through a near-death experience, and will rise again to become one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So Sue, it's a season to say, I do, for you're coming into a season to make all things new. So Lord, I thank you for Sue and for everybody on this call, and even for Rick. The Lord says, once again, Rick, that even as you are coming into a season, that you did stick to it, Rick, that you stayed the course. You never thought it was going to go this far, this long.
Let's check in with Crowder.
Who did eat dog. I made a joke about it. Remember that?
Yes.
When an intern. He was an intern here. He was here for a while. His dad is my
He's like,
doctor.
well, I know who he is.
Yeah, and I said something like, yeah, Karina. I said, so something about eating dog, and he just got really quiet.
Yeah.
And so he's like, well, I didn't mean to. And then I spoke with his dad. I was like, yeah, your son got he got a little bit shifty. He got a little cagey. He's like, oh, yeah, well, his grandmother lied to him that said that it was beef and was very traumatic for him when he found out it was dog. I'm like, well, yeah, of course it was traumatic.
Oh, no.
And the lie is almost as bad as eating the dog, but I'd
That's
say
true.
it's not as bad.
All right, let's check in with.
I don't want to get too
Charlie.
let's not get arrogant,
Charlie. Always, Charlie,
Yeah.
remember that anything we say can and will be added to a smug highlight reel if we
All right.
overreach
No,
ourselves.
well, let me say this. Hold on, let me say it differently. She might be right about Iowa, but there isn't a trend that was picked up yet. Okay? All right. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to our podcast. Open up your podcast application. And also, if you want to become a member, members.charliekirk.com. Do we have Steve, guys, ready to throw to him?
Bannon?
Okay, Steve, how we doing? It is 7 o'clock Eastern. Polls are closed in Florida and South Carolina, Georgia. There is still time to vote in Pennsylvania, still time to vote in Wisconsin, still time to vote in Michigan. What are we seeing, Steve Bannon?
Well, first off, did we intrude? Is this a bro fest out there? I thought you guys were going to have a couple of 6-packs of cold beer. What is going on, man? It's a little cash.
Boost his volume.
A little cash out in Phoenix.
There we go.
I know you guys are
the
the
West.
Wild West. But dude, it looks like a fraternity house. You're
Not-
supposed to.
it's-
This is the most. You guys are the most sophisticated. Charlie. You and Turning Point have turned around the whole country. And I know that because the Atlantic magazine has this puff piece on Charlie Kirk today, say the new kingmaker, right? And every piece of it's fantastic. They said Charlie's done this, Charlie's done that. I'm saying we got to merge in Charlie's stream into us. We get it, and I thought, it looks like we're at a tailgate at an Arizona State game in Tempe.
That's a compliment,
Brother.
Steve, because we've been handing out thousands of these hats to the frats this year, I will tell you, so you're not far off at all.
So Steve, honored to have you here, and you know what? We will own that because we're going to be here for 12 hours, so we got to stay comfy. Steve, what are we seeing so far? Turnout, and it's not too late. We need to continue to see that surge of turnout.
Listen, I think that the story from tonight, you saw, John and Natalie are with me. We're on the roof of the historic Willard Hotel where we had the war room for Stop the Steal in 2020 right across from the Ellipse. Here's the thing, Charlie, you guys at Turning Point have done this now for 4 years. You've brought together a convergence of many different forces. And I think tonight we're seeing the physical manifestation of that, the outcome of what you've had a big surge. And everybody still got to get out to vote. Their polls still open in a number of states. But I think the story is that the Democratic Party did not turn out, it looks like, did not turn out some key constituencies that have kind of had fed up with it. And if you look at Elon Musk and David Sachs and Danica Patrick and Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, Vivek Ramaswamy, these other high-tech people, Tulsi Gabbard, Nicole Shanahan, RFK, the new coalition. And you guys have led this at college campuses and with young people. We're putting together a new coalition while the old coalition of the politics of the 20th century is collapsing around. The politics of joy is collapsing. I think that's the story tonight. Now, listen, are we going to, it's tight in North Carolina. It's going to be tight in Georgia. It's going to be tight in Nevada. It's going to be tight in Pennsylvania. It's going to be tight in Michigan, tight in Wisconsin. The one place that ain't going to be tight, Arizona.
Well, we
and
don't
Arizona
know that yet.
shows if you have a okay, maybe it's not going to be tight, but I don't want to jinx you. But it looks like the early numbers.
People are still voting in Arizona.
Arizona is going to lead the way. Yeah.
Well, we will see.
But it looks like you guys have pulled off something that's extraordinary.
I appreciate the kind words. We will see. We're 2 hours left from me accepting that
impossible
compliment.
choice,
If you are in Arizona, go vote and stay in line. By the way, we have Florida totals. You
coming
see
in
this?
fast.
Yes. Stuff is coming in Florida. Florida, they allow you to pre-canvass the early vote, and they just dump it right at 7.
And Donald Trump is up already in the pre-canvass early.
Some of the stuff is looking amazing. I want to flag a few. Broward, 70% in already. Broward is a very blue county. That's north of Miami. It's the most important blue county in the state. And Broward, 70% in. It is Kamala, 61 to Trump, 39. So
Guys,
she's up.
And by the way,
but
in 2020,
I'm getting that.
Yeah.
In 2020, it was Biden, 64.6, Trump, 34.8. So like 3 points better. 3 points to 2.5 better. I'll do the math here on how many votes it's looking like as well.
I want to just say that right now what we're looking at in Florida, I don't want to say this is 2016 energy, but Blake, you agree, Florida can give us a little bit of a picture here, and Florida is roaring right now. Florida is on fire.
Heck yeah. I want to see Miami-Dade go red.
In order for us to have the night and the week and the month and the 4 years that we want to have, right? It goes night, week, month, 4 years. We had to have an amazing performance in Florida. This is the early vote, Blake. This is we are winning the early vote drop. The pre-canvassing early vote. We are winning. And by the way, that's without Collier County reporting. That's without any. Half of Florida hasn't closed in their polls, just so you know.
Mm-hmm. Well, not half, just
not half.
Gatesland.
I'm sorry,
just Gatesland.
Yes,
Panhandle, yeah.
Florida won.
About 1 million people there.
Pierre
Florida
Clark,
won. Florida is roaring so much, guys. Roaring right now. So I just want to give you. By the way, South Carolina has now been called for Trump.
Add it to the list.
We beat them. We beat them.
Like
we beat them on that, right? I can confidently say Donald Trump's going to win the state of Florida. Can we say that, Blake?
I'm going to be professional about it. We'll wait till we can really dunk on them.
I mean, you're looking at what I'm looking at right now. It's pretty good. Do we have any? Oh, Georgia's reporting. We have data coming out of the state of Georgia. Guys, things are about to happen really fast right now. We have one county, and it is Twiggs County. Donald Trump winning 1,500 votes to 1,200 votes. So, by the way, we have a 40-plus minute line right now in one of our top precincts in Arizona. That is a great sign. Stay in line. If you are in Arizona, stay in line. Text your friends in Arizona. Open up the Charlie Kirk Show. Watch with your friends in line. Go to your local polling
food
place.
And water.
Right now, if you are near a polling place, go drive to your polling place and hand out water and hand out food. Get in your car and go help that local polling place. I want to get back to Steve in just a second here. Steve, Florida is roaring right now. In 2016, Steve, Florida was
huge swing
there.
state.
And Steve, I also, we're live on YouTube, Steve, so let's not mention any 2020 stuff if you can, or else we're going to lose our feed. So help a brother out here.
You're allowed to talk about 2020 on YouTube now.
90,000 people on YouTube right now. So remind me of Florida 2016.
Oh, 2016 Florida. I mean, that was the one that, in fact, Broward and those all held back. We had a gap, and I said, why do they report so late? Because we got the 5 o'clock exit polls, and we were losing in Florida. We had people call. We went on the Mark Levin show. We started focusing on the West, and we eventually, blew it. I think we won by a couple of points. But Broward County and down in the southern part of the state held back. And I said, why are they not reporting? And they said, well, traditionally they hold it back to see how many votes they have to overcome in the rest of the state. And once we passed the 50,000 limit, they reported. Ever since then, and this is because of DeSantis and grassroots and President Trump, you've really made Florida a stronghold for MAGA. Remember, in 2016, it was still a battleground state.
Yeah, and
in case you guys missed it, Trump warning election fraud taking place in Philadelphia, sending the cops in. Jones has a video talking about it here.
Insane. The Ladies and gentlemen, President Trump just came out and posted on Truth Social. There's a lot of reports of fraud in Philadelphia and the key battleground state of Pennsylvania, and that law enforcement is on the way. They've already caught the Democrats cheating all over the state. We're live on air right now with our live feed at Real Alex Jones, myself, Owen Schroyer, Roger Stone, and others breaking it down. It is insane. The electricity is going off in all the key Republican counties in a bunch of places. They're finding all of these fake voters. Illegals are voting. And then out in Arizona, the election machines are going out and the power's going out. And it's just happening all over the place. They are desperate. They are going crazy. But so many people are seeing through this right now. And if they do try to attempt to steal it, or they claim that Harris has really won, nobody is going to buy it. But that's why they're saying it's going to take weeks to count the votes so they can continue to have those mail-in ballots that they've got big caches of to bring in. They're also all over the place telling Republicans the machines aren't working, but just give us your ballot and we'll file it later. Then the election officials can decide who's won. They caught him in Houston today. It's being confirmed. It's not even being denied. Taking thousands and thousands of Republican votes off, flipping them to Democrat. There's videos of machines flipping always from Republican to Democrat. This is crazy. But Trump isn't playing games. As he says law enforcement is on their way, they are. Again, we're covering it all live on air right now on X at Real Alex Jones live feed. Millions are watching. And if that feed goes down, Infowars.com/show. Election coverage right through the evening. Join us and get our coverage. We're going to be simulcasting with a bunch of other amazing journalists and researchers. Join us right now at the Real Alex Jones live election coverage of the 2024 election.
Yeah, Threeper, we're going to stay live on YouTube to try to possibly attract new watchers, just because it's election day and people will be clicking on election videos. So we'll avoid talking about no topics on YouTube. But even if we get a strike and we're banned for like 7 days from live streaming, could be worth it to try to reach new people by staying live on YouTube today. So that's the plan as of right now. Tulip McGroin, good to see you, Tulip. Hope you're having a good day. Let's check back in with live InfoWars.
Most of intelligence, people ask, where do you get intelligence? Oh, the person's in the CIA, they have intelligence. That's a bunch of the most brainwashed idiots ever. They don't know anything.
Holy balls.
Update
over here. Guardian election map. Now Donald Trump leading 95 electoral college votes to Kamala with 35. We now have Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, South Carolina, Florida, and Oklahoma called for Trump, with Delaware, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, and New Hampshire called for evil, slutty, horrible Kamala. So sorry about that, but we're in the lead, guys. It's looking good right now.
Just like they almost stole Florida 4 years ago, that as it builds up, they run out of the votes in the Zuckerberg database, and then you see Cruz and others win. But it was a very close last time. And now they've been doubling down. So I'm literally sick at my stomach, because if they ever steal Texas, they're never going to let it go back again with this fraud. So I am totally disgusted. And let's just pray. We got to work harder and get these machines out, folks. Candace Horbach, your take on this?
I'm shocked. First, I guess, do you require ID in Texas to vote?
Yeah, but the Secretary of State said people can vote with non-citizen IDs.
Non-citizen IDs.
Because the FBI said so. Yeah, I mean, look at that. Texas going blue. I hope.
No way.
Yeah, well,
what happened?
And hands down by a giant landslide.
50.6% for Kamala right now. 10% reporting.
Wouldn't you imagine?
Yeah, but they've already, the state stripped the power of the Attorney General, Ken Paxton. He can investigate, but he can't prosecute. So they've defanged him. And again, Texas has 40 electoral votes.
And is it possible, even though the cities are blue, that's going to still flip the state? Because doesn't the rural...
Yeah, they come in later. Yeah. But here's it gets closer each time. I'm just saying, Harris and the Democrats have been pumping money into Texas and hovering over it. Big Tech's been pouring money in.
I had no clue. I just figured that Texas was just like California, so that it wasn't even being looked at.
Can't get complacent, man.
Yeah, California used to be deeper.
They're sending shit leftards from Cali to turn it blue.
Yeah, they just took it over with fraud.
Has Texas
colonizing?
No, not since Nixon.
Whoa. And then, yeah, I agree. I think it seems really early for a lot of those states to be calling it already. So why can't everyone else operate like Florida? Florida seems to just have it smooth, figured out.
It was all smooth till 2016 when Trump won, and now it takes weeks.
Yeah. Everyone else, pay attention.
Obama was out today saying, it's normal. 2020, it took a long time.
No,
Not normal.
The new normal.
No, the American people shouldn't accept that.
All right, we're going to check in with Luke Rakowski, but I got to go back to Harrison. We'll put that
Luke.
CNN board up. We just showed the Texas board. Yeah, Texas, the way they're representing it is, the center of the state has the disease. It's spreading out. This actually gives me an anxiety attack. I mean, I am actually, and not much gets that. I started like having butterflies a minute ago. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. Sorry.
You're fine.
Go ahead, Candace.
I mean, does it secede then? Like, is there going to be... I am shocked right now.
Well, I've been against secession so far, even though we're the Lone Star State and the Constitution can do it. But damn right we're going to have secession if the commie seize the state.
Right, you have to. And then also, at some point, if it keeps happening, you have to take care of your own border.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, let's go to... oh, it just flipped back red. Oh my God, I'm about to have a heart attack. Okay, let's get a quick take from Owen and from Harrison Smith. But I know Owen's a great, show me state, Missouri. That's basically North Texas. They're great folks too. But Harrison's a longtime Texan. His family goes back too. And this, seeing how screwed up the state is and how we're being conquered, and you can see the writing on the wall of not tonight down the road if we don't wake up and take the country back. Did you start having an anxiety attack like I did, Harrison, when you saw that?
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I'm an eighth generation Texan. This is my homeland as much as I'd consider America. But yeah, I was right there with you. As soon as you said, if it goes, if Texas goes blue, that's it forever. I mean, for Texas or for America. I'm glad it's trending back red now. But we've been covering this on American Journal because I had some inside sources with poll watchers in Harris County, and the Democratic machine in Harris County and in Dallas and in Austin is incredibly powerful. And they were working behind the scenes in very sophisticated and underhanded ways to bring this about. And also, mass migration is obviously the biggest issue. And I believe it was this year that we actually became a majority Hispanic state. So, they're the absolute majority right now. And of course, typically vote more blue anyway. So it's the big cities. It's Houston, San Antonio, and Dallas, and a little bit Austin, but Austin's just fully blue. But mostly Dallas and Houston, gigantic, very well-funded, very sophisticated operations going on there with a lot of very suspicious activity that I know Ken Paxton has been fairly good at being on top of. But, I really hope we don't regret not paying more attention to this, although we've tried as hard as we could here on InfoWars. All right, now the Google map has Texas shaded red now too, so both sources we're using now have it shaded more red. So my anxiety is coming down, but the bow, Alex, that it even momentarily went blue.
Yep, Texas now showing Donald Trump leading 50.1% to Kamala 48.8%.
Info on that.
Yeah, I would say everybody relax on Texas. Texas is going to be okay. It still shouldn't be that blue. But yes, Harris County and the shenanigans, they try to flirt with it every year. Texas should be okay, and Cruz should win the Senate. What I'm looking at now, we've got interesting numbers coming in from Georgia. Georgia is now looking good for Donald Trump. We'll dig into some of these numbers. Georgia looking good for Donald Trump. That could be key. North Carolina, the returns are still early. I don't like what I'm seeing in early returns in North Carolina. That shocks me. It's still early. That has me more anxious than what I saw in Texas.
All right, now we're going to have to come back to you. That lav mic usually works. It's echoing too bad. I know I bought like 10 wireless mics.
Lavalier mic.
Let's get you with one of those. We'll come right back to you as soon as that is fixed. We got all these great studios. I built this for us to do this all the time because of the crew and the attacks. We haven't done it. But if InfoWars stays around in this building, believe me, we're going to expand it, get more reporters, and go 24 hours a day. That's the plan.
Let's go.
To shut us down. If you back us at the AlexJonesStore.com and DrJonesNaturals.com, get all those amazing supplements and Patriot apparel and everything else, we will continue on. But we can be shut down next Tuesday. Yeah, but we're dealing with the election right now. I want to
feel you, Mandy.
Simulcast, see if they've been waiting for us. They may not be ready now, with Luke Rakowski and his great roundtable there, and get their take on the situation. Luke, can you hear me?
Luke is the man.
Thank you so much. It's an
signed with
honor
the quartering
to join you tonight. We just had the great Roger Stone call in from Mar-a-Lago. We're reporting everything that's breaking down right now. Lots of concerning news, specifically also breaking now in Georgia, Arizona, where there are bomb threats that are shutting down polling locations, allegedly, according to the official government sources, because of, quote, the Russians. And we've seen CBS, CNBC News try to conflate Joe Rogan's endorsement of Donald Trump, which was historic, with the Russians yesterday. We saw saw this weeks ago. They seeded this kind of larger kind of little kind of thing in the minds of American people that specifically that the Russians. Hold on, I think we got General Flynn here on the line as well.
General
I think there's
Flynn?
some issues going on with your tech guys. Can you guys still hear me? Is everything still coming in clear? But now we're hearing General Flynn for some reason. Alex?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We've got so many connections and so many studios and so much going on. I don't think we have Flynn on the line. He was on earlier today. Boy, that was amazing what he had to say. It's quite the experiment here, isn't it?
Yeah. We're definitely experimenting with everything unfolding right now. We'll make it work. We got the champagne bottles. We got the whiskey bottles here in case we lose. We got cigars here. We have a crazy jam-packed studio here with us. By the way, we have Andrew, don't tase me, bro. We have Kristen Megan, the chemtrail whistleblower. We have Martha Bueno. We have, of course, Stephanie Marie here. We have so many different people all around us coming in and out. So this is definitely a crazy, absolute wild night, but it definitely does look like the numbers are looking very favorable for Donald Trump. But now we're hearing a lot of specific rumblings about Russia. And that to me is a little bit concerning, especially with the latest developments that Russia just did internationally. As today, it's also being reported that the Russians are advanced fighter jets that, of course, they will be using with their larger war that's unfolding right now in the Middle East.
Luke, we're going to join you again in a moment. General Flynn just tried to get on with us. We're going to bring him up and come back to you here in a few minutes. Luke, we'll talk to you soon. God bless.
General Flynn, let's check it out, guys.
I want to get his take on the situation and updates from the former head of the Defense Intelligence Agency on with us earlier today. That interview alone is now approaching 8 million views. So people want to hear from
Hell
General
yeah,
Flynn.
JJR.
Candace Horbach. Wow, what an exciting
South Carolina called for Trump.
Again, that Texas, I'm still recovering from that. So they were just saying North Carolina is trending blue right now. It's obviously really early in the race. To me, that is so shocking after the hurricane. I don't understand how anyone could possibly vote for Kamala after how that was handled. So hopefully we see that turn relatively soon, seeing as we're calling all of these other states. And then I guess my question with Texas is, do you think that the reason why it was showing blue earlier on is because we had like
Absolutely.
And then it seemed like the government here was trying to almost make it really unfriendly for them and made it really, really conservative to the point where now they're kind of rebelling? Like,
yes.
Is that what you kind of see happening?
Well, I mean, California, other places, just because it's collapsed and they just want money. And they try to do different studies and statistics. Maybe 30% wake up, but the majority still are just dumber than a box of rocks, and they come here and turn it into San Francisco. And so, yeah, that's it.
So then do you think the solution would be to be less conservative so that it's more appealing to those people that are moving in? Like, still be Republican, still be conservative, but instead of like trying to push them out by making it unfriendly, you maybe actually go a little bit more towards the middle, and then they're
the left don't even really know about issues. The average leftist, they just follow the orders of the party. And they're very politically dumb. And so there's no making deals with them. They just follow the corporate orders. It's like, I'm liberal, I'm the anointed one, I love everybody. Now do what I say, World War III, and cut kids' penises off. And it's just, they're corporate bots. It's all BlackRock social engineering programming. They just do what they're told. They're in a cult.
So then how do you can't not let people come in the state, I suppose, unless you do secede from this.
That's a very important question. We're going to get back to that in a moment. Let's go ahead and see if General Flynn's ready. And again, folks, this is all a train wreck on purpose. This is all the independent media with bigger audiences than CNN together, just coming on each other's shows, in the streets, talking to top people. General Flynn, the former head of the Defense Intelligence Agency, former National Security Advisor to President Trump, and they tried to make him a political prisoner, the guy that the system fears. General Flynn, thank you in your busy schedule for briefly joining us to give us an update since we talked 5-6 hours ago. General, what's the latest?
Yeah, so for everybody, and Alex, thank you so much. I have joining me here the owner of Papa John's Pizza. He's got about, what, 6,000 stores, right? 6,000. Oh, yeah.
Good to be here, General.
Yeah.
Go Trump.
Yeah. So we're here at Seated Table. You know about Seated Table, the happiest place on earth. Alex, I'll tell you, I think that we're going to have a hands-down victory for Donald Trump tonight. You know, we've already made some calls in a couple of places, a couple of states. One of the things that we're here in Florida, and one of the big bellwether counties in Florida, and this isn't for the Florida vote, this is really for the national vote because of the reflection of people in Miami-Dade County. But Miami-Dade County looks like it's going to go for Donald Trump, which is a big, big deal. And what that means is that the Rust Belt of this country, which a lot of people come from the Rust Belt of the country, and they come down to places like where I'm at, Collier County. Looks like Collier County is going to go for Trump as well as Miami-Dade County. So there's some other states that are being called, and I know that they don't mean, it's not like meaningful yet. I don't want people to get, too crazy yet, but I do believe that what we're going to see is hands down Georgia, North Carolina. I'm hopeful that Virginia comes through. It's going to be a tough, tight race. I've been in touch with some friends up in New Jersey. New Jersey's going to be a tight race, but New Jersey could come into Trump's win column. I think that Pennsylvania, and because of the giant outpouring right now of people that have come out of work, primarily men up in the western counties of Pennsylvania, looks like Pennsylvania will go. And if those western counties go for Trump in the numbers that I think they're going to go,
Link that button,
I
General
absolutely see
Crypto.
Michigan falling into a Trump win column. That
Super giant, bro.
Alex, I've had my moments with the Muslim community, but that
That's right, Phil.
endorsement by Dr. Amr from Hamtramck, Michigan this morning at about 1:00, a gentleman that Alfie Oakes and I met with about a year ago. That's a huge, huge endorsement, because that community up in Michigan, and that community also bleeds over into other places like Minnesota, Wisconsin, but that community in Michigan, they vote at about 90 to 95%. So what we're seeing is an outpouring of frustration, in the voting that is taking place, the outtakes from the voters, a lot of frustration with the direction of the country. I think it's like more than 70% of the people voting in this country right now are voting because they're frustrated with the direction of the country and they want something fresh. And then we've already experienced Donald Trump as the president and know what he can do and what he's capable of doing. The other thing, Alex, is the independent vote. So the independent vote right now, clearly in Georgia, but I think overall, we're going to see an independent vote go for Donald Trump. And I think that big reason is because I call that the Bobby Kennedy effect, the Kennedy effect. So let me throw it over to Papa John here for a second. Give us your 2 cents on where you think the election's going.
Well, America works when America works, and we got to protect that middle class. And Trump's our guy. Trump will put the middle class, lower middle class, the upper middle class back on their feet. He'll do it quick, he'll do it efficiently, and he'll make things happen. We got to get him in there.
Yeah.
He knows what's
Alex, here's where I think we're at. This is for your great audience. And when we were on earlier, Alex, I think we had over 250,000 viewers. We probably have doubled that number by the time we got to this point. So
General, let me just tell you, that was one feed you were looking at. We had about, not counting our other systems, millions listing while you were on. Now on all of our streams, there's 5 million people on them right now.
Real quick, the Reaper. Reacher is 6'6" in the books, and Alan Richson, I think, is 6'1" or 6'3", and they use like upward-facing camera angles to make him look bigger than he is.
It's a great audience, and for the people that matter. So first of all, Alex Jones has been right for the last 20 years, and I told this to Alex the first time I met him. When I first met Alex, actually, when I first heard about Alex and was listening to him, he was talking about this globalist group of thugs, mainly from the World Economic Forum. So fast forward to the last 8 years, and that's what the United States of America is up against. We're up against a globalist takeover, and we went through, and I talked about this earlier, Alex, with you. We went through the whole Wuhan, China virus, right? The Chinese have not only brought in the COVID virus globally, not just here in the United States, but China has been bringing in this fentanyl. They've stuffed it with
we like short ladies,
tranquilizer over the last year.
Spinners.
We have over 200,000 killed in action. One of the things that the globalists want to do, and they have partners inside of the current administration, particularly inside the Biden-Harris administration, whether or not this makes a difference for voters tonight doesn't matter at this point, because we are at late hours here. But this is what we're up against. And we have got to defeat these people, because what they want to do with this illegal human migration worldwide, it's not only in Europe, it's right here in this country. We've got close to 22 million illegals wandering around the United States of America. We have the Mexican cartels taken by the nose by the Chinese Communist Party. We have the Chinese Communist Party has infiltrated damn near every institution of our government and our education system, and Christ, even buying up real estate in this country. So we are in a tough spot. But what we need to do is once we win this election, and we're going to win it, I don't know if we're going to know the outcome of the vote tonight, because I do think that we're going to have some of these Democrat
strongholds
governors withhold whether or not they're going to call a race or not. We'll see. I mean, Kamala Harris this morning needed 700,000 votes to beat Donald Trump in Pennsylvania. There's no way in the world that she was going to get that. People just don't like this woman. I mean, God help us, right? Uncle Joe Biden, another piece of breaking news. Joe Biden said he would not attend the campaign event for Kamala Harris tonight.
Damn it, Beavis.
Maybe it's because the guy can't sleep, can't stay awake past 4 o'clock in the afternoon. But that's a big indicator to me about the differences of opinion.
I totally agree, because he knows they basically, as we know, we first reported with others, as you did, that they grabbed him, drugged him in
Husbro representing
Nevada,
Great White North, baby.
To Delaware.
MAGA.
Disappears 8 days. There's a fake.
When we win, we're going to liberate Canada, Husbro. We're coming for you.
Sabotages Kamala, and now his wife went and voted today in an all MAGA red outfit. I think they're looking for a Trump pardon. What do you think, General?
Yeah, that's what you call in your face, Kamala, by Jill Biden, and it's in your face, Obama, by Jill Biden, because even they're sick. Yeah, there she is. There you go. They're sick and tired of even themselves. I mean, these people, one of the things that I've always said, Alex, and I've said this on your great show before to your great audience, their arrogance and their attitude will be their downfall. And these people are terrible, and they're terribly arrogant. They have no soul. They have no faith. They do not believe in anything. They don't have the same belief system I have.
Bro.
And I'll speak for myself. But this is a time where I know this, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and I think it was Michigan. I got a report from Jack Posobiec about an hour and a half ago. As men primarily, were coming out of work, the lines started to form again in those states. So, I mean, this is a really important time. I like what I'm seeing. I like what I'm feeling. I like the energy. President Trump took it all out on the field. He left it all out on the field. He finished his last rally in Michigan, the state of Michigan, at about 2 o'clock this morning. Had an exchange with him this morning with people like Tucker, spoke with Vivek, and went back and forth with Bobby Kennedy. And I will tell you, and Eric Trump as well. Everybody's very excited. We all want to hold our time here, because like me, I'm a little bit superstitious as an athlete. I'm one of those baseball players that jumps over the line, on third, between catchers, between the home plate and third.
Don't step
base.
on the crack, you'll break your mama's back.
A little bit superstitious. I want the election to be called tonight, and I do believe by all rights we should see it called tonight. So, one of the things that I want to do, Alex, is make sure that your great audience of millions and millions of people know. Thank each and every one of you. I call this the podcast presidency. The podcast presidency, because of the rise of citizen journalism, the rise of podcasters. Alex,
yes.
There's been nobody stronger, nobody more courageous than you in doing what you've been doing for decades, for years, and calling out the truth. So I love you, brother, and keep doing it. To your great audience, we got to continue to support people like you. And I know that you get out there and you're hustling right now. We're all behind you. Thank you so much. You got a great team there, and we definitely appreciate everything that you have been doing for this country. Is without people like you at the pointy end of the spear, most people would be asleep and not have a clue about what this globalism threat that we are facing is all about.
Well, General Flynn, please let me just say this about you and Papa John. Big fan of him. Know about his great work. Look, we're all in this together, and the best part of this fight is I get to know the best men and women out there. I look at the quality of Trump's supporters and his advisors like you from the beginning, and I just look at the honor and the decency and the legitimacy and the realness of us versus Kamala and Walz and the scum, and America's waking up, the world's waking up. So just, I know you probably got to go. You're very gracious to pop back on as we learn more in the night. I know you're doing a great job doing so many great shows. Pop back in with your great intel. But I feel and see on the streets the same thing, huge awakening, huge explosion. We're seeing indicators of it. I'm still worried they're trying to steal it. Trump posted 3 hours ago that he thinks and there's evidence, James O'Keefe proved it, they're trying to steal Pennsylvania by stuffing the ballot boxes and illegals voting in
got a video about that I'll play.
What's your view on that?
Yeah, that's the only way that these people can win anything is by cheating. And so we want this nonsense to stop, you know? And let me just add, because I know we're going to run short on time, because I'm here with the great Papa John, and you know, these guys don't care who comes into their shop, who comes into their pizza place to buy pizza. They don't care if somebody's black, Hispanic, Chinese, Japanese, Korean, but all of these are Americans at this point in time. I'm telling you, the entire world is watching. Over the last couple of years, I have gone around to these different communities, the Serbian community, the Hungarian American community, the Polish American community, the Indonesian American, Filipino. These represent millions and millions of people. And one of the things that President Trump did was he went out into these communities like he did when I talked about the Muslim community. He went out into these communities purposely and talked to them authentically and said, look, do you like the direction that this country is going? And obviously the answer is no. So, you know, like anybody that walks into Papa John's, they'll sell you a slice of pizza. And anybody that comes into America, as long as you come in legally, we want you, we love you, we'll embrace you. And we're going to take
Flynn,
you
as
on
you
the
warned
greatest
today,
ride you've ever been on. God bless you.
God bless you. General Flynn, as you warned today, once we get Trump in the 76 days while he's president-elect, that's when the real hell breaks loose. We're about to win a major battle. I hope you're right. But the real war is about to start. Any closing comments from Papa John?
Versus evil. I mean, this is a good versus evil. I mean, no doubt about that. And Trump's our guy, but we got the Super Bowl tonight. And it's the Patriots versus the Steelers. And Trump's our guy. But yeah, this is the work starts once we get into office. I mean, this is the Hercules kind of task that he's got to do to get this country, but he's our guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep.
And you're right. And for your audience, because we mentioned this earlier, you know, getting to this point was hard. But if you think that's hard, folks, wait until post victory between now and inauguration, and then inauguration, you know, to do the kinds of
76
things
days of hell.
again. That's going to be real hard. That's going to require a lot of sacrifice. So get yourself a deep breath tonight, folks. You know, get some rest tonight, because when tomorrow, you know, when that heat tab comes up, that sun comes up, that's when the real work begins. God bless you, Alex. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, General Flynn.
And here's me compared to Alex Jones, so you can compare the heights. I don't know. Candace Horbach looks pretty tall, man. She looks pretty tall. Here's the story that Alex was mentioning regarding James O'Keefe in Pennsylvania. This is the smoking gun of attempted election theft, he says. This is the official policy of blue cities. This is replacement migration in your face. Philadelphia City Commissioner's Office tells non-citizens they can vote. If they're Philly residents, NGO SEBA across the street sends non-citizen voter with an ITIN. Take a look at this, guys.
James O'Keefe here in North Philadelphia on 5th Street. Right here is the Philadelphia City Commissioner's Office. The day before
What's
election
up, in God
day,
we
and across
trust?
the street
Good
is
to see you,
an
bro.
NGO
I know who you are.
SEBA. That's SEBA. And they are
Semper
telling
Fi, brother.
people to vote. They are telling people that all you need is what's called a TIN number. That's ITIN number. And you can vote if you're not a citizen of the United States. So we sent an undercover reporter to this
What's
NGO
up, Biggs?
right across from the place where people are early voting, and she got confirmation that yes, in fact, she can vote with nothing but an ITIN number.
You're welcome on the show anytime, bro. All you got to do is just let me know. I'll send you the link.
And then we went into the city
He was on my
commissioner's
Game of
office
Thrones
to
show.
speak to the man who works there, working for the city government, confirming that you only need to be a resident of Philadelphia.
But when I say resident, that means of the entire United States. But you're just worried about Philadelphia. Oh, you don't care about anything else.
Mispodcasting me, the
You
two
just
brother.
want them to have a resident of Philadelphia. After that, you confirm that you register, whether you have a social security number or not.
Ooh, breaking news real quick. Let's pause, hop over to Guardian's interactive map. Thanks, JJR, for pointing this out. Donald Trump now leading 101 electoral votes to Kamala Mamala. Heels up Harris with 49. We now have Oklahoma, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, and Indiana all called for Trump. Threeper, good job down there in Arkansas, brother. I'm giving you credit for this one. Thanks everybody for getting out there and voting like your lives depend on it, because they literally do in this case. Otherwise, it's FEMA camps for all of us if they can get us, right? Right, in God we trust.
Obviously, it's extremely loud here. Music is very loud. So we're going to go ahead and walk across the street and talk to these people.
Hello. Mira, están jodiendo a estos mamados.
Are you
Aquí están jodiendo.
Are you Juliesa? Are you Juliesa? And these people over here across the street are saying that you can vote if you have an I-10 number.
Fixer, it didn't happen,
this is
Wiley.
the document that they gave us. I-10.
Dog pool style. You're going to kiss the dog? James, okay. They're straight up registering illegals over there. Completely insane. Let's check back in with looks like Blessed to Teach has Bannon playing.
People look at them. You had a lot of long faces early in the evening in CNN and MSNBC. Your analysis now is saying, hey, it takes a couple of hours to work this through, but he may be either as good or maybe even better. She's underperforming.
Let's hop over to actual
Mark
war room.
Robinson problem. And a lot of people are saying, did Robinson and the problems he had have a drag on Trump? There are people that are nervous about North Carolina. Now, why does this matter? If she wins North Carolina, she then has alternative paths to the presidency. The cutoff of North Carolina and Georgia really made the fact that she had to run the tables on the blue wall, and that was looking increasingly problematic. Particularly, she kind of panicked at the end of her campaign and started going and camped out in Wisconsin for all day Friday, and then went back to Pennsylvania for all day Monday. And particularly, she went to areas in Wisconsin, in Milwaukee, and she went to areas in Pennsylvania, in Philadelphia, and finished her campaign in Philadelphia, where you wouldn't think you would have to go if you were trying to expand out.
Those benefits,
basically the summary
Donna,
where we
that's
stand
the only reason.
at 8:30 tonight on election night.
100% accurate, and also it's the flight deck plan of a Democrat who's underperforming in the core areas, not someone who's on offense trying to bring in additional states like North Carolina. Over the weekend, I was told by multiple people close to Kamala Harris's campaign that she pulled some resources from North Carolina and Georgia and moved into Pennsylvania and Wisconsin because she thought the chances were better there. It's another reason why I'd be surprised if she would pull out North Carolina. There's no doubt North Carolina changes the map entirely if Democrats put that in the win for the presidential column. But I don't get that sense yet. I've been pounding people all over the state, and they think the vote count is coming in a little differently than it has because of the oddities of the hurricane. But they're not yet. They're not jumping out windows quite yet.
I've always been North Carolina in 16. It was Mark Meadows that actually had to calm me down. I was always nervous. There was never a strong. Wiley's done a good job. There's never a great
Definitely,
GOP
Donna.
base there. Two things before I go to Natalie. Thematically. Normally when things happen, particularly in demographics in the United States, they happen throughout the country, right? You can see this. The Florida situation with the Hispanic vote is quite important. And what we're seeing, and particularly in Philadelphia with the African-American male vote, and it looks like the underperformance of that not showing up. Also, overall, African-American vote looks like it's going to be 11%, not 13%. Those are two big themes, both headwinds for Kamala Harris. Although, let me tell you.
Real quick, Trump right now has Oklahoma, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, and Indiana leading 101 to 52.
Is he close to 40% with Hispanic men?
I will pull that, but before we do, in reference to Georgia, Baldwin County, which is 41% black, is looking like Trump is going to flip that. He'll be the first Republican to win that county since 2004. Wow. And just to go big picture, we know the New York Times Tech Guild has been having issues, will be euphemistic, but they have just put up their needle, and they put the Electoral College estimate right now, currently Trump 279, which she actually just revised. He was a little lower, and Harris 259, with Harris at the popular vote estimating up 0.9.
Hold it, hang over a second. This is monumental.
Yeah.
Because this is the first time it's happened. Yep. The needle, and then maybe we can get it to the to Parker and the staff in the interim. They have a thing like a needle on a speedometer. It has never gone, I don't think, to Trump at all in this campaign. You're saying now it actually points to 279 electoral votes for President Trump. Well, correct me if I'm
278, 260.
Would that would mean that they're projecting, I believe, he wins North Carolina and takes Wisconsin, does not get Nevada, right, and does not get Pennsylvania and probably Michigan. He wins one of the, at 279, he wins, it appears he wins the Wisconsin seat. This is what Jonathan Martin, who used to be a Politico, one of the best finance writers, a finance reporter, a very straight guy on Morning Joe today, he actually said Trump 270, and here's how you get there, right, or 278. It says Kamala Harris would be 270 to win the blue wall and win Nebraska too. Do we have Amanda Head yet in Georgia? Do we have Amanda? I would love to go to Amanda Head down in Georgia and get a field report. We've got David Zier in North Carolina. We've got Michelle that's in Philadelphia. We're trying to get Jack Posobiec to talk a little bit about Pennsylvania. We're going to go back to Gruber, Brother Gruber here in a second. So I don't have Amanda Head. Okay, fine. Okay, let's go to Amanda Head in Georgia. Amanda, the people are cautiously optimistic about Georgia, but we're not there yet. Can you give us your breakdown?
Yeah, they've moved a little bit away from the cautiously part and towards optimism. I've spoken to, of course, the Georgia State Chair, Josh McCoon, numerous times over the last 7 days or so, and his confidence seems to keep building. And with respect to what Natalie Winters was saying, I'm hearing the same thing out of Baldwin County.
So many hotties on our side.
And again, this is a 40% African-American district. There's also been a shift in young voters. In Fulton County, Georgia, they're close to 90% reporting. They've got a 2.6% shift.
So I wasn't the only one thinking it through.
Over 2020. So that's interesting because that's a rural area, young black men. It's something that a lot of us thought might happen. But this is something that I wanted to point out to you. The 5 counties where turnout has been the strongest, both in early voting and day of, are 5 very strong Republican counties. Towns County, Oconee, Dawson, Forsyth, and Rabun. So I think there are a lot of people here who are moving towards the optimism column instead of just cautiously optimistic. We'll see.
Okay, Amanda, I want to hit rewind and go through that because there's so much, particularly the fact of how President Trump's performing in these African American counties. Why is the sense we've kind of gone from it's closed and the polls closed, people are looking at some good news out of Georgia. Why are people more than cautiously optimistic that we could? Because if we can put Georgia away in the next couple of hours, that would be a huge, thing in President Trump's column. Walk us back through that assessment.
Yeah, so it kind of starts with the early voting and the history of early voting that we've seen over the last few elections, where obviously you're going to have more Democrat turnout. Republicans this time around, especially in those rural counties, really embrace the early voting aspect. So you've got all of these voters. And by the way, I've got some elderly numbers. Actually, I don't want to say elderly because I don't want to get anybody mad at me, but age 60 to 79 group is showing up strong with a 73.4% turnout compared to just 39.5% for ages 18 to 39. Now, I want to get back to those rural counties, those red counties.
Amanda, you're one of my favorite people, and you're my favorite people. You're wingman to John Solomon. Don't use elderly when you're talking about 70. Okay, what
Yeah,
is
think
this?
before you open your mouth.
What are you doing? It's the new 50. I'm coming out prison rip, baby. I'm ready to go. Elderly? We're not elderly.
Season.
You guys are nowhere close to 70, okay? You got to hit 80 before you get there. You guys are just in the wise column. That's all there is.
I see you lurking
but when
over
I
there.
spoke to Josh McCoon last week, he said with respect to the red counties, and he used the term monstrous turnout. So you have a lot of folks in these counties who in the past, they didn't show up to vote early. So that I think is why you are seeing this switch, because they are starting those early ballot counting. And so you're seeing that shift a little bit more later in the evening. But I think, you've got to know by midnight. So I think that we're going to see numbers. What time is it? Close to 9. I think probably in the next 30 minutes.
Are you saying you think you'll see another drop? You see more numbers coming in Georgia, that this thing will be fairly close to call around 9:30?
I think so. And I think it's probably going to stay. I mean, the margin all night has been anywhere from 11 points to 8 points, but it's pretty much stuck around 10 points. So it makes me wonder if there's really going to be any significant shift to speak of on the other side of this.
Hang on for 1 second. John Solomon, your thoughts about Georgia?
It's going to be in the red column. Listen, Kemp has his machine out there. The fact that Trump and Kemp made up, the fact that Donald Trump resonates with the Georgia vote, and the fact that young black voters are either staying home or voting more Republican this time around. There's no way for Donald Trump to lose that state, I don't think, at this point. And one of the things, I just got a text from someone close to Senator Warnock. He thinks that the black vote is just really underperforming in Georgia.
That's what we've been hearing. My friend John texted me saying, if Trump wins North Carolina, Georgia, and Virginia, that's game. Everything else will be icing on the cake. Shout out to John and Zach.
And all throughout the Southeast is what that source told me. And that's very
he's a guy that can turn out.
He is an outstanding guy.
He is a fantastic guy. They've talked about him as a potential vice president in the future, maybe even a presidential candidate because of that. Okay, short commercial break. We're going to return to the Willard Hotel in just a moment.
All right, let's hop back over to InfoWars, see what's going on with Harrison Smith and
1%.
Owen.
So still very close there, but at least a larger percentage of reports in, and it's still leaning red and looks like it's going to stay that way. Same with Georgia. But, I mean, he's up 11 points in Georgia right now. So looking very good in that regard. Same in North Carolina.
Yeah, it's not like they closed the polls and he's only, 2 points
Kamala
ahead.
A. Black, Donna.
If he's 11 points ahead, places like Georgia, bitch, you ain't going to be able to stuff enough ballots to get that done.
Yeah, and the results
Crypto
in
responding.
Georgia for tonight, we don't have many results.
Everybody's favorite. I read your Discord
from early voting and
title
mail-in
there,
voting,
Crypto.
which usually favors the Democrats. So I really, again, I don't want to call Georgia. And we saw, but because, here's the difference, Alex. This is the same thing we saw in 2020.
Channel 2.
The
Thanks so much,
was
bro.
In 2020,
Oh, God,
they
yes.
played a trick on us.
Turning
They
the
ran
chat
free
yellow.
flicker. They ran the fumble-rooski. They shut
Fumble
down
Rooski.
the polls. They went
Bumblebee
back, they
tuna.
pulled out their secret troves of ballots.
Appreciate you,
Biden
brother.
got the 300,000 votes that he needed to win at 3 o'clock in the morning when everybody was sleeping. We got them. We know this time. If they try to pull a stunt like that, it'll be too obvious. We caught them double, triple, quadruple counting ballots in Fulton County. People got arrested for that. So
make sure to follow
this
Channel
is
2
big.
Action
I
News on
anticipated-
X,
I think
guys.
Trump needed Georgia
At
but it will
CH2
just feel
Action
good.
News.
I will feel a lot
Good to see you.
calmer
Thanks again.
when I see Georgia called for Trump. That'll really make me feel good.
Oh, and then they're doing a hypersonic nuclear
Jones is
weapons
stressing.
test, nuclear weapons delivery system test tonight. And I mean, it's all just, and again, it's not just they're claiming Russia with no evidence is hacking Arizona when the power's going off too, so that people can't vote in conservative areas and at the conservative voting stations all over the place. And then, Russians are calling in bomb threats in Georgia.
Creeper!
That's bullcrap.
Orange man
I mean,
bad.
this is if you slip on a banana peel, it's the damn Russians. For anybody that's
Thanks,
studied
Creeper.
Russia, they have the biggest
Come
country in
on,
the world,
eat it,
3 times the
mango.
size of the
Ooh.
U.S. Like 90% of it's uninhabited. They can't get their street lights to work right. I'm not saying they're dumb. Putin says, we're too big. We sold you Alaska for a few $million. We're not trying to take you over. Yeah, when the commies ran it, they were, which our own criminal Western governments put in as a disease on them. The Russians want to make money. They want to be successful. They want to, again, the Chi-Coms are up our rear end. Israel's up our rear end. The EU's up our rear end. Hollywood, the left, BlackRock, that's who has all the power, big tech. The
Hell yeah,
Russians have flex power propaganda-wise that is incredibly weak, except Americans in the world see that the Russians are pulling away from leftist ideology, so we say, oh, good, we wish you luck. But the Russians have no flex. The Russians aren't doing anything. Oh, God, we caught them paying for news programs $10 million and running ad campaigns. $10 million? Again, that's like a flea compared to a frickin' elephant. Sorry.
By the way, I got some good news to report. The Republicans are going to gain a seat in the Senate in West Virginia.
Ooh, we got a guest, guys.
The seat that Joe Manchin left. It looks like Jim Justice is on his way to victory over Glenn Elliott. And now you're looking at least +1 in the Senate for Republicans.
What's up, Unique
Now
Prep
you're
Big?
looking more +2
Good to see you, bro.
or even 3.
Feel free to chime in at any moment, and I'll just pause the video.
Very good news.
Let's just slow down here because we've been so focused on Trump. At least I have. I know Owen and you have been covering it well, but that was before the numbers were coming in. The House and the Senate are beyond critical. And so, wow, the fact that Senate seat in West Virginia, that is devastating. So they're calling that right now.
It's over. It's over. It's a dominated race. Justice just crushed the Democrat Glenn Elliott. And I will tell you the other thing,
Trish
Alex.
says Justice sucks,
Again, I'm being conservative, saying +1 in the Senate.
Yeah,
now +1 is pretty much a guarantee, I would say, because I think Tester is going to lose to Sheehy in Montana. And with what I'm seeing in Ohio right now, I think that Moreno could unseat Brown. So there you go.
Trump's about
There's
to
Republican
speak.
Senate right there.
Ooh, Trump's about to
that's
speak.
an old video of him winning in 2016. Yeah, we want to be
Classic
doing this
2016.
again at 2 a.m. like last time.
That's right.
Oh, my God. I haven't drank a drop in a long time, but I don't know about tonight. If Trump wins.
What a time to be alive.
How much alcohol's in the building?
For real.
We'll find you some sparkling juice.
I have to unwind.
Somebody get to the liquor store immediately. No,
Somebody get that man a joint.
Pulp Fiction. Let's not start what at each other yet. Okay, sorry. Anything else? Repeat that news again, please.
So, yeah, with this seat,
fuck yeah, man.
The Republicans essentially level out the Senate. And, I mean, look, between Ohio and Montana, I think it's safe to say the Republicans are going to flip one of those seats. I would bet they flip both based off what I'm seeing right now in Ohio. It might be tight. So, I mean, I think it's safe to say the Republicans are going to take the Senate with at least a 1-seat majority. Now you're looking at maybe a 2.
Lord,
and
too fat to sit a horse,
well Trump
Trish?
does in these other battleground states,
damn,
3, maybe even 4. But I think it's safe to say right now the Republicans are going to take control of the Senate. And the other good news about this too, Alex, Mitch McConnell is done.
Honestly,
as
if
the
Pennsylvania
Senate
goes
leadership.
for Trump, he will have a Yuga chance of winning.
Yes, it'll be huge. Man, if Pennsylvania goes for Trump and we get North Carolina, Virginia, and everything, man, the anticipation is it's like pins and needles in my eyes at this point. This is crazy. What do you think the odds are, Z-Man? Looking good? What do you think? I think so too. I think we're in a pretty good position, guys. This is going to end up in the courts, but we're going to have a lot of evidence because everybody's filming. James O'Keefe has people infiltrating all the polls and everything with cameras. So we're going to have a lot of evidence that we didn't have last time, hopefully. Crazy stuff, guys.
That worthless Republican senator is done as the Senate leadership. You're going to be looking at a new Senate leadership of Josh Hawley, maybe.
And we have the judicial. And then we can actually purge the deep state legally and lawfully with the trifecta.
Let's do it.
I mean, I'm sure you've got that, but you want me to define it for people?
Yeah. No, and I think that's
right,
really
Phil.
exciting too, because it's really hard, even if you have someone that you want to win that gets the presidential election. If he has everyone working against him, it's like how much change can he actually be effective with? So yeah, that's really great news.
Exactly. So he needs the infrastructure of the runway.
Exactly. So that's really good.
So how are you feeling right now?
I'm excited. And then earlier, they were saying he might not even need Pennsylvania, which is good after seeing that video, which is alarming. So regardless, I think that needs to be investigated and people need to go to jail. If you have people illegally voting, how is that okay? And how is there not jail time for everyone that's doing that?
And they've been caught red-handed. I mean, they really overplayed their hand here.
Yeah. So, I mean, is anything going to come of that? And then I guess if Trump wins, is anything going to come of that? Because that's not okay. And when we voted in North Carolina, there was like an amendment to have non-citizens be allowed to vote. I'm like, who is saying yes to this? Who's like, yes, we want illegal immigrants to be able to vote because their needs are aligned with the American people that are paying taxes and came here the right way? That makes no sense at all.
Absolutely. I'm going to send a tweet out that it looks like, we have won the Senate. I mean, that's the numbers. And Owen, you're the numbers guy. Doesn't it look like we're going to get even more in the Senate then?
Don't worry, Donna. I'm up all night.
Again, I mean, you look at the Montana and Ohio seats. I think at least one of them flips. I mean, I think at least one of them flips, probably two. And now you're just looking at what's going to go on in Pennsylvania, in Wisconsin, in Arizona, in Nevada.
Fuck yeah, Sean.
If Trump can pull these other Senate candidates across the finish line, here's the problem with the Senate race, though. And this is why the Republicans do much better in the House typically than the Senate races, because the Senate races can be rigged and stolen at the state level, just like the presidential election can, because they can overwhelm the entire state in the Democrat cities. That's why Pennsylvania gets Democrat senators like John Fetterman, who literally can't talk or walk.
Crypto, you crazy, bro.
Instead of Dr. Oz.
I feel like the higher entity of us is shining light tonight and keeping the evil away.
I hope so, brother. That's what it feels like. I mean, July 13th. What can you say beyond that? That little head movement to the right and forward, to the right and forward. If that was not an act of divine providence, I do not know what is, brother.
That's the only concern I have in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania specifically, and even Arizona, is if they just steal these states.
So persecuted. Owen spent 4 months in jail. In the indictment, they said that he did not work at InfoWars and that he lied, saying that he was with me outside the Capitol, stopping people getting in.
Unbelievable.
Despite the fact that Owen had worked here for many years before that, was my co-host.
Many years.
Had his own popular show.
6 years, probably?
When we hired him and when he was here before they took him off the internet, he had bigger videos on Facebook. He had one with 100 million views.
So you guys get the gist on that. Mama Mac shared this. O'Keefe Media Group live from Mount Laurel, New Jersey. Voters waiting in 4+ hour-long lines. Voters are calling this a, quote, disgrace, unquote. James O'Keefe III is on the ground in Mount Laurel, New Jersey, speaking with voters who have been waiting in line for hours with no clear explanation as to why the process is taking so long. Voters are expressing frustration as they've been standing in line without receiving updates or information. The delays are impacting people's ability to cast their votes in a timely manner, and many are seeking clarity on what's causing the holdup. If you are in New Jersey, stay in line. Stay in line. I don't care if you have to piss your pants. Do it. It's worth it.
You've got a 4-hour
peeing your pants is cool.
In Mount Laurel, New Jersey. We got a lot of complaints about the lines here.
Thanks, Mama Mac.
How long have you guys been waiting in line?
So crazy.
Half an hour just to go about.
So crazy, in God we trust.
Yes, a half an hour, that's all.
And then you've got another 2 hours to go. Are you going to wait that long?
Nice, Phil.
Waiting a long time. How you doing? Nice to see you. You brought the chairs here?
Yes. We didn't know. We came and saw them off, went back to Walmart and bought his
You got
chair.
it, Mandy.
Came first, came back. A number of
If
people have
peeing
come
in
back
pants is cool, consider me Miles Davis.
multiple times. How long have you waited here?
Not too long.
Half an hour. How do you feel about the process?
Well, we wish it was moving faster, but
You gotta do what you gotta do.
You got to do what you got to do.
and it's nice to see all these patriotic people.
Yes, it's very nice.
Me too, Donna.
How long do you anticipate waiting to vote?
Well, we're going to wait as long as we
As long as it takes. When does it close here?
Good.
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. So that you could be waiting 2 to 3 hours.
Stand back and
You're okay with
stand
that?
by.
Well, we have no choice.
Did you bring water, food, anything like that? No. We get the forest in case we need to go to the bathroom. That's what I did. See you. Because we've been running around. Oh, thanks. Nice to meet you. Yeah, I live in Bergen County, but we've been going around. So how do you feel about this process?
Bit of a log jam.
It's a log jam. How long do you expect to wait?
So we're being told 4 hours.
4 hours?
From back there.
So just get that shot again. That's 4-hour-long lines here in Mount Laurel.
Brutal. Let's check in with CBS.
The CBS Broadcast Center in New York with coverage of CBS News America Decides. We are getting snapshots from a handful of important battleground states this election night. Polls in Wisconsin are about to close, where 10 electoral college votes are up for grabs. CBS's Janet Shamlian is in Milwaukee for us tonight. Janet, good evening. We understand there was a recount of several thousand ballots tonight.
Good evening to you, Lindsay. Yes, more than 31,000 absentee ballots here in Milwaukee after it was discovered a problem with the 18 tabulation machines in this room. Authorities say this was done purely for transparency, but it appeared that the doors were not fully closed on these machines. There was no compromise to the ballots, and they reset all of these machines to zero. But this is going to add several hours to the count here in Wisconsin, which was already going to go into the morning because they can't start counting ballots like that, the absentee ballots in this state, unlike some other states, until Election Day. So whereas we were expecting a 1 or 2 a.m. close, now several hours later than that, at least here in the Milwaukee area.
Janet, can you talk to us about the importance of this state in the race?
10 electoral
Massa Sterling, you crazy.
Ballots or votes at stake here. And this has been a swing state. It went for Biden in 2020, Trump in 2016. Both of the last two presidential races decided by fewer than 25,000 votes. This state, unlike most of the other swing states, is not that diverse. It is largely white and rural. We saw a big turnout at the polls here today, Lindsay.
What can you tell us about the Senate race there?
It's very close as well. We've got the incumbent Democrat trying to hold on to her seat, Tammy Baldwin, against a challenger who is increasing in the polls. It's been far apart for weeks now. It is very tight. This is a very important race to the Senate as Republicans try to regain control.
All right, CBS's Janet Shamlian in Milwaukee. We
now have another update over at HQ Decision Desk HQ. Trump now leading 111 electoral votes to Kamala with 67. Oh, and it just updated live. Now Trump 128. They just called Ohio. So now in the quiver, we have Oklahoma, Missouri, Arkansas, Mississippi, Alabama, Florida, South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, Ohio, and West Virginia. Uh-oh. They called Virginia for Kamala, even though Trump is winning? What? How is that blue when Trump has a higher percentage there? What is going on with this? You can see Trump in the lead, yet they're saying that it's blue? What's up with that, guys? I don't know what is going on there. Let's check in with Lou Valentino.
Here from Fox right now. Let me refresh Fox, and then we'll
what's
see what's going on.
The thing about the college students is that there's been such a focus on young men, and these podcasts are the podcasts that college boys are watching and listening to. Theo Vaughn, Joe Rogan, Jake Paul, all of these guys. So just because they're in college doesn't mean this time around that they're necessarily voting the way that you think college students would.
We also welcome Kayleigh McEnany, Trey Gowdy. Kayleigh, the interesting thing I mentioned earlier was Florida. We've already called that state for the former president, but inside those numbers,
you got something, Z-Man?
There's a massive.
Go for it, brother.
Trump needs to get in and get rid of the freaking tabulators and machines.
Absolutely. And get rid of the machines. In Connecticut, I fill out my ballot, and then I literally put it in a black box. That's like a tabulating machine. It's a black box, and there's no serial number, no nothing for me to track it later to see if it actually counted. It's bullshit, man. Bullshit. What was it like voting for you in Colorado, bro?
Puerto Rican turnout.
Yes.
In Osceola County and other places.
Yes.
in other places,
You have
the
to wait
media
in
would tell
line?
you that MSG rally really upset the Puerto Rican vote outpouring, but Trump won that overwhelmingly with a massive Puerto Rican turnout. I'm not sure it affects things one-to-one, but it is interesting to look at.
It is. So Osceola County, as you point out, a big Puerto Rican population. Listen to this. Joe Biden won Osceola County by 14%.
That's right.
With 95% reporting currently, Donald Trump is leading by.
It's 9 o'clock right now. 9 o'clock.
Can we take from Florida? Miami-Dade County, a huge Latino population. No presidential candidate has won that.
It would be crazy, though, because they were like, oh, Mike Pence doesn't have the authority not to certify. So then if Kamala went and didn't certify, it would be like going back on everything they've said for the past 4 years about Mike Pence. It's a serious threat, though, Phil. So I could see that happening. Completely insane.
That since 1988. Ron DeSantis, of course, won Miami-Dade as a governor. But currently, Donald Trump in Miami-Dade County with 95% reporting is.
All right, we're gonna get an update here from Fox real quick. Once again, Virginia called for Harris, which makes absolutely no sense to me.
Bullshit.
Bit, ladies and gentlemen, absolutely not one bit. Doesn't make any sense. How they called Virginia. Let's see. All right, so
Trump is winning in Virginia, and they called it for Kamala. What? They're just assuming that the next districts are all going to be blue, I guess, probably. Let's see what's going on CNN.
I had a ballot that I did last night, and Dad turned it into the clerk office today.
Oh, nice. Nice. So you didn't have to go wait in line. That's good. That's good. That would have been a pain in the ass, bro. Total pain in the ass. Shit is crazy, man. Nothing happening on CNN. Let's hop over to Fox. No sound over here. Let's refresh. 178 now? What just happened? 194 now? Oh, man. We just had Wyoming, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Texas called for Trump now. Trump at 194 electoral votes. Kamala trailing behind by 99 at 95. This is good, guys. This is good. Let's hope that it keeps going in this direction. And let's see, who do we want to jump over to next? Let's check back in with RSBN. Let me refresh this.
Wisconsin closed. Arizona just closed. Nevada, 10 p.m. Eastern. North Carolina already closed at 7:30. So we're just looking at some of the swing states there as we monitor the polls that close. And then, of course, we'll see the numbers come in and the votes counted. We'll be monitoring that right here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, so Pennsylvania already closed, so we're watching those numbers too. Why don't we look in a little closer, Bobby, to Pennsylvania on the interactive AP map here, as we know that that's a key state there, the Commonwealth. We'll be going as well to Pennsylvania shortly for some interviews that occurred a little bit earlier from some great voters there in Pennsylvania.
You got Threeper's ballot over here. Fuck yeah, Threeper. Republicans all the way down ticket. Good shit, bro.
On as far as the line length right now, but we want to talk to some friends here and see sort of what the temperament has been today. And
Z-Man, just so you know, if you want to pipe in, just go ahead and hit that button, and I'll pause the video. I'm jumping around tabs on other windows, so I won't necessarily see you if you raise your hand to let me know that you want to talk. So just feel free to hop in at any time, brother.
And what the turnout has been like. Tell me a little bit about that.
Okay, the temperament's been great. I'm a Republican committee woman, and I'm here with my Republican committee man, and we always meet the Democratic committee people who are working across, and we just say, let's be a good example. I'm not saying I'm telling them. We both are staying together. We want to make the tempo,
probably
and the temperament of our process today positive,
as it should be.
As it should be. Yep.
That's the beauty of being here today. You know how you have people voting on both sides, and we're all making our voices heard, which is what's the beauty of America. So tell me a little bit about what you've been noticing. Is there anything specific as far as have you seen more men, more women, different age groups? Has it been kind of a mix? Let me know.
Oh, that's a very good question.
50.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
that's
really
like
feel
nothing.
it has not been gender specific. It has been a good example. We've seen a lot of first time voters, and that is both guys and gals, and it's been really exciting to see. And they're excited to vote for the first time.
I love to see that. When we talk on the campaign trail, we see all of these young kids, and they say, "This is my chance to really exercise my right," which is wonderful. And the next question I just wanted to ask you, as far as what you're going to see, what are you expecting insofar as results? Are you seeing any kind of funny business? Does everything seem very
Colorado
legit?
can
How's
go
election
fuck off.
integrity going right now?
Totally. Colorado's so fucked, man. What were the ballot questions that had you nervous? Were there rank voting? Wasn't that one of them? Ranked voting? Yeah, go ahead.
Now.
I don't see any issues at this point. I mean, we're outside here. We don't see any arguments. We don't see people getting into any kind of conflict with each other. People are taking it seriously. They seem excited.
Good question,
And
Crypto.
at this point, I mean, I'm not inside. I don't know what's happening behind the scenes, but at this point, it looks good out here.
Wonderful. And thank you both so much for what you do and what you're doing for the community. Any specific concerns you want to just talk about as far as what you're hoping to see change, happen, what you're looking forward to based on whatever happens with the results?
Oh,
Not as far as I know, Phil.
Well, I'm just hoping that everything goes smoothly. That we have a you know, just hope it goes smoothly, and there's no I don't know what the word
Theft?
is, but you know, I don't
That's
even
the word
want
you're
to
looking
put a
for.
word on what would be negative.
I like that. So that's a perfect answer. Very politically correct, but also very good. Very good answer. That's what we want to see today. Thank you, ladies, so much. Appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, so that was Nikki.
Well, they got Viva over on
betting
InfoWars.
with their dollar, and it's looking very good. And I'm comparing the margins of the states that Trump he might be losing certain states now, but the question is by what compared
I'll
to
be
2020?
right back.
And he might be winning Florida now because I think they won Florida back in 2020, but by what? And the margins are swinging radically. And Miami going red, or at least having a double-digit shift since 2020, is an indication not just of Florida, Miami, whatever. It's an indication of the Latino vote. And from what I've been explained by people who are smarter than me, the Latino vote, excluding California, but across America. And it's wild. I mean, it's wild in real time. And we haven't yet gotten to the Pennsylvania, to certain other swing states. But what we're seeing from the East is going to be indicative of what's coming as you progress west, except for California. But it's looking very good, and I don't want to get ahead of anything, but it's looking good.
Yeah, we're going to pull it up. I was just looking at it. He's going way up in projections from the mid-60s to the 70s, and Polymarket is dead on. So Polymarket now projecting Trump victory, and it may be so big that even if they try to hold Georgia or Pennsylvania or Nevada or Arizona out, it could be so big that doesn't matter. Looks like the Roger Stone prediction. He said it was a good possibility, trending towards it Sunday, that Trump would win tonight.
Yeah, well, and not just that, like, it's a game of politics. Like, we all understand this. It's a game of politics, what they can get away with, pushing the limits. If it's so decisive east to west, they won't even try to say, well, we need another 2 weeks. No. First of all, there's no civilized country in the world where it takes a week, 2 weeks, or in California's case, 30 days to get the final tally. It's the day of, you count them. And if you can't count them by the morning, you have failed, and that's not to be accepted. In Maricopa County, I forget the guy's name, coming out and saying, we might not know for 2 weeks, and that's normal.
Go for it, brother.
No, it's not normal. What it is.
Like one here, right now Colorado doesn't transfer the allocated money from public to private schools if a kid transfers. The money literally stays with the public schools. I voted for transferring the money. The public school literally threw a fit when my dad tried to take me out of the system. I bet somebody was
Bastards.
making dough off me.
Probably, bro. That's fucked up. At least you voted against it. Shit is crazy. Look at this. Look at this. Viva's talking about it right now on on Infowars, but Poly Market skyrocketing at the moment. Skyrocketing. Trump 71.6% on Poly Market. Kamala down to 28.6% on Poly Market. Betting markets shifting drastically in favor of Trump at this point. Very good, very good. We're still at 194 electoral votes. Harris trailing behind with 95. Colorado starting to turn blue over here, guys. Uh-oh. Projected, we got 6% in, exactly, Z-Man. 6% of votes in, 192,000 votes, 192,776 votes in. Kamala leading with 78.6% to Donald Trump's 19.6%. Ridiculous. That's completely insane. So hopefully that corrects sooner than later. Oh man, we need Colorado to turn red, guys.
Is politicking. And if the social permission slip for them to do this is no longer
we got
there.
Tucker live too with Don Jr.
I'm sitting there at the end of 4 rallies. It's 5:30 in the morning, and I'm like exhausted. And you know what it's like. You get up on the stage when we did our great event up in Jacksonville, and there's like 17,000 people there, and I'm like, you get done, it's like, okay, it's bedtime. It's like, yeah, I'm not going to sleep for hours. Like I'm just
gorgeous.
I know.
You absorb some of that energy when the crowd gives you that. You absorb that energy, and like you're not.
Mar-a-Lago, nice, Wiley. Thanks for sharing.
I'm looking at my dad. I'm like, and honestly, I'm always impressed with him, and whether it's getting shot in the face and coming back defiant, or just, but his overall energy. It's like it's 6 a.m. He's been going since 6 a.m. 24 hours. He's had the thousands of people that he's been entertaining. His it's not like a Kamala Harris speech, which is like 7 minutes off a prompter. I mean, you can have a 45-minute speech in the prompter, but he's up there for 120 minutes. It's like, I'm like, for the love of God, like we did the first rally in North Carolina. We got there relatively on time, and like by the time we got done, we're like, well, we're already 2 hours behind schedule. I'm like, I'm not going to get to sleep tonight. Like, and I'm going to be on TV and radio all morning. So, I pulled an all-nighter, but the guy's 78.
Infowars foundational energy.
Is doing TV all day, doesn't go to sleep at all, and I'm like, I don't even know that. I don't have that at 46. Like it's I'm like,
well, tonight he was in there.
Let's go, Threeper.
You were probably working, but
yeah,
he was in there, and the returns are coming up. The first tranche at 7. All his
there we go.
He's doing this, like play-by-play.
Yeah.
In front of everybody, just for like 40 minutes, and it's hilarious.
And he remembers everyone, and he remembers when they got on board, especially the guys that got on early. But the recall. Is actually amazing. Like when they start doing the most offensive stuff I see is like when they're like, well, Trump's in the later stages of dementia and Alzheimer's. I'm like, the same people that told you that Joe Biden is alive and well. I'm like,
not you, Omega.
It's been a weekend at Bernie's for 4 years, but he really, he gets
Kentucky
it.
for Trump.
Yeah, no, he's not. He's not in the later stages of dementia.
No.
I think
oh yeah, that's right.
you don't have to like him, but he's not suffering from dementia.
Well, you combine just the full weight and force of the mainstream media. A $1 trillion industry.
Right,
you combine that. You add in, big tech. You add in, 3-to-1 outspend, and it's like it's hard. Like I feel like if I was a leftist, like we'd win elections by like 99.9 to like 0.01, and the 0.01 is like people who just filled in the wrong circle or something like that. Like, it's actually hard to believe we can even be
Tucker and
competitive,
Don
but that's
Jr.
how insane the Democrat Party is today.
I gotta say, for me, there are lots of things I'm looking forward to if he wins, but Nicole Wallace has got to be right at the top of the list. Like,
a couple of those, I want to like juxtapose them to like 2016, who Martha Raddatz, the very, very unbiased moderator of the Hillary Clinton debate. She's there in tears on TV. I'm like, you think she's really like unbiased? You think there's even like a little bit? And you look at the way they've analyzed the coverage, 93% negative against Trump, like 276% positive for Kamala Harris. I'm like she hasn't even given you guys your policies. Like if you it'd be one thing if hey, you excuse just overall lack of charisma, but like she wouldn't even tell them their policies. It's fine. Like we'll figure out the policies on January 20th.
They have no self-respect.
She's like, I have 85 pages of policy pages.
It's hard
on
to
my
believe
website.
That you can even have a close.
But do you know what any of them say, Kamala? If you have 85 pages of policies on your website, you should at least be able to recite one or two of them, but nope, nothing.
It's just there's something about her. It's just When I was a kid, I was a magazine writer, and I went down to Florida to interview Jeb Bush on his education policy. He was like an idiot, but I was required to
Good
think he
call,
was impressive.
Omega.
And Nicole Devonish, she was then called, was the little gatekeeper. I remember thinking, this woman's really stupid and really kind of nasty and self-important. And then the next thing you know, I wake up and she's got a show on MSNBC, and she's like the most dishonest, weepiest, just like sanctimonious. Don't you think that her like melting down on MSNBC will make all of it worth it?
100%. Like, even 50 hours of congressional testimony for treason. Like, they're like, why'd you work so hard on this, Don? It's like, well, because I don't want to end up in the gulags next. I mean, you and I would have fun if they put us next to each other, but they probably separate us. But it's insane. But no, it's interesting when with the media, with politics in general. I came from the business.
And then
world.
another
Like,
amendment Colorado wants to pass is to tax gun plus ammo purchases up to 40%.
Bro, Colorado is lost, man. That is insane. 40%. That's like Trump tariffs to foreign countries at that point. Crazy, man. That should be criminal in itself. Right? Let's check in with InfoWars again and see what's going on over there. Got the panel going.
Not all silos are equal, and there's data-driven silos, and then there's propaganda-driven silos. And we might be witnessing a real collision of realities here, where the people who've been sitting there saying, the people who told them that Biden was good for another 4 years are now eating crow. And people are going to have to realize they've been lied to, and may there be a second awakening of those who have had the wool pulled over their eyes.
Yeah, and as long as they're not a globalist, we'll welcome them in. Look, I told Zuckerberg on air, and I was behind the scenes, I'll leave it at that. I said, you better flip and apologize. And he literally did it 2 months later. And I mean, they need to get out of the way.
Well, he did it 2 months later, but then he also went back into censoring and suppressing stories.
Oh, no, I don't trust him. My point is that we're trying to give him a chance.
Absolutely. And as we're seeing with Jeff Bezos of the Washington Post, I've been saying it for years, but the only problem is when you make predictions over a long enough period of time, eventually, reasonable predictions might come true on a short enough period of time. But like I said, eventually free speech is going to be cool again. Eventually, YouTube might operate by market economics and not politics. And so over a long enough course of time, free speech will win out. And we're seeing it with, at the very least, temporarily, the Washington Post. You get Bezos not endorsing Kamala Harris. You get an uproar, upheaval, whatever, uprising within the WAPO. You get the lefty hacks leaving. And then you say, well, we need to hire more conservatives because they need to make money. The bottom line is you can only thrive off political narratives for so long before you realize, oh, well, shit, I need to feed people. And so Bezos is having that realization in real time. So will Zuckerberg. They're going to find out the tides, they change. And you're not going to be able to get away with what you were getting away with forever when they shift. The pendulum is swinging back, and now they gotta make their bucks to pay for their stuff. Otherwise, Zuckerberg's no longer a billionaire.
I'm telling everybody, wear your garbage bags to go vote. So this is my outfit from earlier today. For Peanut, baby, I'm wearing it right now. For Peanut. Let's see where we can jump over to next. Let's see. Oh, one of these YouTube streamers got deleted for violating the terms of YouTube service. Uh-oh. Let's check in with CBS.
With an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
Actually, let's
the
go over here.
Republicans are going to take the Senate. They have not declared Moreno the winner in Ohio yet, but for all intents and purposes, I won't call it, but with the victory in West Virginia and the victory I'm anticipating in Ohio, I do believe the Republicans will take the Senate, and they'll declare that within the hour. And then there's other races that will be settled.
Don't worry,
there
I've
that
already
might give
declared
them,
it, so it's okay. Go ahead.
It might give them a bigger advantage. Now, here's what we're seeing right now. Let's look at Virginia, North Carolina, and Georgia, because if Trump wins these three states, that's the easiest path to victory. He doesn't have to win any of these three states. All he needs at that point is Nevada. But here's what
Virginia's not called on his map.
The numbers in Georgia are good, okay? The numbers in Georgia are good. I don't think there's enough votes Cobb County or Fulton County to flip Georgia. I think the rural vote in Georgia is going to be enough. So I don't know how they don't call Georgia. I really don't know how they don't call Georgia tonight at this rate. I don't think Harris can get enough votes in Fulton County or in DeKalb County to flip Georgia. Guys, if you go back down here.
Oh, by the way,
Fulton is here, and then DeKalb is right over here.
About five counties in Georgia have extended their polling places for several hours because of bomb threats. So maybe that's why they're not calling it quite yet.
Right. In fact, I was about to say the new broken water main that they later admitted didn't happen. The new thing is a bomb threat, and then you blame it on the Russians.
So anyway, my point is, I don't know how they can. The numbers are in favor of Trump right now, unless they do a 300,000. Because here's what they did, Alex. Instead of doing 300,000 votes for Biden at 3:30 in the morning, they did it before the election this time. They stuffed the votes into the ballot with early voting and mail-in voting. So now, if we're
Oops, sorry, guys.
I really like what I'm seeing in Georgia. I'm obviously not going to call
Let's fucking go, Trump.
Yeah, baby, let's
know.
go.
This thing
You're
is
saying
going
it
to be
looks
tight.
like we've already overridden the fraud, which they pre-packed.
It's going to be tight. Don't get me wrong. They're still going to get a big gain in Fulton and DeKalb County. I just don't think it's going to be enough to overwhelm the state. I really don't. Now, let's zoom back out and go to North Carolina. Again, I really like what I'm seeing in North Carolina.
Schroyer is seriously
I actually
underappreciated.
anticipate North Carolina will be the next state that will be called for Donald Trump. The numbers continue to go into his favor. Not calling it yet, but I think if there's going to be another state called for Donald Trump of consequence, it will be North Carolina. We still have a lot of these red counties where we're not even getting any returns yet. But I like what I'm seeing in North Carolina. Now, Virginia is curious, I have to say. The NBC News desk called Virginia for Kamala Harris about 30 minutes ago. I'm calling bullshit, okay? When I look at Virginia, you're looking at Alexandria, you're looking up here in Northern Virginia.
And they've reported.
You're looking at Roanoke, but really I think what they're looking at is Richmond, where the returns are still low right now. Go to Richmond right here, guys. Now, these returns are still low. Kamala Harris is going to get probably another 70,000 or so votes in Richmond. But when you look at the larger numbers, I mean, there's a lot of votes coming in. I don't think Virginia is done. I don't think Virginia is out of play yet. Certainly, when you look at the early returns that still are due in Richmond, and she's going to still continue to gain in Northern Virginia, though these returns are really heavily in.
Guardian hasn't called Virginia yet either.
I don't know why some of these news sources have called Virginia for Harris. I think it's still in play. Yes, she has the advantage with these major cities. I think Virginia's still in play, especially with Trump up right now. More than 20,000, a small margin that they're certainly going to make up in these big cities. I think Virginia's still in play. And this is key because if Trump wins Virginia, North Carolina, and Georgia, now, I mean, all he has to do is basically win one more of these battleground states, and they'll have to call it. They'll have no other choice but to call it. So we're looking at North Carolina and Georgia. Those states are going to be the next ones that, I mean,
that's right, Mandy.
Unless we see some major trend change, one of those is going to be called for Trump. We'll continue to monitor Virginia. It's still too early, I'd say, in Michigan and Wisconsin to say anything. I don't like what I'm seeing in Pennsylvania, but the late surge could help Donald Trump with the people that stuck around to the extended voting. But the early numbers don't look so good there. So we're keeping an eye on Virginia, North Carolina, and Georgia. But specifically, can Kamala Harris make up the deficit in Atlanta? Can Kamala Harris make up the deficit in the big blue cities in Virginia? I do think they call North Carolina for Trump tonight, though. And this is going to be interesting, Alex. This is going to be interesting because now all of a sudden, whatever happens in these three states could be inconsequential.
Not going to use him, man.
Donald Trump
got to get out of Colorado,
Nevada.
bro.
Now, Trump was polling the best in Arizona. He was polling the best in Arizona of all of these states.
North Carolina called for
now,
Trump.
You never know what's going to happen in Maricopa County.
Over at decision
Trump's
desk.
path to victory becomes clearer, especially if Georgia and North Carolina get declared for Trump. The path to victory for Trump becomes much clearer. But again, the Republicans have taken the Senate. I believe they'll announce that Moreno takes the Senate race in Ohio.
Are they saying Texas went there? I see that.
Texas is confirmed Republican. Yeah, we went red. Ohio has been called as well. Yes, we have.
Over at Decision Desk, they also have North Carolina called for Trump right now. 1.592 million votes, 51.2%. Kamala trailing at 47.7%. Virginia now has Kamala up by 0.1%, 49.2 to 49.1 for Trump. Crazy.
I mean, my God, this is cathartic. I'm going to come right back to you guys. You were hearing about your state, North Carolina.
Thanks, Gator.
Candace Horbach, what do you make of that?
I'm really hopeful.
As always,
I'm really
Sam,
hopeful.
I agree.
I think it's going to go red. I totally agree. I think we will all be able to rest easy. I really hope everyone has an answer tonight because I do think it is really dangerous the longer we go on. People deserve to have certainty, and the longer it goes on, the more unrest there's going to be, the more divisiveness there's going to be, and it's obviously all intentional. And also with all of these random, coincidental bomb threats, I really hope that those get investigated later because how is that not election interference? Like just coincidentally in like these flip states. Just,
and all the votes that get caught on camera flipping, it's always Republican to Democrat, and all the key Republican districts have the power go out in states all over. Oh, it's all accidental, Viva Fry.
Not just that, Alex. But they know that it's coming from Russia, even though the DDoS attacks came from basically every other country than Russia, but somehow it's still tied to Russia. And Ratfaceburger, who definitively knows it came from Russia, they didn't think to put in a caption, like a bot detector, when they have their online absentee ballots voting before on October 14th. It's so preposterous.
By the way, the FBI came out and said it's not true.
Oh, I didn't hear that. What did they say was not true?
No, they said it's not credible, no evidence. They just, the power went off at the voting station in Arizona. Russians! I ate too much food. I'm fat. The Russians.
No, it's so pathological, and you
Let's go,
genuinely
Gator.
appreciate the degree to which
Dirk, what's up, Dirk?
Is a uni-party traitor.
Oh,
to
he's
some
a
extent.
swamp lord, 100%.
Bam!
I'm trying to weigh my words, but like he also says, "Oh yeah, it's the Russians." We're incompetent. We don't even put in a CAPTCHA for online absentee ballot voting. We got two bomb threats from Russia that we need to treat as credible. We know it's Russia, and Russia's not our friend, so he can take a jab at Donald Trump. Ratfaceburger has earned his name as Ratfaceburger because that's what he is. But the bottom line, Owen Shore is talking about it. They don't have the tools anymore that they had in 2020 to pull off what they would need to pull off to change this overnight. They don't have the tools, and they certainly don't have the media cover.
Well, brother, check back in with us over the night. You're doing your own coverage and a lot of other hits on shows. I don't know how late you're staying up. We'll be up here very late tonight. You are welcome here. We love you. How do people find your great broadcasts and work, Viva Fry?
Viva Fry on everywhere. Just look up Viva Fry on Rumble and vivabarneslaw.locals.com for the best above average community out there.
How's your co-host? I just love Robert Barnes. He's been my lawyer for a long time and a great historian. I heard his back went out today. That's not good. Is he doing okay?
Yeah, it's look. So long as it's he's doing okay, so long as it's only a back. I was like, I'm neurotic. I was like, make sure you don't have any internal bleeding and whatever. It's a back and it's a spasm, and he's lying on his back. So I don't think he wants to do like the Cardi B podcast tonight. Damn. So he's resting up. But it's what a night to have that happen. He's alive and he's well. So as far as I know,
hopefully he's better soon.
I'll check on him right now.
He is such a. You know what? Get his ass on the phone. We got to hear Robert Barnes on election night.
No, yeah, baby. I want to see him. I want to see him on a couch doing like a Barnes analysis, lying on his back. It's very painful. But he was supposed to be on Richard Barris, who's live now as well. But no, he's fine. I really think he's in a lot of pain, and Barnes is relatively stoic. So if he's complaining, it's not like Viva complaining about a sore knee. But he's good. Touch wood, and
I'm literally in the southwest corner.
Oh, yeah. Southwest, baby. Let's check in. Mama Mac just sent something in the chat. Let's see what's going on over here in New York. Election Day polling station from Wall Street Apes at Wall Street Apes on X. American coming to vote reporting poll workers here in South Bronx saying, quote, Trump is a racist whenever someone walks in to vote. Isn't that like highly illegal? They should be arresting this guy. Not just one person, all of them up front. Y'all were saying it. Let's check out this video and see what's going on over here.
You a poll worker, right?
Yeah. What's wrong?
Why you were saying Trump is a racist while people were walking in?
No, he's not a poll worker.
So y'all were all saying it though.
No, we weren't.
You and you. Yes, you was. How you gonna tell me?
Whatever.
I'll be sending this to your supervisor.
Send it to the police. Crazy Mama Mac. These people are incorrigible. Let's check in with NPC Show, see what's going on over here.
Richmond. So let's see. Trump is up by 33,600 votes, okay? So let's do this.
Virginia deep dive.
Digest all this together now. I haven't looked here in some time. You only have a quarter of the vote in now, okay? So at least 70%.
That's right, Donna.
How
Election
do I do this?
interference.
Okay. No. Oh, Richmond. There we go. Richmond. Okay, cool. Here's how we're gonna do this. Richmond is it's 14% in. 14% counted. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. Oh, great. No, we got two calculators. Here we go. 14% counted.
Remember last time, 17 out of 18
Okay, so
bellwether
let's see.
counties
Let's
went
take
for Trump, and he
Kamala's.
still lost.
11428 minus Trump 3279.
Nice, Omega.
8. Oh, fuck,
We
that's
need
not
him.
right. Hold on. I need a spreadsheet. Anyways,
I
she
know,
has an
Wiley. Crazy Amish.
8,149 vote lead, right? If we extrapolate that to 100%, let's see if I'm doing this right. Divided by 0.14. 58,200 minus the original 11,428 she got. That's an additional 47,000 votes. If this extrapolation is correct, she's gonna win Virginia by like 10,000 votes, and that's unless there's other votes from red areas coming in, because this is gonna add 47,000 is going to be added to Kamala's tally, and she's only down by 32,000 right now. So I don't know. That's probably why they called Virginia for her already. Patriot for Truth, thank you for following over on Rumble. Thank you very much.
Donald Trump just posted Pennsylvania, Cambria County polling hours have been extended to 10 p.m. and Laughlin Borough polling hours have been extended to 9:30. Stay in line and vote. Thanks, Mama Mac.
Raw Alerts is saying that Trump secured North Carolina. I believe it, but he's already fucked me over twice today, so I'm not going to go with it. I want to wait for Fox and CNN to say it. Yeah,
Trump
Fox
leading by 79% on Polymarket now. Kamala at 20%. 20.9, 79.5. Crazy stuff, guys.
Say, just looking at Georgia a moment ago.
10K is an automatic recount. Yeah, but it doesn't help the fact that we're down. You know what I mean? So, plus, I'll tell you this: all the red votes haven't come in yet for Virginia. Let's look at that real quick. Let's look at Virginia.
They just called Ukraine for Kamala.
They are 99%.
Mandy, I love you.
90%, 95.
Oh man,
60%. Okay, we got some votes and not a lot of people there in Russell County. Wise County. Why is it so laggy?
Yeah,
why is it so laggy? I don't understand. I have a 4080. Anyways, yeah, a lot of the red ones are very counted.
That's what I have too.
And there are also not a lot of people. That's the other problem.
Maybe a TI.
Right? Albemarle?
No, maybe 4070. I don't
County?
know. Can't remember.
Yeah. Yeah, so it looks like the red counties are counted. So it's that's gonna be a tight race right there. I don't think we need Virginia though.
The tension, bro.
Think about. Hold on, what is this?
And then in the 8 o'clock hour, Trump easily took a lead there. And then the margins started to close overnight around 3 a.m. The lines moved. And
yeah, I remember that. And then he cheated.
Sketchy.
Fucker.
Yep.
Let's talk about the Biden race.
Drop and roll.
Anyways.
We had drop and roll in Georgia last time. Gateway Pundit broke that down where you could see the...
Pennsylvania's a 9-point race now. Freya! Pennsylvania's a 9-point race. 8.9 to be... No. 9.1. 9.1 point race in Pennsylvania.
Nice. So yeah, during Georgia last time around, they had the drop and roll steal going in the middle of the night where you could look at the digital records of the batches coming in and the same ratio is like 50.5 to 49.5 for like 100 batches in a row. Statistically impossible. Clearly, algorithms used to manipulate the tallies in Georgia, allegedly, of course.
Trump's only winning by 1.7 points in Wisconsin.
Uh-oh, Donna.
But now I'm banking on Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's looking pretty good now. So
we need Pennsylvania.
Is the area that he targeted, and that's the rule. Whether you can extrapolate that over.
Let's see where we at.
Hall County, 72%, right?
Let's check in with AP.
Updates from this election night is Sagar Magani. Sagar, hello.
We've reached the point where the news is coming fast and furious.
It is. So these presidential race calls that we've made, are these surprises? What's the top line from Ohio and Texas?
Yeah, I feel like we've said this a lot, but not surprises. These are races that are going the way everyone expected them to go. 57 electoral votes between Texas and Ohio for Donald Trump. So that's
don't bogart that joint, my friend.
Again, not surprising.
Okay. What about some other measures that we're seeing on the ballot? There are a number of states this election night that are considering different proposals related to the issue of abortion. I understand there are some updates in those as well. What do you have?
There is. In the 2
All
years
these
since the
fucking
Supreme
people
Court
talk about.
overturned Roe v. Wade, abortion opponents had been 7 for 7 in statewide votes about constitutional amendments. Florida has broken that string. It has rejected a constitutional amendment that would have protected abortion, but abortion opponents have won 2 more races today in New York and in Maryland. Those 2 states have now enshrined the right to abortion in their constitutions.
Speaking of Maryland, this Senate contest with Angela Alsobrooks defeating former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. How big of a contest has this been? I feel like every time I'm here in Washington, I've seen so many ads related to this race. What's your takeaway on this?
I live in Maryland. The ads have been everywhere. The signs have been everywhere. Ben Cardin is retiring as a Democrat. Democrats desperately needed to keep this seat. Larry Hogan, the Republican governor, mounted a big challenge, but Angela Alsobrooks now keeps the Senate at 50-50 because earlier in West Virginia, Governor Jim Justice won his Senate race. It was a 51-49 Senate for Democrats, evenly split now. Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Montana have furiously contested races still going. So
let's go. We got to get those
hangs
seats.
in the balance tonight.
Absolutely.
Ooh, let's check in with NDTV.
The first real picture as to the way this race is heading. The other states you mentioned, Kentucky, Indiana, South Carolina, expectedly going the Republican way. Those aren't one of the half dozen or so battleground states where it is seen this election could be won or lost. And so we are effectively awaiting the early vote results to come from Georgia, one of those states which is seen as too close to call, having been solidly Republican, solidly red for many, many years, but in the past.
What was that, Z-Man? Can you replay that, brother?
Woohoo, I just got a notification from X saying that North Carolina just called for Trump.
Boom. North Carolina over at Decision Desk HQ. Calling for Trump, 51.2%. Kamala, 47.7%. Let's check in with the Guardian's map. They have a slightly different scores over here, calling different things. They still haven't called North Carolina over there. But let's hope that your reporting is right, Z-Man. We need North Carolina bigly. Let's see. Where did NDTV go? All right, here we are.
Joe Biden managed to win and take some states off Donald Trump that the former president won in 2016. And again, that is seen as the chance really for Kamala Harris to enforce herself as a prospective president if she can seal those 3 blue wall Rust Belt states and then potentially take a state like Georgia in America's South. Then that really does open up her path. Early numbers that are coming in from Georgia at the moment slightly favoring the former president Donald Trump, the Republican candidate, but we're really in the very early days here. You know, in effect, if we are starting a hike as the metaphor, we are just beginning on the trail, tying up our shoelaces, filling up our water bottles. We have a long way to go until we come over the crest of that mountain, and that picture as to the way this contest is going is only really going to be painted as we get more comprehensive results, especially from Georgia, and then we await for those polls to close in places like Pennsylvania and Michigan.
Joining us now with live updates from Virginia and Washington, we have with us Gauri Dwivedi and Alistair D'Souza. Alistair, thanks so much for being so patient. I know it's a long night ahead for both of you. But Alistair, in terms of Trump's winnability, take us through where things stand as we speak right now. I know it's a long night ahead, but as things stand currently, how hopeful is Trump and Trump's team of actually winning back the White House?
Hope so, Wiley. That's what we're all counting on.
That's the million-dollar question,
all right, let's hop over
We're all waiting on that, as you've just broken that news just moments ago about that tweet from
ago. He's still alive.
Yes.
Win the presidential election from drinking that garbage. Like, doesn't this call into question everything you thought you knew about the human body?
Well, I think that he's a different animal because I was doing the same thing minus the Coca-Cola, and I had one foot in the grave. So and I'm 55, okay, not 78. He's a different animal. He is an absolute beast. This guy doesn't sleep. He works hard. He flies everywhere. I will send him a text at 10 o'clock in Las Vegas so that he will get the text in the morning when he wakes up, right? He texts me right back immediately every time I text him. He's up, you know. He gets pissed off when I FaceTime him, and he hates
Trump's
FaceTime. He's like,
staff.
"You are the only one I will answer FaceTime for. I hate this," but he's always up.
Yeah, we got a back behind the scenes image of a Willie. Why am I forgetting his name? You know what I'm talking about. This Willie-sized joint over here. The big cones.
I saw Kid Rock do it at dinner the other night. He was in his PJs and he answered it.
Yeah.
Shouldn't scientists study him?
Yes.
Trump.
Yes,
they really should.
He's an absolute workhorse and a great human being.
He's a monster.
I love the guy.
Dana White.
The best possible
amazing.
way.
Congratulations on what looks like a victory. I hope it is.
Me too, brother.
Knock on marble. Great to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You too.
Very much.
Gotta love Dana White. Let's hop over to War Room.
Allowed to have that discussion.
Do you have the meme of they have the meme of that poor Haitians down?
You're gonna have to
in
specify
Atlanta.
which meme.
No, the meme where they're eating a dog leg and voting for the third time. It's nonsense, but that's the kind
Voting
of stuff.
for the fourth time, and it's absentee. Yeah.
You got all that stuff. You got to knock off because it's not helpful.
Labrador,
okay, we're going to take a short
man.
commercial break. We're in return.
We're
A big sigh of relief because the Tar Heel state has gone to President Trump according to the decision desk. We're here on the roof of the Willard Hotel. Back in a moment.
Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's check in with Russell Brand. We haven't gone over there yet. Let me make sure the volume is
Thompson using those to vote. It also seems so quite whimsical and merry, but I've got a feeling it's going to go, or is it not? Is it going to be like, oh, Trump won, well done?
Washington, D.C. on Howard's campus, every time the announcement comes of a state won by Kamala Harris, there are huge uproars and applause. And, of course, when Donald Trump, in fact, wins a state or projected to win a state, there are boos. But we should know.
They boo that. They were very clear that they like Kamala Harris and they dislike Donald Trump. That I've been observing them, scrutinizing them. One fella, I looked up his trouser leg and he had waxed his shins.
They were all excited about the turnout.
I would raid, but I don't want to screw up the chat for everybody so early on in the broadcast.
See, only by a couple of percentage points. And so the black vote, while it turned out.
I'm offended by, I'm not a black person plainly, but I'm offended by the term, the black vote. And people aren't behaving like that, are they?
They're a monolith, according to the left.
My kid, we went on a Universal ride. We went on a Minions ride at Universal. It was pretty good, actually, because some of the Minions said hello to me. Memories of happier times. And like my kid, the ride tells you that you've been turned into a minion. You're all minions now since this thing's happened to you. And
let's check in with We Are Change.
Of the votes there in that particular state as well. Wisconsin also with 23% of the vote going towards Kamala Harris with a very slim margin with 50.6% of the vote.
Gonna be a long night, Threeper. We'll see.
Well, but only 23% of the votes counted so far. So
yeah, Russell's hilarious.
Still early in the game.
Still very early.
So is it true there's 80,000 Amish people in Pennsylvania?
I don't know
Yeah,
the exact numbers.
I believe that.
Because I saw, and someone in the chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like I saw an ex post earlier
Yep,
that
they're
talked
coming
about
out for Trump,
how
baby.
Pressler and his team were actually like transporting these Amish people.
Know what,
like,
Dirk?
I don't know if they do automobiles.
Let me know.
But they were helping them get to the polls. So, I mean, it's so awesome seeing the Trump flags on their little buggies. I love it.
So good.
What were they doing?
Yoder for Trump.
Were they on little bicycle rickshaws, like bicycling them to the polls?
Man, the Amish are badass. Did you guys see that they came down from Pennsylvania to North Carolina and built like those temporary small sheds? There were housing units for the people that were, had nowhere to go from the hurricane
That's right,
damage.
whiskey. Wow.
That's fucking awesome, man. They
You
do
mean
that
they
in a
can do
day.
that without electricity and our government with all the money and
And don't
taxes that they
forget-
take from us, and they couldn't do anything?
The
for
money
us?
was going to the illegals.
And they are exempt from all the building permits and all that. So remember, they're exempt. So they're kind of like,
Oh, they got Iraqi
yeah.
like the Indians, huh?
I want to party with Amish, man.
They open a casino too.
Let's check in with Charlie
I'm
Kirk.
seeing about 2,000 he's down. I think that they're trying to find something, Jack, to get excited about. I mean, what else are they going to get excited about?
It seems to me like that's just copium. That's just straight up copium where they're saying, oh, it's Titan Berks. Maybe she could win it. For what? For what? Berks County is in eastern Pennsylvania. It's not in western PA. We're talking about the same way that Lackawanna is in the northeast, all right? We weren't expecting to see big swings in the east. We're expecting to see massive run up in the score in the west, in the counties that border Ohio, because that's where you get the demographic trends. And I've been trying to explain to people all night that Pennsylvania is kind of like 3 states in a way. It's almost like 3 states. 2 states, maybe 3 states, and if you want to go like way in the weeds, but you've got your eastern corridor, your Acela corridor, and then you've got everything else. And you've got your Alleghenies, you've got the Allegheny Mountains, by the way, your Appalachia, you've got the Pennsylvania corridor, and then west where it almost operates like Ohio. So the headwinds from J.D. Vance, the headwinds that are going through Ohio, that's going to blast into western PA, of course, and then Butler, PA, with just obviously
stuff,
everything
Gator.
that went happened in Butler, just the miracle and everything else. So that's right there situated western PA. But Berks is not. Berks is eastern. Berks is Trump's best county in eastern PA. So with them trying to hang their hat on that, I don't buy it.
Yeah, and look at Lehigh right next door. I mean, why would they not use Lehigh as an example? She
No, Lehigh
won it
would
by
be a
about
better
the same
example.
margin.
Lehigh would be a
It's
better
like,
example. Yeah.
We got Owen talking about
Is
Virginia.
not going to be enough if the Democrats take Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. So we'll continue to monitor those, but there's not going to be any wild cards on the East Coast. He's not going to get New Hampshire. He's not going to get New Jersey. He's not going to get Maine. So no wild cards there. So now you're looking at a situation where he needs to hold Virginia or he needs to pull off a miracle in one of these states, because I don't see where the electoral votes come from otherwise.
To the sunrise!
I just don't see it on this map right now.
And there's only 16% that are in right now for Virginia?
No, it should be much higher than that by now.
What's it at?
Let me find out.
62%.
62%.
Yeah.
That
But
still
Trump
seems really
continuing to maintain a 20,000 vote edge. I don't know. I mean, again, there's still going to be probably 60,000, 70,000 that's going to flip in these big areas and down here for Harris, but still plenty of votes to come in the rural areas. I mean, to me, this is a dead heat right now. This is a dead heat. I don't know why they've called it for Harris other than they know this is Trump's path to victory. And so...
Well, probably too, because if it does flip, then it's going to be a problem. Because then everyone's going to say that it's rigged or something.
Well, if Trump wins Virginia, they know that that's it. And then at that point, all Trump has to do is win Nevada. So if they call Virginia and Georgia, all Trump needs at that point is Nevada, and he doesn't need any of these other states. So that's why I think they're calling Virginia for Harris right now. But this is still in play to me. It's too early to really analyze Michigan or Wisconsin at this point. And I just don't like what I'm seeing in Pennsylvania. I'll be honest. I think Pennsylvania is looking bad. And it's really too bad because there was so much money spent on Pennsylvania. There was so much of a ground game on Pennsylvania. Musk spent so much time there. Scott Presler spent so much time there.
Virginia.
And the Democrats won the rulings on the mail-in ballots. They run a completely joke of a system with early voting, which isn't even early voting. That's all mail-in ballots. So Pennsylvania is a disaster. It's just an absolute disaster. I wouldn't be surprised by the result at the end of the night. I think a lot of Republicans will be. I think a lot of the Trump campaign will be. But these returns are not good. Guys, give me Philadelphia County real quick.
So why do you think that it didn't go red this year? Because everyone was really hopeful, especially with all the rallies. The turnout was amazing.
Effed, babe.
I mean, again, they do mail-in voting out the wazoo. Yeah, this is not looking good for Trump. I'll tell you right now. It's not looking good for Trump. I don't know what goes on with Philadelphia for Democrats to get 80% plus of the vote. They do similar numbers in the greater Philadelphia area. It's all mail-in voting. It's just all mail-in voting. It's all vote harvesting. They don't clear the rolls. They don't do voter signature verification.
Zombies running around everywhere.
Needs to be completely eradicated. And until you do that, these states like Pennsylvania will now stay blue. So that's
and
what
it's
you're
your
dealing
future
with.
wife, bro.
And people don't want to be honest about it. They don't want to be honest about how bad it is, but that's how bad it is. So I would say, based off these numbers, Philadelphia is going to continue to determine the fate of Pennsylvania, and all that money and all that effort and all that hope that this victory would go through Pennsylvania is going to break a lot of hearts. Still early, and I will say the late returns will favor Donald Trump, but there's still potentially 400,000 votes for Harris just in Philadelphia County alone.
Wow.
I don't know if you can overwhelm that. I don't know. I think that this is going to be tight, but based off of these numbers, I don't know. I'd say it's not looking good.
No, and I agree too. I think the mail-in ballots have to go. It makes no sense, right? That was usually just for extreme circumstances for people.
Well, I mean, think about what a disaster Pennsylvania is. You got voting machine issues all day long. Because of their mail-in ballot early voting system, people couldn't even vote early. They had to extend early voting. They already had to extend voting tonight. In fact, I don't even know, have the polls even closed? The polls haven't even closed in Pennsylvania. I mean, this state is a joke, honestly.
Total joke.
Philadelphia and the Democrats that run Pennsylvania are a joke. And I was hoping that Trump would win this election, but without Pennsylvania, so that people could see what a scam they're running in Pennsylvania. What an absolute scam they're running in Pennsylvania.
The whole state needs to be
with the
sued
mail-in
on
ballots.
behalf of all the other states.
And it can't be done. Mail-in ballots should not exist, shouldn't happen. If you're going to do early voting,
don't want a democracy,
you need to do actually early voting.
We definitely don't
Florida
deserve
and Texas,
that.
where you go vote, you don't do an envelope and a thing, and then you wait in line for 10 hours. This is a disaster. So the only thing you're hoping right now is that all of these red areas have the biggest turnout in the history of Pennsylvania. That's what this is going to take now. It's going to take the biggest turnout in all these deep red areas in the history of Pennsylvania.
All right, let me stop you. Let me stop you, Owen. Let me just stop you. It was looking really good. We don't know yet. But the point is we're not going to be like leftists that just panic and freak out and whine. Machiavellian level, this is way worse for the globalists to do this again. And they're going to have their crackdowns. And Musk said they're going to shut down X. But globalists are in trouble worldwide. And they were about to, if Trump wins, hand him a total collapsed economy. And you see all the real liberals that weren't evil people like Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. and great people coming there. I see the grassroots. And you've seen illegals everywhere voting. You've seen the machines flipping. You've seen the fraud. He hasn't lost yet. But Trump was very, very cryptic in that Sunday speech he gave in Pennsylvania. That was the real Trump, okay? And he's always real,
Serious
but he's
beard.
a happy guy, out there. But he's hardcore, very fatalistic behind the scenes. That it's his business. He said you got to get rid of the machines. You got to have paper ballots. I want to go to Mickey Willis, and we're going to play that clip. Great filmmaker. You see all those wonderful ads. Him and his team. Some of them are here tonight, making a documentary. But with the great MAGA Alliance and just everything. He's there at Mar-a-Lago right now. Just a wonderful person, wonderful, patriot. And the guy used to be one of Bernie Sanders' main, TV people making ads for him until he saw they were communists behind the scenes and said, screw this. So, Mickey, my friend, you're there at Mar-a-Lago. What is the mood? What are you hearing? What do you make of the numbers?
Well, the mood is good. My mood was better until I listened to Owen. You guys are up to speed on this more than everyone here in the room because it's very loud. There's a lot of big screens playing, and and a lot of mingling happening there. Elon is here, and everyone you can imagine. And every now and then, when something good happens on one of the big screens, everyone applauds. So we're only really seeing the stuff that captures the attention of this crowd. I learned more from listening to this live broadcast right now than I have being inside the event here. But overall, the mood is very optimistic. People, particularly in the beginning, there's a lot of celebration. Being from Texas, as you guys are too, of course, watching what's happened in Texas was great news. But I agree with Owen. You know, we have a couple of very, very important states here that, other than Stockholm Syndrome, I cannot fathom what would cause these decimated blue states and these people who have already had their lives turned upside down and destroyed go out and vote for the same people. It's just there's a lot of head shaking in here also when we see that some of these deep blue states are doing it again.
Let's check in with Tucker, who's got
Thyroid
RFK.
Injuries. It also calcifies the pineal gland of the human brain, which is the part of our brain that actually
Talking about fluoride.
creates our spiritual feelings.
DMT, spirit molecule.
And so it's just something, yeah.
Yeah, Tucker
It's
doesn't know.
something that you wouldn't
Rick
want in a water
Strassman.
supply. And it's a very easy, it's going to have to be taken out anyway because of this court case, but the EPA will drag its feet and take 10 years or 15 years to do it.
This is so shocking to me because, you know, being against fluoride in the water was the single most reliable marker of mental illness, according to the U.S. media, for like 60 years.
Well, you know, it was.
They're lying trash, Tucker.
It was the subject of a conspiracy theory
Right.
that was being put in our water by communists
Exactly.
in order to sap the vigor from the American people.
It's true.
And as it turns out, you know, it actually, the health injuries that were predicted for it were not exactly, but there are profound health injuries, and it's just insane to have it in our water. It's absolutely insane.
So why would EPA fight the removal of
CDC says it's one of the 10 greatest health introductions of any, or inventions of any in the 20th century. And so they, you know, they've stuck their neck. It's like everything else that they do. They stick their neck out on something. They promote it to the American public, and then they don't want to dial it back. They do not want to admit that they made a mistake. And they do this with a lot of products. Once they approve them, they're going to fight to keep them there. But, you know, it's one of the easiest things you can do to start restoring American health is just get the fluoride out of the water. You're going to have higher IQ children. You're going to have less bone cancer, less.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
So here's something else that you can do, which should not be controversial. You took, you know, whatever. Anyone who questions vaccines gets attacked. I don't even want to bring up the topic with you. You spent a lot of time debating it. I'm not going to ask you to again.
Plus, we're on YouTube.
But the question of whether any product should have blanket liability from lawsuits.
Yeah, a liability shield.
A liability shield. I don't understand that. Like if I have a product, nicotine pouches, I can't get the Congress to require every American to use these, fire people who don't use them, and then get blanket shield from lawsuit. Like that's so crazy that any pharma company has a blanket shield from lawsuits for any product that it sells. Can that be fixed?
Well, that, you know, is done by statutes.
Yes.
There's a 1986 law that gave the vaccine.
Right now, the market is exploding right now. And Trump right now is an 80% favorite. 80% favorite.
82.7 on Polymarket, now 82.1. Bananas.
Holy shit. Shit is my bad, guys. I don't mean to use holy, and Lord forgive me for using any of those words in vain. Or your name, Lord. Forgive me for my sins. Wow. Holy moly. Holy cow. Okay, so the betting market, it has Trump in huge favor. Right now, Trump is catching up.
Ooh, interesting, Ed. Zin.
Let's go back here real quick. Well, this is getting big, man.
I prefer the Marlboro.
All right, so Virginia
destroy those
has been
nanobots.
cold for Kamala, but Trump is up in Virginia. I'm going to keep looking at Virginia. I'm not sold on the fact that they're calling it for Virginia in some places. That doesn't make any sense. Look at this. Virginia, Trump is up. Trump is up 1.4 to 1.3 right now. in Virginia.
Up like 50,000, looks like.
I told you guys I should have bet. I was going to win all that money. I decided not to bet. I told you guys Trump's crazy. All right, but let's not get too happy. Let's just look around. Let's look around. All right, guys, 10 p.m., 10 p.m., 10 p.m., 10 p.m., 10 p.m. Let's go.
We are seconds away from 3 states, including Montana, Utah, plus the critical battleground.
Together we will fight to win Nevada.
Nevada, we fight for the future.
With 16 electoral votes on the line, we have the results as they come in.
Man.
The moment is here. America is watching.
Going very quickly, it is now 10 p.m. here in New York. 3 more states in the West have just finished voting. Fox News Decision Desk, too early to call. The state of Nevada, one of the most competitive states in play. Hispanic and working class voters obviously could be key to the victory there. Both of these candidates have spent a lot of time in Nevada.
Fox News can project that former President Trump will win the state of Utah, adding another 6 votes, electoral votes to his column. He'll also win Montana's presidential election. We're looking closely at that Senate race out there.
Let's go.
Ad lib. Oh.
Yes, you will.
I just did that. All right, so let's take a look at some of the places that are too early to call, and let's get you an update on the total count. President Trump at 205 right now, 117 for Harris, and waiting
Montana
on Georgia,
just
waiting on
called.
North Carolina.
Hold on, guys. See, right now look, Decision Desk has Trump at 220. Decision Desk is very far ahead. But oh, wow, ladies and gentlemen, Pennsylvania has flipped. Told you guys, 42%. 40 to 45% was my mark. If it didn't flip before that, I would have been very worried. Ladies and gentlemen, Pennsylvania has officially flipped. Holy moly, it is looking like a sweep for Donald J. Trump if this continues trending in the right direction. Wow, this is pretty crazy. Holy moly.
Yep, over here. Decision Desk HQ has Trump ahead by 16,000 votes. Now showing up partially red over there. Let's hope it continues.
Only society. I've heard so many crazy things from Democrats. They're already beginning to melt down. They're smelling this loss like never before. They're beginning to use race.
No idea, Ed.
A lot of people that are misinformed, unfortunately, for my brothers and sisters who are Black, who are Hispanic, they're beginning to fathom with this idea that we're about to enter once Trump wins, that we're about to enter an era of racism and all this bullshit. Craziest part about that is that we entered an era after 2020 of lockdowns, war, vaccines, illegal immigration, killings, murder, fentanyl deaths. We entered the era that they fear the most. They just don't realize that they're in it because the mainstream media doesn't act like it. So they don't understand. They think they should fear Trump, but they should fear the times that they're living in now. You should fear the times that you're living in now. My brothers and sisters who are very confused about what's going on today, you should fear what's going on now. What's going on now should scare the shit out of you. Why are people voting for Trump? Because it scares the shit out of them what's going on now. Anyways.
Wow, Ed, the French guy.
Scott Pressler deserves so much credit for this. But let's keep going.
If Pennsylvania wins, we're making a 50-foot tall Scott Pressler statue.
Big time stuff happening right now. Let's get an update from Fox real quick.
Near these numbers in 2016 or 2020. The Loudoun County numbers that we were talking about earlier are really something to watch. Trump is outperforming by 8 points in Loudoun County. It was a blowout in 2020. Big issue with education there. The other thing to look at, and Glenn Youngkin, I've been in touch with him, he said, buckle up, Virginia is going to be very tight. Then go down to Miami-Dade, where we haven't seen a Republican take that county in Florida since 1988. Donald Trump is doing something tonight. The New York Times is noticing he's up at 287 electoral votes projected. Obviously, anything can happen, with a 72% chance of winning. Watch out for slowing vote reporting down in the blue wall states. It happened last time in 2020. And if by midnight, it looks like Trump has a good chance to win and things start slowing down with reporting, I think you can't really blame people for being a little bit concerned about the way we do reporting in elections.
Yeah.
I have more of a question actually for Laura, if that's okay, if it's permitted. On Loudoun County, in Loudoun County, can you talk to what is the issue? Is it the economy or is it the cultural issues? We've been having a little debate.
I think that the cultural issues cut through the new immigrant population in Loudoun County. There's an enormous influx of Indian immigrants, Hispanic.
We got Owen analyzing Pennsylvania
Trump has
now.
just taken the lead. Both candidates got to 3 million in 2020. Never been done before in Pennsylvania. It's all the vote steroids. Who knows where this race is going to finish? Both candidates got to 3 million in 2020. We'll see where this one finishes. Things are trending for Trump, though. I'm going to tell you right now.
I'm sorry. Pennsylvania is literally just flipping back and forth minute by minute at this point. I'm watching the returns live on Google, and it's Kamala ahead, Trump ahead, Kamala ahead. At this point, it's saying Trump is ahead.
Thanks to everybody that's tuned in with us. Appreciate you guys.
Around 10,000 votes.
I would say, if I'm being friendly, it's going to be the rural counties, record turnout versus whatever the cap is for the Democrats.
Pennsylvania is pretty big
in the Philadelphia area
in terms of land mass.
If I'm being dark Owen, you basically have the incredible effort that the Trump campaign put into rural Pennsylvania versus the incredible effort that the Democrat Steele is putting forth in Pennsylvania. This thing is going to be on the razor's edge. Now, here's the good news. If Trump wins Pennsylvania, his odds to win this deal, I mean, it's like, I'm not going to seal the deal, but if Trump wins Pennsylvania, ladies and gentlemen, things are going to be looking very, very good for Donald Trump moving forward. But this thing is going to be flipping back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And
I'll be right back, by the way.
If we have another situation where both candidates get to 3 million votes, then that means Trump is probably going to have to get 3.3 million votes, I think, to win Pennsylvania. And which means that he probably got 3.3 million votes, and Harris was probably closer to 290 or 2.9.
All right, I want to walk through more of this in a moment with both of you, and then get Candace's take, and then Roger Stone said to be on in a few minutes, but I want to say something right now. I've been saying this for months. I don't look at the situation and come up with some idea for it now. Whatever happens tonight, the fraud's out in the open. He would have won in a landslide. I still believe and pray he wins, because we can stop World War III. But we're going down this road regardless, whatever road we're on. We're going to find out soon. But the way this brought all these great people together, and the way it brought the best out of Tucker Carlson and Joe Rogan and Elon Musk and Trump and all of us, and the way we saw this outpouring of people coming across political lines because of the common sense and the survival mechanism and the spirit I'm seeing, we're winning the war regardless whether they rig this battle. Now, it'd be a nice little, respite for us if we get Trump in, but then we've got a big fiasco to deal with because they're going to hit us from all sides and hand him an already collapsing economy. Personally, I know they're going to persecute the living snot out of me either way, so I'm committed. I'm not worried. I don't think about myself. I think about the aggregate of everybody. But I just want to say I'm proud to know everybody associated with the truth, and our team has light in their eyes and justice and love in their hearts, and this is historic, and I just want to get that out there, that if they steal this, we're going to expose them, but we're not going to scream and cry about it. And just like Mickey Willis said, all of the big leftists that meant well that were conned, I mean, really great people, not just the famous ones, across the board know what's going on. So they hope they can bring in third world people that are refugees of globalism and lockdowns that they control, and we'll wake them up too. I mean, people want freedom. And so you've seen in Europe where they steal elections and then it comes out, or even when the conservative or populist parties win, the government say, we're not going to let you into power in Austria right now. But you can only hold that back so long. I mean, they use parliamentary manipulation with Trudeau getting 19%, or Netanyahu 19%, or Macron 18%. They are not popular. Okay. Now here we got two parties, so it's harder for them to do a parliamentary manipulation with a coalition of groups in the parliament. Here it's the two big parties, but the fraud brings in, that's the little extra coalition they've got. So, look, this is a long, hard fight, like I've told people. But pray to God we get a bigger majority in the House and Senate to block Harris and block their confirmations if they do get in. But this is an epic moment. So let me bring this up, Owen. Let's focus because you're on this and you got the numbers, and Harrison too. Jump in, and Candace anytime. What's happening in the House and Senate races? What are the projected numbers right now? Because Trump's too close. This is too razor's edge. We'll know more as this unfolds. But what about the House and Senate?
It's looking good, honestly. Everything that I'm seeing.
Yeah, I'm going to go look at that. I'm going to pitch it to Harrison in a second. But look, I've always been the one trying to keep us down to earth, okay? I really like what I'm seeing in Wisconsin
scared
right
me,
now.
Owen.
Wisconsin is looking very good.
Academics. Denim, what's
And
up, G? Good to see you,
based
bro.
off of these numbers and trends,
Happy 5th.
This is the best Wisconsin's
We gonna win this, bro?
for Trump. Anyway,
Let me know what
give
you
me
say.
Milwaukee real quick. Yeah, that's not a good number. That's not a good number for Harris. Harris is going to need minimum 70% in Milwaukee, maybe even 80. Zoom back out and give me Madison, guys. Let's look at Madison. Okay, yeah, that's probably where she needs to be, maybe in Madison. But if she doesn't let's go back to Milwaukee. I think Harris might need, 70% minimum.
For real, Trish.
But she might need 80% to win Wisconsin. I like what I'm seeing in Wisconsin. Let's zoom back out. This is the best Pennsylvania has looked tonight. This is the best Pennsylvania has looked tonight. And if we zoom in on Pennsylvania,
we need PA.
Trump's increasing his lead. Give me Philadelphia County. And this is, look, she's running out of votes here, Alex. She's running out of votes here. So unless she has 700,000 votes in Philadelphia,
let's go, Gator. Bringing the good news.
Trending for Trump. If Trump wins Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, the path to victory gets clear. So I come bearing good news.
Dre in the house,
and I'll go look at what's going on in the congressional races.
Well, and it's still way too early to tell in Minnesota, but our boy Royce White is ahead of Amy Klobuchar.
Yes, I love him.
Early. But I do like seeing that. I do like seeing that, at least momentarily. I mean, everything seems to be trending towards Trump. Pennsylvania, remember, we started the night with something like 300,000 deficit for Kamala. So he has closed the gap and is now ahead in Pennsylvania. He's still ahead in Virginia, 64%
Feel free to hop on at any point, Dre, if you want, brother.
Still razor thin, less than 30,000
no pressure,
differential there. North Carolina holding steady for Trump. Yeah. Georgia seems like a Trump lock at this point, 81% reporting, 52.2% for Trump. So I don't know why they're not calling. I don't know why they'd call Virginia and not Georgia at this point.
Well, let me just tell you this. I just talked to 3 people in the Trump campaign, high levels. I was, for 20 minutes, I've been texting him, seeing him. And Owen's not wrong. They said it was looking bad for the last 45 minutes, but it's just flipped back to Trump.
I don't see any comments blocked, Trish. If they turned gray, it might be a connection issue. And, sometimes that happens.
I'm going to be talking to some other folks with our Pentagon connections, but
I'll email it to you, Dre.
But they could really pull some crap in the West here. So we should finish up, Harrison. I'm sorry to interrupt. And then let's start wargaming how they could try to steal it after that. But it's flipped back. So this is talk about a nail biter. Because remember, we're up against this wall of fraud. And then, yeah, Owen, get in there. And I want to know the Senate and House numbers or Harrison. You guys go ahead.
I'll give you a quick Senate update. It looks like the Democrats are going to hold on to their Senate seats in Wisconsin and Michigan. But
just emailed you the link, brother.
I think that's just based off the power of the incumbency. But if the trend continues in Pennsylvania, it looks like Trump could drag McCormick across the finish line, and that would give, I believe, at this point, Republicans +2, picking up West Virginia, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. Arizona's too early, but it's not looking good for Carrie Lake, unfortunately. I don't get it. She's fantastic, but that's just early numbers that we're getting in. So I'm looking at this right now, and if Trump
must be a
wins
connection issue, Trish.
He drags McCormick across the line. You're picking up a Senate seat, and you're getting +2 in the Senate. But
guess what? Apparently, Wisconsin just called for Trump.
Wisconsin just called for Trump too. Let's check it out. Let's check it out over here. Decision Desk HQ. Where the fuck is Wisconsin? It's around here somewhere. Oh man. Wait, Wisconsin. Not on decision desk. Let's check over on the Guardian. Guardian still blue over here as well. Where'd you get that info, Z-Man? Maybe from Fox or something?
But it's looking good. But even with some of the good numbers we're seeing in Wisconsin, it looks like the Democrats are going to hold on to that Senate seat for now.
Yeah, so as of now...
Ooh, let's refresh.
I think it was safe to say +4 in the House for Republicans. I'd say it's +4, maybe +8 is the range I'm looking at right now, and that could be conservative.
Fucking MSNBC. That means they're going to steal right there. That's what that headline means.
Yeah, well, actually, the DCCC chair said, Trump will win on election
In
night,
Veteran Bikers
but then
Discord.
we'll take the House, the Senate, and the presidency later on. I mean, that's the DCCC chair. So, I mean, they're basically telling you what they're going to do. But we're just going to continue to react to the numbers that we have coming in right now. And the trend in Pennsylvania has been fantastic.
Here's what Sassafras84 posting. Wisconsin has 95% of the votes in. Look at the percentage. Trump 56%, Kamala 43%, leading by 500,000 almost. 400,000 votes, allegedly. Crazy.
And we were in, God, what big town was that? It was, he'll remember. He was there with me, Lancaster. And, I like to walk. So, I would get up at like 6:30 and go walk for we, have coffee or wherever we have coffee. And I walked, the 2 days we were there, 5-6 miles every day.
Ooh, we got to check over with
James. People come out of
James.
their houses, their apartments, the police, the fire department, black, white, old, young. I mean, I couldn't, I wasn't even trying to talk to people. I was getting mobbed. And everybody's like, screw them. We're going to win. We're going to get it back. The cops came over and shook my hand. It was like, wow. And I was all over. I was all over Pennsylvania. And people were pissed. I mean, I didn't see where these mythical Democrat voters are.
No, I loved your perspective earlier and the guest that was on just a little bit ago. And I'm not entertaining defeat either right now, but I do think a lot of people are waking up, and regardless of what happens at the end of the night, I think that the people are going to band together. And if you see people that are trying to destroy this country, destroy our freedoms, take away our constitutional rights, I don't think that they're going to be okay with that. So it's that traditional power versus force. So regardless of whatever happens,
what's going on,
I still
dude?
think that the American people are going to win in
Let me
the bigger
pause this
picture.
video here.
And then if anything does.
How's it going, dude?
Oh man, in the great state of Iowa right now, waiting for Iowa to be called.
Nice.
The same state they tried to stay that Skamala was up by 4 points the other day.
Skamala, that's a good one.
Yeah,
Let's see, Iowa. Where are we at over here? Iowa, where we got Trump with 253,502 votes. 542 compared to Kamala with Skamala at 224,406. Man, it's looking solid for Trump right now in Iowa, bro. What are your thoughts?
Bro, so out of all of those states like Wyoming, Iowa, Illinois, Virginia, Western Virginia, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, I was just in Vermont. Bro, there are Trump signs everywhere. The only state where I've seen a consistent Harris Walls 2024 sign was in Vermont. That's the only place.
Damn. They called that one early too.
Yeah, so I'm happy to see it. We got a little bit longer. Arizona just started to report their results. Trump is 50-50 right now. They got 49% for Kamala, 49% for Trump. And the good thing is Phoenix is reported 50% of their votes. So the rest of Phoenix, the rest of Arizona is red. So
bro, 54% in from Phoenix, from Maricopa County. Ooh, man. So it is not looking too bad for Trump right now, huh?
Not at all, because that's where most of their votes is going to come from. So Yeah, bro. I mean, at this point, we know he's gonna get to 270 first.
You better.
We just have to worry about. We just have to worry about the shenanigans that they're gonna pull after he's voted in, and um that's the only thing I'm worried about.
Yep, bro. So good to have you here, man. Nice to see you.
Yeah,
I feel like we are now blessed with luck. Hopefully.
Hey, so
Oh,
how
man.
you feeling so far, bro?
I am completely clueless. I'm feeling good, but I felt really good in 2020, and
Yeah.
they stole it right out from under us. So I'm a little bit more reserved this time, but I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. If we can get Pennsylvania, then it's pretty much over. We need Pennsylvania. Let's see where we're at over here. Pennsylvania, Trump ahead 50.5% to 48.6 for Kamala. He's taking the lead.
Yep.
Oh man, this is crazy.
And a lot of people were kind of panicking, but you got to realize, like, I deliver and pick up a lot of freight in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and the Trump signs compared to the wall signs, I would say is about 60-40. So it's more of a liberal place. I don't really deliver freight to Philadelphia, but I drive through there. And that's definitely, Biden Harris. That's, they run Philadelphia, and those are the two biggest counties that got reported first, and she was up big. But the rest of Pennsylvania is rural, bro. It's the same thing with Ohio. They reported Cleveland first. They reported Cincinnati first. They reported all of the liberal areas first to give her some hope. And then when they start reporting those rural numbers, man, you see the true, people of that state come out, bro. She's getting washed right now.
I fucking hope so, dude.
This is pretty bad, bro. I mean, we know California is going to come, and I think Cali is worth like I think it's like 40, you know what I mean? So she'll catch up a little bit, but it's just like even Oregon, bro, the reporting in Oregon right now is 50-50.
Damn, I don't see anything on this website. Let's hop over to Decision Desk.
On AP they had it 50-50. And Trump is in the lead in New Mexico. Can you fucking believe that? Liberal New Mexico? He's in the lead.
Damn, that's what we need, bro.
Yeah.
Let's see, AP.
Yeah.
Oregon, maybe it's not updated on this version yet, but look at this. Everybody has Trump leading right now in Electoral College. Oh man, this makes me so nervous, dude. It makes me so nervous.
Yeah. I mean, they can still pull some shenanigans, but it'll be a lot easier to prove the shenanigans in court right now, because this is just like, bro, do you see how many votes? And it's like, it would literally take some bullshit for her to get this election, bro. I don't know how she.
Absolutely.
I don't know how she win. I just don't. I mean, the whole damn map is painted red right now. I mean, I don't understand like what her pathway is to win. We know most likely she'll get Minnesota. We know Kansas is going to be red. We knew Colorado was going to be blue. They fucking basically leaked the codes to the voting systems.
Colorado.
Yeah, like so.
Jenna Griswold.
Yeah, so we know that, but we know Idaho is going to be red. That's a strong red state. Nevada is leaning towards Trump right now, is the reporting that I seen on Benny Johnson.
Nice.
And on Fox, they said it's leaning towards Trump. And wifey, she went to vote, and she was like, "Bro, there's Trump people everywhere." But we live in Scottsdale, Arizona, so it's a real conservative suburb of Arizona. So
at least they're coming out. We need that Arizona, man. We need Arizona.
Yeah, definitely. Right now, AP has it. So like most of the votes in Phoenix are reported, and it's 49.1% for Trump, 50% for Kamala. Kamala's up by about 16,000 votes, but they haven't even started counting rural Arizona. So once they get that count in, it's you got Kingman, you got Flagstaff, you got Sedona, you got where you got Nogales, which is right by the border, so they're affected by the illegals coming over, so they're going to vote red. It's just a lot of stuff that we ain't seen yet when it comes to Arizona.
So that sounds pretty good. She's only up by 16, like you said.
Yep.
80. Yep. They just updated it. Both went up. Now she's only up by 10, bro.
Oh shit! He just jumped by 0.3% since we've been talking.
Yep.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, she's cooked. She's cooked.
I hope so. I hope so. Oh man, this. I don't know about you guys, but it feels like since 2020, the election, it feels like I blinked and now it's 2024.
Right. Yeah, this time flew by, bro. I mean, actually, let me take that back. 2023 has been a long ass year. 2024 was a long ass year. This year, it went by fast, but when you think about all of the shit that happened, bro, it's been a long time coming, bro.
That's true. Just rapid fire of so much stuff going on.
Yeah, bro, it's been a long time coming. What's Pennsylvania talking about?
Pennsylvania, 1.9 mil for Trump, 1.8 mil for.
She's cooked.
Yeah.
The rest of the votes are coming from rural area Pennsylvania. She's cooked. She's
over 100,000 votes. Trump in the lead. Hopefully you're right, man. She's cooked. Hopefully the bitch is cooked. God damn. This is fucking crazy.
Harrisburg and Philadelphia are the biggest voting blocks for Democrats in Pennsylvania. Anywhere else in the state of Pennsylvania, it's all red. Trump 2024 signs everywhere.
Nice.
Everywhere. Just like Ohio. You run through Cincinnati from the on I-71 coming up from Kentucky, you'll see Harris Wall signs. Soon as you get through Cincinnati, all Trump. You get into Cleveland, you see a few Harris Wall signs. You get past Cleveland, all Trump. Then you go into Pennsylvania, all Trump. You got to go damn near to the tip of Pennsylvania's penis, which is Harrisburg. Harrisburg is on I-76, I-81 interchange, and you could take that down to Pennsylvania, which leads you close to the Atlantic Ocean, right? And in those two places, they're right next to each other. They're about 80 miles apart. But otherwise than that, bro, you see all Trump signs. I was upstate New York the other day. You don't see nothing but Trump signs upstate New York.
Fuck yeah, dude.
It was crazy, bro. I didn't see nothing but Trump's. I was like, bro, but he's not. There's no way he could flip New York. But I was like, bro, it's crazy. Like Syracuse and all of that shit up there, and Middlebury, New York, all of that, bro. It was all Trump signs.
New York City is like its own little state in there. They're the only like red spot in all of New York. Look at this, dude. Poly Market, Trump 87.9% on Poly Market right now.
Yeesh.
Astronomical. 12.4% for Kamala.
There's like I think I can't remember his name, but it's like a Nigerian stock trader who bet 40 million that Trump was going to win.
Woohoo! Georgia just called for Trump.
Oh,
way.
Ouch.
Let's check it out.
I want
Georgia.
They about
it's
to
red,
fall
baby.
out on MSNBC right now.
Holy balls. Holy balls. Speaking of MSNBC, let's go check it out. Let's go see what's going on over there. We got a MSNBC live right here.
Yes, sir.
Look at that sea of red for the counties.
What Joy Behar talking about? Nah.
Joy Behar.
Shit. It's more than 207. Y'all better report. Y'all better report to other states, man.
What was that? I couldn't really hear you. Sorry.
I said it's more than 207. They need to go. They slow roll in the other states that's been called for Trump. I don't like that shit, man. Go ahead and call it, man.
Yeah, for real.
And Republicans is kicking ass in the state, in the Senate, and the House, bro.
Oh, that's what we need. We need a clean sweep across the board.
Yeah, bro, it's crazy in the Senate and the House right now. So the Senate is up 48 to 36, and the House is up 134 to 89. Smack the
Damn.
shit out of Democrats, bro.
What website are you looking at that on?
AP.
AP, all right.
Yeah, bro. So they'll have the presidential race, and then if you scroll down, oh no, it's right there at the top. So you see at the top where it says president, then it has Senate, then it has House, then
Oh yeah,
governor.
Senate
Beating
48, 36, 134 to 89. Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck
Kicking
yeah.
they ass. Kicking they ass. The governor races are about neck and neck. It's 25 Republican to 22 Democrat, you know, but
25 though, that means we have half already. That's
right.
good.
Yeah.
That's really good.
Yep.
Like this. My nerves.
Hey man, most of the country is speaking right now, regardless if they like it or not. See, this is how hurt they are. MSNBC, they don't even want to be live right now.
Bro, for real. They just have this graphic up. What is
They
up
are
with that?
sick. I wonder how much powder Kamala's sniffing right now. I know she got a whole 8-ball up her nose by now. God,
Bro. Yeah, if she makes a concession speech tonight, I'll be surprised. She'll be
yeah,
all over the place.
Yes, sir. I know what cocaine looked like, and she was on.
Let's check in over here with Fox.
Of working closely with Angela. She's a
Angela
dedicated
also
public
Brooks
servant,
defeats Larry Hogan.
and all of us should wish her much success.
Is she red or blue?
And Yumi and I offer our best wishes and our prayers to Angela and her family. But now...
We got Roger Stone on InfoWars.
Are literally around the block. They've never seen anything like this. The genius of Trump coming out for a repeal of the tax on tips was the death blow to Senator Harry Reid's machine. The corner piece of that machine was always the hotel workers and casino workers union, known as the culinary union. It was the absolute cornerstone of that machine.
Garbage
By
representing.
that simple proposal for reform, the machine crashed tonight, and I think Nevada is going to be solid for Donald Trump.
Wow. Any other states you think that in the...
Well, Michigan's got to be watched again because, as I say, there's a huge Muslim American vote there. 700,000 people voted against Joe Biden, voted for none of the above. It's a protest vote. It's not that they go to Trump. It's that they don't vote, that they vote for the down ballot Democrats, but they withhold their vote from Kamala Harris. Now, that's the other question, Alex. I saw Jill Biden at the polling place today wearing a bright red dress. Who do you think she voted for?
Oh, and you've been saying early on him wearing the MAGA hat, Biden, and other things he did was deliberate. We had private conversations. You said, no, I'm leaning towards it deliberate. Flaming red, Trumpian red. I mean, what is the message there?
Look, I think the Bidens have mixed emotions. Joe Biden
They're not
still
showing
hates
up at
Donald
Kamala's
Trump, so
speech
I'm not going to
either.
give him a Medal of Honor. But he probably hates Barack Obama.
The man got 15 million votes, and then you just gonna kick him out and not even have the electoral process to put her in. You just install her.
Right.
You know how many Democrats that pissed off? When
he was probably unconscious too.
Bro, there's a lot of Democrats who are probably from the age from 60 all the way up into 65, 70 years old who are still living a healthy life, who are like, man, that's fucked up. I don't like what they did to Joe. I'm not voting for them. They kicked themselves in the ass this entire campaign. They kicked themselves in the ass, bro.
And then we have, the garbage comment, Peanut, Whoopi Goldberg saying that Hillary was right about the deplorables comment. You know, a bunch of superficial stuff that shouldn't really matter, but does matter. Peanut matters, but not just the words of these other people. But
they didn't learn their
Woohoo! I guess Trump is up 242 to 108.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Yep, that's what it's like over here at Decision Desk. 242 for Trump, Look at this narrow. We only need 28 votes. Or 28 votes for 270. We still have Pennsylvania. I think there's 19 electoral votes there. And then over in Maine, it could go red also. Plus, if we get Arizona, maybe New Mexico.
We gonna get Arizona, bro. Hey, can you imagine? So look, Utah, Idaho, Nevada, Arizona. If Trump gets the entire Sun Belt, including New Mexico, that's going to be crazy because New Mexico is extremely liberal.
Dude, it would be nuts. It'd be totally nuts. I could see it happening. We need it to happen.
Yep.
Got to be too big to rig, baby.
Oh, Alex.
What's going on with Alex?
He's been right the whole time.
Not a dramatic guy about myself. I kind of stay at my post firing on the enemy in the info war, until we vaporize here. When they tried 14 weeks ago to send in private security without a court order, the Justice Department did, bluffing, saying that they had an order to shut us down. And I didn't blame the private security. They'd been told to come in here and do this. I said, you don't have an order? And they were, whoa, that's actually a good point. And people didn't believe it at first. It was so draconian and so crazy. Until 2 days later, they filed in federal court. The U.S. trustee.
We know that story. Let's hop over to Pirate Radio.
Kamala is currently leading 50% of the vote in Arizona. Kamala is up 51% to 48%. So, yeah, that's a wild Arizona. Things are getting
so. Remember, Apache County has 2 more hours, or in another hour.
Apache County,
right?
That's all native land.
So, but still, look at this.
It's all red land, you say?
Yeah, so Apache County. So what's going on in Apache County right now is Apache County is leading up towards the Four Corners, which is when you're on I-191, and it's Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, and Colorado all meet, right? And it's huge tribal land. And there was a huge deposit of lithium just found on that tribal land, and the fucking Democrats want to go in there and drill, and the Indians are like, we're not having it. It's tribal land. So, of course, they're all going to vote against Democrats. They're all of them.
Go, baby.
All of that the Apache tribe, and there's a lot of them out there, too. So, yeah, all of the rural areas from Arizona are about to start coming in. So, see how that works out for you.
FG, let's fucking go.
Oh, I was live. Fuck. All right.
That was good to hear.
There's good things happening. All I can say, because there's like this weird. Like, is there a lag here or something?
Your phone's breaking up a little bit.
You want me to talk about yoga pants? I mean, it seems to do it for you.
Hey,
Let's
Dre,
check in with War Room while we're having connection issues.
On Instagram, I'm at Monica Crowley _.
You said you agreed, Z-Man? Yeah, hopefully AZ flips.
Hey, Dre,
back.
I agree. I'm actually 45 miles from the Four Corners.
Okay.
There you go. Southwest representing.
Yes,
we need Arizona, guys. We need it.
And on Twitter and True Social at Monica Crowley. Let's go win this thing, Steve.
Let's go.
Let's close this deal out. Monica, be very careful. That looks like a group of savages in back of you, so be very careful.
I'm telling you, it's a rough crowd here tonight, Steve.
It's MAGA, baby. We know that.
It's MAGA.
Our own Monica Crowley. You're the best. Anticipate Monica Crowley having a senior position in the administration. Let's go to Richard Barris.
Ooh, Barris.
We're on watch on the blue wall. Tell us, go state by state, Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, and tell us exactly where we are here.
All right, so let's take Wisconsin, which right now, look, listen, there are always rooms for error, Steve, so I want everyone to understand that we're making assumptions that get more confident as data comes in. But about 5 seconds before you came to me, Wisconsin and Michigan both did go into the degree of certainty where we can say they are leaning to Donald Trump. So in Milwaukee, Donald Trump is outperforming by a few points. In Dane, he's outperforming by almost 4 points. Look, that's how these elections are won. They're won on margins. And when you look over in Michigan, Joe Biden won Oakland County by 16 points. The question was whether Trump eroded with white, educated voters. Oakland County's filled with them. She's only ahead by 10, and that margin has been closing steadily since the early vote was first counted. All right, so we're waiting now for Macomb. The early vote came in. She barely won it. Joe Biden won the early vote in Macomb a lot. All right, and now in Wayne, if this keeps going, he could seriously end up around 35% of the vote in Detroit. So we're not, and there, like Monica just said, there are things that can happen, but I'm telling you, as we get more of this vote, our certainty begins to grow, and Donald Trump's chances do appear to get better and better every minute here.
What would she need to do if you got Michigan, you got Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania? What would she need to do? Her path to victory, she has to get all three. Tell me what has to happen in what areas to pull off this kind of miracle.
All right, this is why his chances now in our forecast of winning this election are approaching 80%. Because she's running quickly out of...
But hang on a second. You're actually lower than the New York Times. The New York Times has just gotten to
86%.
The New York Times
and popular vote.
I'm conservative, brother.
Popular vote and 86%.
I'm conservative, brother.
Rich Barris 100 out of 100 times over the New York Times. I'm just telling you that right now.
Thank you, John. I appreciate that. Because also the People's Funding can also project that Ann Seltzer, the great Ann Seltzer, has gone down in disgrace tonight. Okay, this was something that's been building up for a long time. I know a lot about it. And John, one day we should have a conversation maybe on your show about things that Ann just has been able to keep out of the public light for a while. I knew about that poll coming out 2 days before, and I knew about it because people were mad that she was telling Harris surrogates that she was going to drop a bomb in that SOB's lap. I called the guys at Real Clear Politics and told them all about it. So, and after this election is over, we're going to have a little conversation about the great Ann Seltzer.
Holy balls, look at this.
Hang on.
Real quick, Polymarket, real quick. Trump over 90% right now. 92.1%. Kamala in the single digits, 7.7%. I like that.
One thing we know, Vegas don't lose no money. Vegas don't lose money.
For real. House always wins.
Yeah.
Bro.
Woo!
Crazy. Ask the question. Are you telling me that the Des Moines Register allowed themselves to be used in what is a PSYOP? Because that's essentially what it was, correct,
Well, Steve, they've already done
media.
it. She withheld the Trump plus 18 or 19 when she knew that he was crushing Biden. She withheld it for a month when I publicly accused her of holding on to that poll. For what reason? Why would you hold on to it? She only drops it when they pull the switcheroo so she can show that Harris is doing so much better against Donald Trump in Iowa than Joe Biden. If you can't see what's going on there, then I don't know what truck you just fell off of. I got a piece of the Brooklyn Bridge. You want to buy it? $1 million. Dirty cheap. Come get it. I mean, obviously she held that poll because she knew they were going to try the switcheroo. Obviously. Come on.
Barris, hang on.
Hold on. Let me tell you real quick. What's so crazy about Ann Seltzer is she got interviewed, right? So she was interviewed yesterday about her polling, and that same guy who was talking was interviewing her. I don't know his name. And he
Richard Barris.
And he showed her the polls, and he was like, so the R&D, she was like, what does the R&D stand for?
Oh,
she
we
did not
covered that
know
on the show, bro.
Did you see that?
Yeah, and she's supposed to be like a politics expert.
Right.
Oh my God.
She did not know that R stood for Republican and D stood for Democrat.
I couldn't believe that. Like, what planet are we on, dude? These are the people that are like calling the shots and stuff. So disconnected from reality.
It's crazy.
Totally crazy.
Hang on for 1 second before we go to break. The New York Times is where?
88% now.
Oh, baby.
I'm going to give you a number.
Short break.
That's all the electoral votes left that Donald Trump needs. He's 59 short. Harris is 140 short.
We're going to come back. You go right to that. He's 59 short. She's how many short?
140.
Okay. Go.
Skip ahead.
Here, Theater night, you and silver for delivery to.
We'll tune back in. Let's check in with InfoWars. Oh, they're in the middle of a commercial. Let's see. We got
Georgia's in.
Let's see what this is.
To wrap
Fox.
your night up at.
Hey guys, good evening. The yard of Howard University has completely transitioned into the place where Vice President Kamala Harris will arrive for her official election night party. But the party, I'll tell you, started hours ago here. But the mood has gone up. You feel a little bit of anxiety from the crowd, and then we hear some cheers as the projections start to come in. We have another camera that I'd like for you to take a look at.
More
It's a
people
better
at
shot.
the motherfucking pilot truck stop when I get fuel. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Right. Trump goes, they fill up entire stadiums. Madison Square
Right.
Garden with 75,000 people outside. And the crowd is sparse at Howard.
Man,
Unbelievable.
I pity the fool. I pity the fool. Good Lord. Good Lord.
Of the crowd. This is a crowd filled with students, alumni, people in the community, people who don't even have ties to Howard University, who are just HBCU grads, saying it's important to be here, calling this night already historic regardless of what the outcome is. We had a chance to speak with a number of alum and current students who say, you know what, win or lose, they have a message for the vice president. Go ahead and take a listen.
I just
For
want to
real.
thank you from the bottom of my heart for all that you do and all that you will continue to do.
Thank you for showing up at a time such as this. Thank you for answering the call. And thank you for choosing to lead in this way and to inspire so many people, not only young women.
So pathetic, dude. Inspiring young women. She could, black gay lesbians could be, who are partying and they can be president. Who cares about what race you are, what gender you are, what the sexuality of your vagina?
You don't get no fuck. Like,
Right, completely irrelevant.
Where they get these soft ass, I just want to thank you for what you've done. Man, what the fuck has Kamala Harris done, bro?
She's destroyed the border. She's, she's just done bad stuff, basically.
Oh, man. I need to.
You saw on The View, they were like, would you have done anything different compared to Joe Biden? She was like, I can't think of anything. Like, are you fucking kidding me, dude?
I pretty much agreed on everything. I was pretty much a part of every decision he made.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
right there.
That was the nail in her campaign. Dumbest possible answer she could have given.
You know what, bro?
What?
When I really think about it, I don't really think Kamala Harris is that dumb. What I think is she got thrusted into a position that she didn't want to be in. I think she's
That she was incapable of. Also.
Bro, I honestly think she self-sabotaged herself a lot because she did not want to be the president of the United States, bro. She knows what that shit. She knows what that. There's no way in hell she could be that dumb, bro. I'm serious, bro. Like, you can't be Attorney General of California. Like, bro, she's had some accomplishments in her lifetime, bro, that you can't be a dumb person to be in those spaces.
Well, like her husband said, she puts her head down and she gets to work. You know? Very poor choice of words, Batman. You know, like, damn, bro. You could have said anything and you said that.
It's like, bro, there's no, like, I really think, like, she was like, I don't want to do this shit. Like, as vice president, I could be in the background. I could, make a few business deal. I could help my husband, Dutch Emhoff, with his BlackRock investments. But to be the head of the state, like the CIC, I don't want to do, bro. I truly think she self-sabotaged herself in this campaign to make herself look like the worst candidate possible because she's not ready for that, bro. They just thrusted her into that shit. Like, oh, you're vice president, and then, like, Biden has He does the debate and it goes horrible, and then 2 weeks later, yeah, you're going to run for president. It's like, huh?
She's so far out of her element.
Yeah, like I didn't ask for that. What the fuck? Okay,
Yeah,
yep,
a hair's breadth away.
I run. Yep, I'm a run. I'm gonna give you what you want. Yeah.
And then Joe Biden sabotaging her at every step of the way too.
Hey, so you heard what they just said? Shit, his wife was at the damn polls wearing a red dress. That's a signal right there. Y'all fucked my husband.
That is absolutely a signal. Dude, that is not an accident. On election day, wearing bright red, not an accident. Let's rewind this a little bit. Go ahead, bro.
Secret Service came out and said that y'all can't even wear red ties to show allegiance to the Republican Party. So why would she wear a red fucking dress at the polls? She telling them, yeah, y'all know who we voting for. Trump 2024.
Trump 2024, MAGA Maha, baby. Let's go. Hashtag deport Democrats.
Wow, what a shot. We're so fortunate, given all the work people have done over the last 4 years to be here on the rooftop of the Willard Hotel. We've done, I think this is since 2020, we did the 2020 election from a rooftop overlooking the Capitol, 22 midterm. We did it from another location overlooking the Capitol. We decided this year was very important for us to be here at the Willard, since so much of the history of this, John, as you know, the steel, big steel back in 2020, we had the command center, the war room here. President Trump gave the speech at the Ellipse.
That's right.
Which President Trump was indicted for and is in a federal court about. I went to prison. Peter Navarro went to prison on J6. And here's the beauty of it. Liz Cheney and that crowd threw down so hard. And at the end of the day, the American people said they've moved on. They don't buy any of it.
Iowa. Just reported.
Trump just took Iowa?
Just took Iowa.
On AP?
Yes, sir.
Let's see what we got here. President. Iowa called for Trump. Trump in the lead by 150,000 votes, basically. 649 to 491, 160,000. 56.2% to Kamala, 42.5%. Let's see, what percentage is reporting at this point? 65% of votes counted.
Yeah, she ain't catching up to that.
Oh, man, this is bananas. This is so crazy. I'm so nervous. We need this, guys. We need this bigly.
And they're on the cusp right now. Now, look, we got to win one of the blue wall states, and this thing's still very active. But you may have President Trump as president-elect. John, I've known you for a long time. You were a political analyst, a numbers guy, now one of the top investigative reporters in the world. We talked. You started feeling this afternoon or sometime, hey, I think something very special could happen tonight. Tell us, when did you start getting that as you watched the shows and saw the numbers start to come in?
Well, what you do as a journalist is you get people out to the polling places. After you know what the early vote is, you get the people out to the polling places and say, does Kamala Harris have the turnout that she needs in Philadelphia or in Michigan or other places to overcome the early vote? Because the Republicans have significantly overachieved on early vote from any prior election, and it just wasn't happening. I got pictures of guys driving around in Philadelphia screaming F you, Kamala Harris, in Philly districts. So you knew that the sentiments for Kamala Harris to have some sort of Philadelphia wave weren't going to happen. Detroit got similar reports throughout the afternoon, and now the data is backing up the anecdotes. And she's just underperformed. And I have felt really for the last 2 weeks that the Democratic coalition that really goes back to Obama 2008 has been crumbling, that this is Dexit night, and that the Democrats are going to have to reevaluate. And I'm going to take you back to the moment Bill Clinton's in Georgia. Bill Clinton the media tried to suggest that when Bill Clinton said Lake and Riley would have been alive if they did a better job protecting the border, everybody said that was a gaffe. It is not a gaffe. Bill Clinton doesn't make gaffes like that. Yeah, his hands tremble a little bit now. He's calculating. I think Bill Clinton saw this moment, and he's already starting to think about, how do I tug the party back before I die to the center of it, where it used to be when I was president, because this far left stuff is for bananas, and I don't like it. And so I don't think that was an accident. I don't think it was an accident today that Jill Biden wore an all-red dress. I think she was sending a message to Kamala Harris. So these aren't mistakes that they've been portrayed as sort of efforts to have moments of fupas. They aren't. There's a subliminal feeling that Kamala Harris was the wrong person at the wrong time in this country.
We'll go there in a second. One more thing I want to talk about is that President Trump, what he did, people said in the last couple of weeks he lost his focus. The grind to go to these rallies, to have these rallies in strategic locations, and also they were quite smart. They kept going back to North Carolina, right? And a lot of people, myself included, say, hey, haven't we put North Carolina away? Clearly, there were some issues there. They saw where they had to go. Now, it looks like we have not expanded the map, although we may win the popular vote. We're very close to that. But it looks like we haven't expanded the map to New Hampshire, to Virginia, New Mexico. I know some early numbers coming out of Minnesota look good, but that'll probably turn. But the focus of the Trump campaign to do what they had to do and not get taken off message to close this, while she was signaling the entire time, going back to Philadelphia, going back to Georgia, going to Atlanta, going to places, going to Detroit, going to places that was obvious she was trying to convince the African-American vote to turn out. Only 11% turnout versus 13% of the population. African-American men look like they're going to set an all-time high record voting for President Trump. And who knows, we haven't gone through how many actually stay home.
Yeah, listen, I think the discipline of the Trump campaign all throughout the 2023-2024 race, I mean, we had assassination attempts, we had indictments, we had Supreme Court cases, and Donald Trump never lost his focus on what he needed to do to get the Republican Party to win. He makes up with Brian Kemp. He goes to the right states at the right moment. He has these organic moments. I will say this, and you and I both know President Trump a long time. I think he's been more relatable on the campaign trail the last 6-7 weeks than any time. Anybody who knows him behind the scenes knows that Donald Trump. So people got to see him when that woman fainted in the stands, and he goes out a couple of days after he's been almost assassinated. He's not going to let the Secret Service. He's checking on her. He's a much more relatable candidate. I think that helped him a lot too. He felt like a human.
Donna wants to know, Dre, if you've ever delivered heavy equipment to South Wisconsin.
All the time. I was just in Wisconsin week before last. I was up in where was I? I was in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Dropped off a load there, and then I picked up another load about 10 miles outside of Milwaukee. I'll be through Wisconsin all the time.
Nice.
Love Wisconsin.
She says, Avalon. Have you been to Avalon?
Nah, I haven't been. I haven't picked up a load or dropped a load in Avalon, but I've driven through Avalon though.
Nice. Wisconsin looks like a beautiful state. I don't think I've ever been there.
Yeah, it's definitely a beautiful state, and they're real truck friendly. A lot of truck stops, a lot of truck parking.
Nice.
Bro, this is crazy. I think that we're going to take the House and the Senate. Like, look at this is crazy, bro. Like,
AP?
Like, yeah, bro. Like, look at the House and the Senate. Like, the House,
Senate.
like, they're up by 60. Like, 98 to 152. I mean, it's getting like, bro, they ain't gonna be able to get no votes. Like, just listen to the Rob Whitman elected to U.S. House 1st District in Virginia. Glenn Grothman elected to U.S. House 6th District in Wisconsin. Lisa McClain elected to U.S. House 9th District in Michigan. Republican Bob Onder elected to Missouri House 3rd District. Adrian Smith elected to U.S. House in Nebraska 3rd District. John McGuire elected to U.S. House in 5th District. Bro, Michael Cloud elected to, bro, all you see is like a whole bunch of Republicans and like 1 or 2 Democrats sprinkled in. Like, they getting their ass kicked, bro. They went too woke.
They went too woke. Never go full woke.
Nope. People are tired of it, man.
Not even once. Oh man.
Tucker, like the Tucker situation where went to Glendale. He sat down with Tucker, and Tucker got like 5 minutes of just questions. Trump talked for.
Oh, we got Crowder on Infowars. Let's see what's going on.
Oh, eating saltines. The fever's
delicious.
Past low grade. It's getting there.
It's trying to get you.
Yeah, popsicles.
Popsicles, applesauce, and there's 3 things. Damn it.
Well, it doesn't help if I don't have the third thing.
I think it's bourbon. Is that
no,
not
I'm not doing that yet.
What the hell was it?
One thing, we're looking into some numbers here that are pretty damn interesting. I think my suspicions, not going to make any official calls, were likely correct as it relates to Miami-Dade, Broward, Palm Beach, and some of the swings that we're seeing. And if we can apply that, we're going to cross-reference it with some other counties
back in the
that have
house.
already been called, not necessarily in swing states, but in states that have already been called. So we can look at some definitive patterns and see that it may be the reason this election plays out the way that it will in swing states like Pennsylvania. So before we get to that, though,
can I ask you a question, Stephen? Because when you do that, you cross-reference. Is that because the demographics are similar? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In other words, I'm going to look at some demographics here that we're looking at right now and see, okay, if there was some major trends in these counties where we saw some significant swings, and we saw them in places not only in Florida, but if that seems to check out consistently with places like New York, places that have already been called. In other words, I'm not talking about counties that Donald Trump wins, but if certain demographics have been swinging consistently with a pattern, that'll give us some interesting projections that we can make that other people are not going to be willing to make because they would consider it racist.
Are there states with a lot of Jews and Cubans other than
certainly.
They just
What's up, Dre?
They just called Washington State and California for Kamala. So the race just tightened. It's 179 to 214.
Gross.
But see, on AP, they haven't called North Carolina, Georgia, and Trump is winning. They basically called North Carolina and Georgia for Trump on other platforms.
Yep, over here on Decision Desk HQ, they've got Georgia and North Carolina called for Trump. Trump ahead 50.9% to 48. North Carolina, 51% to 48.2 in Georgia. So we're looking good over there. Pennsylvania, Trump now winning 2.4 million to 2.29 million. So he's up by still 115,000.
And check this shit. Trump is up in Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan right now, bro. Holy shit.
All 3 light red on AP. Trump, 11% of votes counted in Minnesota. Trump up 227,000 to 140,000 for Kamala. 1.025 million in Wisconsin with 60% in counted to 978,000 for Kamala. So he's got a cool 50 G's there leading. And Michigan, 830 to 761. So that's a cool 80, almost 70,000.
Yeah.
What about Pennsylvania? Now he's up 2.477 million to 2.322. So a cool 150 grand.
Yeah. Yep. So with that being said, bro, I love y'all. I'm gonna go take a shower. I gotta get up at 5 a.m. The views
Thank you so much.
Like 3,000 or 4,000 every episode. I mean, it's going crazy. You know what I mean?
Steam, hopefully.
You know, with that being said, man, I love y'all. I love you, bro. And
love you too, man.
I'll tap in the morning and see how this goes.
Sounds good. You got the key to the backstage entry, so feel free to hop on anytime, my friend. You're always welcome.
All right, bro.
All right. Happy 5th. Right. We'll catch you on the flip side with some good news, hopefully.
Yes, sir. Peace.
Peace, brother. All right, Dre. That was so good to see Dre. Let's check back in over here with let's see, where should we go next? Where have we not been in a while? We have NDTV.
of the income stream and redistribute them to people at the very, very top, the billionaire and centimillionaire class. I wrote a series of best-selling books about how this was going on before Trump came along, but he then ramped this up, and he promises to ramp it up
Right Side
more.
Broadcasting.
Off the shelf. 70% of the state said that they don't want it. When Kamala Harris was asked about it, she said she wasn't going to chime in. That's
Thanks,
the
everybody,
woman
for the warm welcome.
who could potentially lead our country. Now, when you take a look at this map, it goes to show you that's not what most Americans want. And so things are looking much better, because even when you cast these votes, when you think about what these votes mean for Kamala Harris, it's only brought her up to 179. We've still got Nevada, and this will likely turn red. And again, 6 out of the 7 swing states at this point in the evening are all shaded in red.
Z-Man!
Now, I'd like to jump in the chat from time to time. I like to see what you guys are interested in knowing more about. And somebody said they want to know about Colorado. So here's a look at what's happening in Colorado.
I'll post the links for you for these map sites down in the chat.
Denver is the reason why. You go just to the south where you have cattle country in Colorado Springs area. That area is red. So within the big cities, even in Fort Collins, that is what turned the state blue, or kept it blue, to just be quite frank, because this is one of those states that typically votes blue, just like some of our other states that are heavily influenced by the populous area.
Oops, sorry about that. Like when I go to other tabs, sometimes it shuts down.
Hub, and it's Denver in Colorado. So let's take a minute and kind of look around a little bit more, see if there's any changes of note here. I'm feeling really good about the fact that you see so much red here in Minnesota. Even at this hour, we continue to tally the votes up there. 12% of the votes now have been counted. 60.6% to Donald J. Trump. So guys, I mean, this is downright inspiring. The fact that 6 out of the 7 swing states are looking favorable for Donald Trump. Now, Virginia, I know you two are getting pretty excited about Virginia. I had a feeling it was going to go blue. Just want to give you an idea where Virginia is right now. 50% Kamala, 48% Donald J. Trump, so it's still relatively tight. But because of its proximity to Washington, D.C., obviously D.C. within Virginia, this is an area that typically goes blue. So Matthew, Bobby, I don't know about you. I know it's still early, but boy, oh boy, we're looking good. For our Donald J. Trump.
We are. It's 11:07 Eastern time. Thank you so much, Christina Loren there, breaking down all of the electoral map that you saw right there. And we were talking about Virginia. We know that Harris has about a 2% lead over there. Still polls, precincts to be counted and votes to be counted there. Let's look at North Carolina again real quick. It looks like President Trump is leading in North Carolina 50.8% to 48%. So 50.8 to 48 over Harris. That is one of the key swing states. We're looking at 16. That's a huge number. 16 electoral votes, Bobby.
If that's 88% of the votes counted as well. If the Tar Heel state and same with the Peach state, if they drop in the direction of those 32 votes going towards President Trump, it's looking relatively clear that it would be very hard for Kamala Harris to have a pathway to victory if President Trump sweeps the Sun Belt here.
Let's go, guys.
Let's talk about Georgia. It looks like there are other areas that people are calling Georgia as a win for President Trump. The Associated Press has not yet, so we are going to wait until we get that
Decision Desk
and then,
HQ
of course,
has.
We'll be glad to say Georgia went to President Trump. So we're going to be waiting here. You see right there, 90% of the votes in, 51%, 51.1 to 48.2. That is looking likely, Bobby.
Georgia on my mind. It's a beautiful thing. Let's hope it keeps going in that direction, but we want to bring you fair and accurate results and not just jump the gun too quickly here.
Exactly. So Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, what those states have in common right now is that President Trump is leading in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. right now, the numbers out of Arizona,
probably Gator,
the Grand Canyon State, President Donald J. Trump has
Harris
the
Camp
lead
no longer giving
out there
comments
on the West Coast with 50% of the votes counted in Arizona as well, as you see those Georgia numbers with President Trump in the lead there. So things are, listen, it's not about worrying about getting too excited about certain things. I mean, the facts are the facts. And right now, President Trump is, as you said, Bobby, 56 electoral votes away, right?
Right, correct.
From being the 47th president of the United States. And if you look at each of the states, again,
General Crypto,
Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia.
Plus 2 in the House, where Gator?
Leading. President Trump is leading every state that I just mentioned in the union. This is
Let's do this, C-Man.
Interesting and quite wonderful to see, Bobby.
And I do believe that many times it doesn't matter ultimately who you select as your running mate. If President Trump is able to win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, I believe Senator J.D. Vance and his performance in that debate was truly crucial. And we know that President Trump has an eye for finding talent. And Senator J.D. Vance, God willing, the next vice president of the United States, really compliments President Trump so well. And he's shown that with his tough yet gentle nature, really calling out other reporters, saying to certain folks, are you listening to yourself, talking about migrant crime and Trende Aragua taking over the apartment complexes in Aurora, saying, oh, it's just one or two. And said, well, what if you live there? I mean, J.D. Vance goes right to the core of policy, and he's been there. He knows how to do it. His life has been affected from big government policies and how to make something of yourself when you're up against the ropes.
J.D. Vance's interview with fake tapper over at fake news CNN.
Jake Tapeworm.
These are words that President Trump uses, so I'm using those words as well. But did such a great job. This was about a week and a half ago. J.D. Vance just shut it down. Jake was trying to angle with all these questions. And when you go against truth, you're going to look dumb. If you're not on the side of truth, you're going to look stupid.
Well, you and I and classy Christina Loren, of course, all coming from mainstream news outlets. I remember those discussions, those training, especially early on in our careers. The idea that it's not right or left or conservative or liberal or what have you.
I think Minnesota is turning red because they are so fucking sick of Tampon Tim.
Dude, I hope so. It'd be an extra nice slap in the face to Tampon Tim if we got Minnesota. We got Trump up 272,000 votes to Kamala at 168 right now, dwarfed by the mighty Donald Trump with only 14% of the votes being counted as of yet. So we'll have to see what happens with that, but it's looking pretty good for Trump as of right now. Crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff.
Blue. Is it sunny outside? Is it raining? There are just specific truths and natural law that binds us. Well, that's changed for a lot of mainstream outlets in the last few years because when Donald Trump came onto the scene, they just kind of lost their minds in the process. Carrie Lake talks a lot about this. She was the lead anchor for nearly 2 decades out at Fox 10 in Arizona, an outstanding news person herself. And wow, she's like, the whole industry went crazy when he came onto the scene.
Exactly. So she was an anchor at Fox 10 in Phoenix, and then now we should actually check that race. So why don't we do that?
Let's do that. Absolutely.
So there's a lot of races to check out there when it comes to congressional and Senate races. Let's also look at Hung Kao, the race in Virginia for Senate there. We know that Carrie Lake and Hung Kao are Trump-endorsed candidates. Those are big races. So let's see if we can get some numbers on Carrie Lake. But we do know, we there out of Virginia, President Trump down by a bit of a percentage there. Not too much, of course, 1.7% down, but 89.4% in with the vote count in Virginia. So that is a wild card state that we've been watching. The other wild card state was Minnesota. And we know that President Trump is leading in Minnesota. And I think, this is just my guess, not a prediction, but just a guess, that President Trump will win the state of Minnesota. President Trump, get this, has a lead in that state, 60.5% over Harris at 37.4%. Now, when I look at the numbers a little closer, Bobby, 14% of the votes are counted in Minnesota right now. So only 14%.
Nevada,
so
the
he
wild
does have
card.
quite the lead there in Minnesota, but we still have a little bit to go.
Some time
like
to
they did
go.
the same
It's a
thing last
significant
time.
lead at the moment. Again, early count, as we saw in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania tonight, where it seems as if they counted the urban areas first because there was a strong lead at first for Vice President Harris, but now that has seemed to be much more even and narrowed. Just going back to the Arizona Senate race, Ruben Gallego, a relatively popular Democrat congressman, slightly up right now, 52.5% against Kerry Lake's 45.8%, with 49% of the votes counted. So too soon, a relatively narrow race. And the Green Party candidate there, right now, Eduardo Quintana, with 1.7% of the votes,
Stealing our votes.
31,000 roughly of the popular vote in that race.
And you see on the right side of your screen there the U.S. Senate election right now. So if you look at the state of Virginia, or
Big
the Commonwealth
ovary
of Virginia,
energons.
Timothy Kaine is leading against Hung Cao, the Trump-endorsed candidate, 52.5% to 47.5%. There's 75% of the votes counted there. So Timothy Kaine has 1.8 million, and then Hung Cao has 1.6 million. So not looking too good right there, but we still have about, 15% or so, 25% of the vote yet to be counted in Virginia. So that's a little bit of the Senate races there. We know that it looks like Joe Kent. Let's check out Joe Kent in Washington State. Don't see that specifically on this right here, but we'll be checking that in a bit. How about Vermont? We were interviewing Gerald Malloy quite a bit here at the network. Bernie Sanders, the career politician, won
And
that
Gremlin.
race there. But let's get back to the presidential race right now. As we know, President
Agree,
Trump
Mama Mac.
in the lead, 214 to 179. You are looking live, West Palm Beach, actually Palm Beach, Florida, right now at the convention center there. RSBN's Harrison Fields and Megan Kohler, Bobby, they're live. The energy in that room must be, guys, those of you watching that have been to rallies, all of that excitement and hope for our country. Not just an emotional high, but just something that says, you know what? I'd much rather have common sense leadership. Or I want to have the Constitution as the law of the land. The basics, right? Well, that energy there is probably all of the rallies culminated in one room. And for those of you watching, wherever you're watching right now, we're with you guys. We're seeing these numbers come in. And this is looking good. As you see on the lower part of your screen there, President Trump at 214 to Harris, 179. President Trump, is it 60 electoral votes exactly? You were saying 56?
There is roughly, according to the AP, he has 214, so 56 electoral votes needed, and he will be reelected as the 47th president of the United States.
Exactly. So you see that number
Let's
right
go,
there,
guys.
214 to 179.
Let's check in with We Are Change.
This is awesome.
If he wins Minnesota, it's game over.
I mean, Tim
That's
Walz.
huge.
Tim Walz is a cuck. I mean, I never thought he could take Minnesota, but Tim Walz ruined.
He's a little bit worse than the cuck.
Crazy that Kamala got her first vote ever. Turner over here.
First, no one voted for her at all, and now there's millions of people that vote.
Oh, Martha has
She's
a
doing
hat.
great.
What's the hat?
We're calling
Ron Paul was right. I see that shirt.
She's a premature election ejaculationer.
Who's this chick? Ron Paul was right. I like that chick.
Always. Best one-liners.
Hey, man, I tell you what. I spent 9 years in the military, and I work in construction safety, so I learn a lot of bad things, but sometimes they're for my advantage. But I just want to explain, to people that Ron Paul was right. So...
Yes.
I'm looking at these totals, Luke, and I'm looking at the Pennsylvania. I don't know. I know you're talking about the leads, but if people want numbers, the most recent update on the Google Live feed, especially Michigan, is 51.9%, but that's only with 31% reporting. But remember, the polls had it basically at a dead tie with a plus or minus correction. Pennsylvania, 75% reporting, 51.1%.
Which means the Democrats need to win about 57% of their remaining vote to actually take that state. It's going to be very difficult.
Well, Republicans generally do win the same day voting, but I voted early because I knew I'd be down here with you guys. And when I voted, I had a 2.5, almost 3 hour line. And because I recognize a lot of the right wingers in my state, in my county, it was a lot of our people that were voting early too. So this is great. I think I know anything can change, but I think we're on the right direction. And what I would like to hear, if we have people in the comments or we have any future call-ins, what I would like to know.
Yeah, I haven't been able to check Collins. We lost Myron for a little bit. I'm going to give him back the new link. But again, people could call in. If you want to be a caller, all you have to do is sign up to lukeunfiltered.com. Go.
Let's hop over to Jones.
Huge. And Alex, a lot of people, are newer to this, right? We have a lot of Gen Z viewers. They don't remember when Florida was a nail biter, right? We'd stay up all night just to hear on Ohio and Florida. That's kind of taken for granted. And we looked at the numbers where we saw a huge swing. So, for example, Miami-Dade, an 18-point swing toward Donald Trump. Broward, a 13-point swing. Palm Beach, 12 points. I looked at it and cross-referenced it with New York. Miami-Dade has 123,000 Jewish Americans. Broward, 149,000. 134,000 in Palm Beach. Then we looked in a state where Donald Trump lost. But we looked, for example, Brooklyn. We saw an 11.6% swing toward Donald Trump, 542,000 Jewish Americans. Manhattan, 10.7 point swing, 356,000 Jewish Americans. Queens, a 21-point swing, 150,000 Queens. I bet you also be pretty interested. A lot of Middle Eastern, a lot of Arab American who, by the way, are swinging toward Donald Trump, not necessarily in a way that he's winning, but in a way where he's carving off some of those numbers. I think that may be the story of tonight, the Jewish American vote and the Hispanic vote, but we're seeing that kind of track, which, if so, we could apply to Pennsylvania. This is something that's obviously near and dear to you. Does that surprise you, or were you expecting that tonight?
A lot of people I really respect were looking at the numbers. Even Roger Stone, who's usually a big pessimist, said Trump could win tonight, and he said that on my show Sunday. And so, look, people have self-preservation in mind, common sense. Harris is so
honestly, I was always
walls.
They totally lost me over the fucking idea of using someone who couldn't verbally communicate to the audience. A fucking woman communicated for him. I'm like, you guys can go fuck off.
Fuck yeah, bro. Fuck yeah. These people are demons.
Pick somebody that would compliment her disgustingness, but they were actually able to find somebody that may be more gross. Yeah. And so the system's been very, very arrogant.
Whoop. Let's refresh.
All right,
real quick.
Do you think that the suspicion that I have here might be correct, that we are seeing a significant portion of American Jews no longer in clear conscience being able to support the Democrat Party? You think that's what? Do you think this is just, again, right now a suspicion, but we're looking at different counties, that may have played a significant role, for example, in these huge swings, these districts where there are a lot of American Jews?
Yeah, I don't think that's speculation. We've already seen that swing in the polls. And so I think that's a game changer as well. But what I think you're seeing is just a political realignment with all these famous Democrats and liberals that have souls joining Trump. And I just think that the people get it. They can smell that, that there's no future with Harris, and, that Trump's not out to get him, and Trump doesn't want World War III. So absolutely.
Right,
I mean, I think that's a big part of it. And like you said, you got all these Muslims endorsing him in Michigan. And I mean, people just are sick of the current power structure, but then they're going to try to block this. They're going to try to impeach him again. They've reportedly already drawn up articles of impeachment if he is, getting back into office. It looks like Republicans are taking the Senate, expanding in the House. That's just as important. So if Trump does get in and has the trifecta, he better drain that swamp and he better deliver. And he's being handed, as you know, an economy that's got fire coming out of the engine.
Let's go, Z-Man.
Out its ass. So this is a crazy ass situation.
Boom. Yeah.
Can I, before I want to see if I can, hey, Toolman, if we show this clip out of Georgia, will Alex be able to hear it?
I can do that, yeah.
Okay, so Alex, we have something breaking right now. You wouldn't be able to see it, but would you like to be here to hear? Let me set this up for you. Right now, this is some exclusive testimony video that we have that has gone through our team right now to vet it. So this is from someone named Devin. He went to go early vote in Georgia on the 21st of October, okay? They told him, oh, sorry, you were deceased in July of 2023. So he was allowed to take this photo of the screen,
What,
which you can see
Mandy?
in the video, and he was given a provisional ballot, told that his vote may not go through, but you'll be registered for next time. And we actually have a
Stop him
clip
from
right now that we can play. You won't be able to see it, but hear
Love it.
No, I'll show it to.
Okay, you'll be able to
he will
see
see it too.
Let's show it to Alex.
Hey, my name is Devin Hare, and I'm dead. I went to go early vote 21st of October and found out that I was deceased, and that was why it wouldn't work. I was listening to the podcast. Y'all were talking about, hey, we need to double check that we're registered to vote because there's strange things happening. I said, okay, I'll just go check it out on the website. I should be A-okay. My name does not
Gator.
come up. Show up the 21st, say, hey, here's my driver's license. They say, we can't find you in the system. Let's get you over to this other lady. She's got a computer. She's got all back-end information. She can tell you what's going on. And she goes, hey, yeah, no, sorry about this, but you're dead. You are not alive anymore. And you have been since July of 2023. I would hope I'm still alive. And she said, yeah, it's just that system is not working. You're still alive everywhere else, but the voter registration side, you're not here. My official status for voter registration is canceled, and the reason is that I'm deceased. She said, your vote might not go through this year. As of today, my name is still not on the registration list, and it's not on the I voted list anywhere. So bravo, Harris County.
Wow.
So there we go. And again, we can't, like we said, just like I couldn't confirm when we were doing the election, I believe we crossed streams in 2020, where I got a ballot to an old address in Michigan that was in process, along with, by the way, my relatives in Michigan who did vote where it said in process. The only confirmation that we have right now is a complete lack of confirmation. And to me, this is an example of, hey, Donald Trump may win this in spite of some shenanigans that are taking place.
Let me add to that.
At all with Georgia?
Let me add to that, because, it's confirmed reports in all the battleground states, and it's almost only happening to Republicans, just like
Kamala, 5.1% on Poly Market.
She's getting constituents saying the machines are flipping from straight Republican to straight Democrat. And then later it happened all over the country. They said, oh, it's just a glitch. It is happening. So that's confirmed. So they tried to deny all this 4 years ago. Now it's all out in the open. And then all over the country, it's been reported that Republicans that have been registered and already voting are told there's a problem, or they're not on it, or sorry, you're not in the database. Here's a provisional. And so you kind of go to timeout. So there's all sorts of ways that they're doing this. But as you said, the shenanigans are out in the open. They had all these federal judges rule illegals can vote, stay on the rolls. The Texas Secretary of State said 5 weeks ago, you can vote with a non-citizen ID. Then the Supreme Court comes in and says about last Monday, to Virginia, okay, the illegals do have to come off the rolls. So people have been denying that, even though, James O'Keefe gets the footage of it happening. No, this is really going on. So
look at this. Elon just posted 54 minutes ago, game, set, and match. Game, set, and match. Elon confident in a MAGA Maha victory at this point. That's good to see. He's pretty smart. So, maybe a good thing. I saw him post another video earlier that I wanted to play for you guys.
Hey,
here we
Wiley,
go.
Dad's in bed, but he's totally for Trump.
Nice. Yeah, your dad's on the level. He's with us. Yeah. So Elon posted this. Dark MAGA Assemble. I haven't checked it out yet, but it looks like it's going to be cool. So let's scope out this video.
He calls it Dark MAGA.
As you can see, I'm not just MAGA, I'm Dark MAGA.
My sole and exclusive mission is to go to work for our country, to go to work for you. It's time to deliver a victory for the American people. We don't win anymore, but we are going to start winning again.
I'm not just MAGA, I'm Gothic MAGA.
From mountain to mountain, from ocean to ocean, hear these words. You will never be ignored again. And yes, together, we will make America great again. America will start winning again, winning like never before. I will never, ever let you down.
This is Donald Trump's house.
bring back our borders. We will bring back our wealth. And we will bring back our dreams. Thank you, God bless you, and God bless America.
Oh, yeah, that's true, Mama Mac. Mama Mac posted this. Remember the DC madam who ran an escort service for government elites? Yeah, she told Alex Jones she wasn't suicidal, then promptly was suicided like a day after being on his show. Guess who blocked her client list from being revealed? Judge Merrick Garland. Ah, that's so frustrating, Mama Mac.
And the lawyer who represented a woman convicted of running an escort service for well-heeled customers in Washington, D.C., says that he wants to release more information from the case, but he cannot legally do so. One America's John Hines has more on the case.
The U.S. Supreme Court has denied a request from a lawyer who once represented a woman known as the D.C. Madam to release records from her famous escort service. The records were ordered sealed back in 2007 and contain information that the lawyer in the case says could affect the 2016 presidential election. The lawyer in the case, Montgomery Blair Sibley, says that he wanted the Supreme Court to lift a lower court order keeping the records sealed. And the judge presiding over the lower court where the case sits bottled up, that would be D.C. Circuit Court Chief Judge Merrick Garland.
In this particular case, he's the chief administrative judge there, and therefore he has his hand on the throttle or the brake of the processing of all the cases. My case has been up there since March 9th. So we're closing it on 30 days. I did make a motion to expedite it based upon, the Wisconsin primary yesterday and other compelling factors. He's ignored that, and they're just sitting on it.
Sibley says Garland's court has kept his case from even being considered. But Sibley is anxious to make the documents public because he believes there is information, phone records, and names of the D.C. Madam's customers that voters should be aware of in this presidential primary season.
Primary yesterday, that may have changed the balance of power, that who knows what the voters would have done had they had the information that I'm being gagged from.
Fuck yeah, JJR.
The so-called D.C. Madam Deborah Jean Palfrey ran a high-priced escort service in the D.C. area for several years before her conviction in 2008. She died later that year of an apparent suicide. One of her clients was Louisiana Senator David Vitter, who is retiring from the Senate. John Hines, One America News, Washington.
Boom. Let's jump over to NPC show.
300,000, right? And that's a huge difference. I mean, you can run the totals up and never look back oftentimes in Pennsylvania if you're a Democrat running with a number like that. So let's take this off the screen.
Freya says she's still dying on her Pennsylvania hill. It's looking good in Pennsylvania, I'll be really honest with you. Pennsylvania is 77% counted. Trump is up by, what is that? 3.5 points. 3.5 points. 100.
So close.
About almost 200,000. About 190,000 ballots. Pennsylvania looks pretty good. Very sorry about West Virginia, though, Jillian. Sorry.
Let's check in with Pirate Radio.
No. People thought I was crazy when I said I've saw more Trump signs in New Jersey this year than ever before. The energy is just beyond 2016.
I'll be right back. I got to go grab some more
voter
water.
Registration numbers, the early vote numbers, the packed lines out the door, almost a mile. They all said it meant nothing. It's anecdotal. It's crazy. It meant something. And even if Trump doesn't pull off New Jersey, the fact that they're even worried about this right now, Biden allegedly won us by 16 points 4 years ago. This is one of the best swings in New Jersey history. So
Michael, you should give a nod to Mike Crispy also, because and then I'll drop down because I know you guys have much more to say than I do. But just another thing to note, Mike Crispy and the American First Republicans in New Jersey have done so much grassroots and on the ground work. And when our state GOP was not willing to get behind Trump, the New Jersey First Republicans did. And I think that this should be a wake-up call to all of our state GOP that they need to fall in line and get smart about things.
Let me just, expand that. And you're so totally right, Kate. When county chairs of state legislators, pretty much all of our Congress members, even the people think they're good ones, the state chair, the state party, everyone, they all were telling us to avoid Trump. Everyone was distancing themselves from us. But Mike Crispy, who many of you may know, Mike Crispy stepped up as a leader. Mike Byrne, Anthony Soma, Tim Walsh, Giancarlo Gione, Dave Tagliaferro, myself, Assemblyman Bob Off, and a few others. We, Michael Forum and Kate and everybody else, we teamed up. We formed the America First Republicans in New Jersey. We went on a tour throughout the year. We did petition drives, getting 10,000 signatures more than Joe Biden did. We went on a tour after tour across the state of New Jersey, rallying, getting new volunteers, poll workers, poll watchers, and everything, the canvassers for President Trump. We hit every single county pretty much. We were campaigning nonstop. I went to places in New Jersey I'd never been before on this tour. We went around, just us. We funded ourselves. We did all this work ourselves, and it wasn't even just I did it the least of the work, I like to think. And Mike Crispy was the unofficial Trump surrogate. He was Trump's delegate. Yeah. He spoke at Trump's rally. He met Trump several times this year. And in fact, people don't like to mention this. Mike Byrne and a few others in our group, we drove in the Trump motorcade, including Mike Byrne, one of our spokespeople. He drove in the Trump motorcade the day Trump got shot, went back to Bedminster, helped escort him back home. Our group, and I got to give so much credit to this group. Everyone distanced themselves from us. Everyone told us, told people not to approach us. Yeah, Trump was going to lose so bad in New Jersey. We stepped up and we helped. And Mike Crispy, mark my words, in just 2 years less, he'll be a congressman and he will win. And President Trump is with him all the way. And I just can't thank these guys enough. It's been such an honor traveling around the state with them and getting to vote out.
Mike, I have an election alert. Yep. Harris is leading Trump by only 700 votes in Buck County, Pennsylvania, with an estimated 52% reporting. This is getting good.
Yeah, let me give an update because I was trying to break in as well, Shell. So Trump has extended his lead in Pennsylvania, 77% in. He's up 3.5 points. Michigan just turned red, everybody. Leaning Trump, 1 point lead for Trump in Michigan. Wisconsin, 72% of the vote in. Trump ahead, 2.5 points. Arizona just went red. Donald Trump leads now by 0.2% in Arizona. It's still super tight, but the trends are trending the right direction. That's what we like to say in politics. Follow the trend, and the trend is looking good right now. Of course, Maine still hasn't given us an update, so we can still say fuck Stephen King. It is still red right now at 6% in. And Minnesota and Nevada, I don't know what they're doing. They haven't reported a single ballot. These two states look like they're going to report everything at one time, and it seems like they want to wait to be the last people at the dance. I don't know what that's about, but Minnesota... This Minnesota could be our way, guys. Like I call this. I talk to people. I've let you guys talk to people in the state legislature of Minnesota. We've had 2 different sitting members of the Minnesota state legislature in the spaces, talking to everybody about what's going on. We've got both anecdotal and real-time evidence that Minnesota might go red, like that it's in play. It's in play. Nevada. We know that Trump had a 41,000 ballot lead.
And Minnesota actually has reported votes. He's just looking at the wrong website, I guess. AP reporting 47% of votes counted in Minnesota. Donald Trump behind by 190,000 votes right now in Minnesota. So that's not looking too good. Hopefully it comes back around our direction sooner than later.
In the early voting. That bodes well in Nevada. So Nevada's in play. So basically we're just sitting here waiting now to see which state is going to give Trump the presidency, but it's a foregone conclusion, in my opinion.
Hope so, James.
Go ahead.
Can I say something?
If you guys don't know the show, Pirate Radio, it's fucking awesome.
I just
Friday nights
to say,
usually.
If you love cigars, you're
Gator
going to
knows.
love Liberty Cigars. From Trump's mugshot to the Founder Series to the Commander Series. It is brought to you with a Connecticut.
Did you do that, Michael?
No, I did it on my own. Connecticut broadleaf. And unfortunately, it's too late to get these celebratory cigars tonight. However, we're going to be celebrating in the next 4 years. So be sure to go to libertycigars.com. Mark Naughton has put the mugshot in the top. If you use code TT47, you will get 10% off. And
no, don't do it, Lou.
Don't do it.
Don't do it, Lou.
Check back in over here.
It's actually it's an Instapot. Because
Listen,
I
I never say this about Steve, but it's really cool because when I've co-hosted and guest hosted for him, I had the same thing here. He has a toilet in his chair. And it's very relaxing.
I do.
Idiocracy style.
I also pee sitting down.
Peyton.
Yeah, well, I only pee sitting down when I'm doing the show, and that's a convenience factor. But I did change the chair because it used to be like that old foam chair that you have at your grandparents' house, where it feels like another butt up against your
100%
butt. So now it's actually it's a nice firm polymer.
Nobody beats pirate radio.
It's like when you sit on someone else's desk.
No,
in
I agree.
school
I don't like, even though I'm old now, I don't like old people chairs. Even though I'm kind of old now, it's weird to be 50, but I remember like grandma was like, it feels creepy. Like, this must be like this when you're like a junior high student and Tim Walz is your gay
Gail Spanberger was up for re-election. It was really tight to the point where, there was well-reported blow-ups that she had within the Democratic caucus about some of the policies congressional Democrats had that almost cost her seat in the past. So this is no gimme district for the Democrats. But, as we sit here now at 10:40 tonight, if you had asked
11:40. And by the way, we should point out we are staying on the air until we get a call apparently in that Virginia Senate race or Virginia presidential race.
Clearly, I refuse to set my watch back from daylight savings.
I was about to say.
Oh, you're the one.
He's a few days behind.
When I'm elected, we won't have to change our clocks back.
All right, let's check in with Lou. Actually,
I don't think so much of the night.
If you were told we won't have to change our clocks back. But the thing is, if you had told me at the beginning of tonight we'd still be here with no call in the presidential race, I don't think I would.
So much of the night, Trump had pulled ahead significantly, but a lot of the outstanding vote were in Democratic strongholds, Northern Virginia, Richmond, down towards Virginia. Well, Virginia Beach, not necessarily a Democratic stronghold, but that gives you a sense of where the votes had to be counted. And in previous election cycles, it always seems to come down to Northern Virginia for one reason or another.
Look, Harris is still ahead at this point. But, when Donald Trump went to Virginia last weekend, a lot of the political pundits rolled their eyes and said, what the heck is Donald Trump doing in Virginia? Now, he rallied with Hung Cao. He got a warm embrace from Glenn Youngkin, which we hadn't seen a lot of that out of Glenn Youngkin over the last, couple of years. But, the one of the other questions was, or another way to look at that is, does the Trump campaign know something about Virginia that everybody else doesn't seem to know? And by these numbers, it seems they did.
Yeah.
I just want to point out, I know we were lamenting about how long it's taking for us to get some answers and get the results out of the state of Virginia.
I think I was complaining. I wasn't lamenting.
Maybe complaining, but one of our viewers, Marcus, who pulled a 16-hour shift today, working in Virginia Poll, he did send us a note just saying that, they had no issues, but after the doors closed, last voter walked out at 7:15, and there was still a ton of paperwork to do. We have computers to support, but at the end, it relies on humans, so it takes a little longer.
I should say a word for all of these poll workers. They do an incredible job. And, what they will tell you, by and large, every single one of them, no matter what jurisdiction you go to, not only in our area, but anywhere else.
They're saying Kamala needs 61% of the remaining vote in
of it
North
to
Carolina.
catch up. I'm going to tap this, and I'm going to show you what our models show. She's still tracking to get only 47%. This comparison right here, in a nutshell, that is why you can make the projection. Didn't get the vote that she needs, didn't get the turnout she needed. And I will add, Donald Trump did just fine tracking with his target numbers in and around, especially in the areas around Charlotte, doing just fine tracking with his 2020 patterns in county after county, and that's where he ran up the score.
And Anthony, to show our viewers what we call colloquially here, doesn't sound like a colloquial word, extrusion.
The extrusion. Okay, I'm going to back this out for a second. So to do that, you're going to see where the vote comes from. And here what you see is the higher bars are more people. And yes, those are Democratic areas. But you also see all these areas, including in the western part of the state, red, red, red counties. And that's where Donald Trump consistently performed as well as he needed to, compared to 2020, compared to his vote targets this time. So once I see at the decision desk those patterns emerging, then you can get closer and then make the projection, Nora.
All right, Anthony and Major, thank you. Margaret?
Let's check back in with redacted.
According to Decision Desk. The New York Times has not given her 204. They gave her 200 and Trump at 230. So still.
Good shit, Gator. I like that. 80% in Trump. In Pennsylvania, Trump ahead, 51.3%. I like that, Gator.
Some outstanding states and lack of agreement.
Come on, Internet.
And the Associated Press has Kamala Harris at 205. So we knew once the West Coast started to report, she would pick up some numbers.
Deborah Birch says, is Redacted still live? Yes, we are. We're gone for like here. 5 hours now. 6 hours. I don't know. We are still live. YouTube bumped them off the.
Damn, sorry for the connection issues, guys. Let's hop over to Owen Schroyer, breaking down
here on this map.
Pennsylvania.
Owen, stay there. I want to go back. Hold on, because we're breaking in with Stephen here. Stephen, I want to get your take, because you guys are looking at the numbers. You've got experts there as well. Owen, stay there. Don't go. What is your take on what Owen just said?
Okay, well, 1 second, because we were just having some issues there. I wanted to bring it up.
We've talked about that before.
Well, just so you know, we have called Georgia. So yeah. Owen is right on that. We've called Georgia pretty definitively. We're very confident in Georgia. We do have Lane the Brain in here with some updates in Pennsylvania, and I think there's some agreement. And then you have a little bit more context to some of those numbers. And I don't know if there's disagreement.
No, there's no disagreement at all. Really, the only difference is the map that we had on our from our side. We actually called Georgia.
Right.
So the only thing left for Trump to do is win one of those upper Midwest states, Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania.
So let's bring up there the election integrity map, because we have called Georgia so people can see that. Oh, is it DDoS
it's
again?
Still DDoS.
It's DDoS. We've been DDoS attacked because, Alex, we've been providing this analysis and these numbers.
Okay, but he just said according to him, he has Pennsylvania.
Well, I know, according to what he just said.
So we cannot say that yet. Yeah. We are not really willing to say that Pennsylvania, we are not willing to say that, but to reflect on what he said with those trends, how he said she needs 65% of the vote. If you want to pull up what our analysts just put together, that graph, this will kind of help show what Owen was talking about.
Okay.
Because it reflects exactly what our numbers are saying too.
Great. So there you go. So Alex, we actually have a graph that I don't know if you guys can see it on your program. You may not be able to.
Pull it back down.
But we've had some graphs here that we're actually able to present to people as far as what percentage of the vote needs to be won in the future. So let's bring up that.
Right,
you want to bring up that graph?
I'll get it to him right now.
But everything Owen just said checks out.
Gotcha.
And that's why we actually called Georgia
right there.
Not that long ago. Let's bring this up. You have it there?
Yeah, we've got it. So
Pennsylvania. So I don't know if you can see this, Alex.
We can.
But Lane the Brain, describe this, because we've been showing this throughout the night. Describe it for some new viewers, people coming in from Alex's show who may not be familiar with this metric that you've shown.
Correct. So this is essentially reflecting the sentiment that they were just talking about. If you look at the red bar, so the farthest to the right is actually the most recent information that we have. And it says 54.2.
That by information, you mean the most recent vote dump.
Yes, correct. Yes. So the most recent vote dump, Donald Trump collected 54.2% of that.
Right.
And what that tells us is of the outstanding vote remaining, he only needs to win 45.
Right.
Which, means Kamala Harris would need to win a about 55% of that vote.
Right.
So our percentages are a little different, but the trend is exactly the same.
And you are again, we're not making the call, but pretty confident that it's very unlikely with the votes that are remaining in Pennsylvania that she would be reaching those margins.
Correct. And the reason that we feel a little confident in Pennsylvania, not in calling it, but in the direction it's going, is if there's two bellwether counties, essentially, that you want to look at, which are Erie County and Northampton County. And in the last vote dump, Donald Trump closed the gap in Erie County by about 7%, and he's only trailing by 3.6 now. So he keeps making that up. But Northampton County is the one you want to look at, because he actually lost that by 0.7% in 2020 to Joe Biden. But right now,
we're looking on the map for Northampton.
Can you give me a fucking Rain Man over here just reading them at a million miles? Give me a Dramamine. Google it.
So what we do see in Northampton is that Trump is leading by a substantial. He's leading by 5.4% right now at last check. He lost that county.
Wow.
And
now I'm excited.
And there's only been 3 times, I believe, in the last 150 years that county hasn't predicted the winner of the state. I think 2004, 2000, and 1968.
So it's not just the fact, Alex, to go back to that, it's not just the fact that he's doing better than in 2020, but it's the fact that actually in combination with that is a bellwether county that's indicative of someone winning the country at large.
That is correct.
For the state, it's pretty significant. Seems all metrics that we have right now that he should win the state, but that microcosm within the state suggests strongly that he would win the country. And this is, by the way, given the fact that we've already called Georgia.
Right. And then
real quick, tonight we'll decide if tomorrow we go to work or start welding steel plates to a dozer. Pretty good meme I just saw on Facebook. And here's a picture of the trash bag I'm wearing before I put it on. For Peanut!
Also have him up in PA, Wisconsin, and Michigan. They give him over a 65% chance in all of those states to win.
Yep.
And if he
Oh shit, everyone's leaving Kamala's party, Gator.
Oh, I have notifications going off for
Yeah,
X.
hold on,
Apparently Secret Service requested more protection for Mar-a-Lago.
Nice. Good. Thanks for that update. I'll see if I can find something on X about it as well. Yeah, give Trump all the protection. All the protection, please. We need all the protection. He needs to go to a bunker and just stay there until January.
Sorry. Alex, hold on, everyone, guys, there's too much. Hold on 1 second. Alex, are you still there? Did you hear the announcement? So Owen was right on the money, and we have access to, again, some metrics here.
Here's footage of people leaving Kamala's party, it looks like. It's her party. She can cry if she wants to. Bye, losers. Back the wrong horse, man. Maybe now they're leaving the plantation, as Dre said earlier. If that party represents the plantation. Good find, Gator. It's looking good, guys. It's looking good. I don't want to get too overconfident too fast,
no, I
but
think
man,
that
it's
if he
looking
wins
good.
Pennsylvania, he absolutely should declare. We're not fully, and if you guys are, that's great. We're not fully.
No, we're not saying we're 100% right. We're
Yeah.
just saying it looks like it to us.
Click that button right now. Join Rumble Premium. You just heard maybe info floors at Rumble Premium. I know that Alex Jones has a lot. We don't know what's going to happen after next week, but the water's warm, and yeah, we made the North.
Here's the link that I think Trish just shared in the chat. WSAZ, Kamala gaining. They didn't call Georgia though.
Absolutely, and just want to say great job with your investigative team. Winning this election, you guys have done just as good as James O'Keefe, and he's always been the North Star. We're not in competition. We're all on the same team, but incredible job for all your supporters, everybody else. And I love working with you, and I love your crew. This is a historic moment, so thank you so much.
Boom. And yeah, we have behind-the-scenes footage from Kamala's party over here.
Es ist dem Feind gelungen, die Front in breiter Formation zu durchbrechen. Im Süden hat der Gegner Zossen genommen und stößt auf Stahnsdorf vor. Der Feind operiert jetzt am nördlichen Stadtrand zwischen Frohnau und Pankow. Und im Osten ist der Feind bis zur Linie Lichtenberg-Marsdorf-Karlshorst gelangt.
Mit dem Angriff Steiners wird das alles in Ordnung kommen.
Mein Führer, Steiner
Lufthansa
konnte nicht genügend Kräfte für einen Angriff massieren. Der Angriff Steiner ist nicht erfolgt.
Oh! Justice for Peanut! Now!
Es bleiben im Raum Keitel, Jodl, Krebs.
Oh, thanks, Z-Man. I saw the link.
Das war ein Befehl! Der Angriff Steiners war ein Befehl! Wer schickt Sie? Das wird Magen!
Oh, man. Peanut.
Der Militär hat mich belogen! Jeder hat mich belogen, sogar die SS! Die gesamte Generalität ist nichts weiter als ein Haufen niederträchtiger, treuloser Feiglinge!
Mein Führer, ich kann nicht zulassen, dass die Soldaten, die für Sie verbringen...
Nicht als Feiglinge! Verreiter, Versager!
Mein Führer, was Sie da sagen, ist ungeheuerlich!
Die Generalität ist das Geschmeiß des deutschen Volkes! Sie ist ohne Ehre! Sie nennen sich Generale, weil sie Jahre auf Militärakademien zugebracht haben, nur um zu lernen, wie man Messer und Gabel hält. Jahrelang hat das Militär meine Aktionen nur behindert. Es hat mir jeden nur als Widerstand in den Weg gelegt. Ich hätte gut daran getan, um Jahren alle höheren Offiziere liquidieren zu lassen, wie Stalin.
Wiley, awesome find.
Ich war nie auf einer Akademie. Und doch habe ich allein auf mich gestellt, ganz Europa erobert. Verräter. Von allem Anfang an bin ich so verraten und betrogen worden. Es wurde ein ungeheurer Verrat geübt am deutschen Volke. Aber alle diese Verräter werden bezahlen. Mit ihrem eigenen Blut werden sie bezahlen. Sie werden das saufen in ihrem eigenen Blut.
Better practice pegging tonight. We're coming.
Bitte gerne. Jetzt beruhig dich doch.
Boom! Nice find, Wiley. And Z-Man sent this one too. Secret Service is calling for more security at Mar-a-Lago immediately. We won, says the Texas one at Texas Republic 71. I don't want to jump the gun, but it's feeling good, guys. Ooh, look, Judge Knapp.
Jones was right.
Oh, some kind of
Jones taught me about this shit 20 years ago.
compilation.
Listen. I don't know how all this is going to end, but if they want to fight, they better believe they've got one.
The Alex Jones Network is tomorrow's news today.
Let's check it back in with Redacted.
Here a few minutes ago. Yeah, it happened to a lot of different streams.
5% reporting and a hold for Donald Trump now of 49.8% to 49.4% to Kamala Harris. So Arizona looking likely to be in Trump's favor. Can we go back to the swing states that we had been looking for and what the predictions were one more time? Just the list of key battleground states, that one. So Arizona may, in fact, if polling holds right now, may in fact go for Donald Trump. Nevada, we know nothing about Nevada. We've seen nothing. Wisconsin.
Same as last time, I think.
We have 23 to fucking go.
23 electoral votes. Let's see. Ooh, we got on Decision Desk HQ. They got Trump at 247 now. Oh man, this is a nail biter. This is a nail biter, guys. Stay confident, though.
Both do seem to be trending towards Donald Trump, even right now with nothing final, even though the early polls had them going towards Harris. So we'll see. Pennsylvania also does seem to be going towards Donald Trump, and the bottom two were called in Trump's favor. So this chart, fairly accurate, but we're still not sure. So hold your breath for just a tiny bit longer.
So Fox News had called Maine for the thing with Trump. For Harris earlier. So the thing with Maine is they can split the votes. They split the electoral votes there in Maine. Right. It's a wacky setup. What? So if you recall 2020, if I remember, Biden won like 3 of the 4 electoral votes there, and Trump got 1 of them. So they split those up, just like they do in Nebraska as well. So they kind of split the state based on that. So kind of a wacky play there. Again, we're still waiting for what happens in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. Come on, Georgia. We know you can do it. 99% of the votes are in right now in
real crypto.
No, excuse me. I pulled it out here wrong here. Let me see. What was that? Not 99%. That was in one of the counties. Excuse me. Man, my internet is like, it's so funny. I don't know why.
Like it's at 93%.
I'm going to do a reboot here because.
Yeah, and according to Decision Desk, it's at a little less than 95%, with President Trump with a 200,000 vote lead, 50.8% for Donald Trump versus 48.5% for Kamala Harris.
San Rafael HOA says, I thought Georgia was called. No, the Decision Desk HQ has called it, but not the Associated Press, nor has any of the big news organizations. Amanda Dring, are you joining us from Germany? Says the German morning news. German news this morning, they are devastated that Trump is winning.
Nice.
Joshua Easterly just gave us a super chat. Thank you, saying that Trump's up 250,000 votes in Pennsylvania. So
nice. Let's check in with MSNBC. This is a weird broadcast. They're just showing us the dude's back. What the hell is going on over here? How about this one?
To that in just a second. But Austin, let's get back to your
Fox
comments
5
because
Washington.
Let's bring in Rich Rubino right now because Amy Klobuchar clearly wrapping up that speech. She did earn the title there in that Senate seat, retaining that seat over Roy Swine. Let's bring in Rich Rubino right now, political analyst. Again, thank you so much for joining us. Austin was breaking it down very great about the balance of power, what we're seeing right now. What do we make of the landscape on this election night, Rich?
MSDNC. Couple things. It's very competitive right
Home
now,
of the
and
mad
Republicans
cow.
seems to be having an advantage. A state like Pennsylvania, I think that the thought process was that Senator Casey probably
For real, Omega. That's what they're really working on right now, is just calculating how much they need to mess with things to steal it. 6 designs. What's up? Yeah, everyone rage quit at MSDNC. Hilarious. Love it. Let's try refreshing over here.
in a
see what's
state
going
like
on.
Pennsylvania, I think that the thought process was that Senator Casey probably.
Let's go, Gator. Thanks for keeping us updated, bro. You're the man. Damn, we're having connectivity issues over here again today. This sucks. Let's hop over to
more than
West
Sherrod Brown,
Teach
who I
Show.
first profiled in 2006 when he was running for the Senate. He wrote a book railing against NAFTA when it was the least popular thing in the world to do as a first or second term congressman. All of the stuff you hear from Trump and J.D. Vance about trade and about building America, this has been Sherrod Brown's brand, his core belief, his principles, the things he's fought for and voted for his entire life in that state. And so far, he has been successful in managing to swim against that tide. And tonight, a Mercedes-Benz dealer really like beat him, and that's where
not
like
just a Mercedes-Benz dealer, a man who's made a tremendous amount of money in cryptocurrency.
Yes.
So Bernie Moreno's first target is going to be the SEC chair, Gary.
Let me also say there was about a 40 million.
Now they're talking about using lawfare against the new senator, right? It's like, oh my goodness,
scumbags,
it's tough
dude.
to watch any MSNBC. They are just a bunch of criminals. Here's one of the worst.
Off of the November election, right? Because this was a candidate, Bernie Moreno, who just openly insulted women in the state of Ohio. And yet, I think we have something happening.
We do have something happening. We're closing in on the top of the hour, Joy. I'm sorry. Just under 10 seconds to a poll closing tonight, a single poll closing tonight. NBC News. As the polls close in Hawaii, NBC News can project that in the presidential race in Hawaii, there is a projected winner, Kamala Harris, projected to be the winner in the presidential race in the state of Hawaii.
And that's not unexpected at all. So see what New York Times is doing on the presidential election. So
hop over to NBC.
Trouble because of the issue of fracking. And let's look at Allegheny County real quick. This is Pittsburgh. 94% of the vote is in, and she's about at the same mark where Biden is. That's where we stand right now, guys, in Pennsylvania.
How about Wisconsin? Can you do Door County? Because as you well know, fun fact alert, Door County has. Do you like the fun fact alert? It's picked the president the last 6 elections.
Yeah,
Crazy
so right
in God
now,
we
if,
trust.
if that's what you're betting on, Door County is blue. Democrats are on top there. But look, guys, this is a very small number. Door County is not a big county, but it's one that all the political watchers look at because it usually picks the winner almost always of the statewide race in Wisconsin. Right now, it's blue. That's a great sign for Democrats. I'm going to look at another one, like I mentioned, Sauk County. This is another one that usually picks the winner. Trump is on top here. Biden won it in 2020, so he's really overperforming, going from 48 to 52. But again, there's still about 30% of the vote that's out there. So we got to wait and see. The big ones we're watching in Wisconsin, as you know, Savannah, Dane County, University of Wisconsin here, the fastest growing area of the state. 75%. She's slightly underperforming there. Again, she has to turn out in these cities because, like the other battleground states, I should say, unlike the other battleground states, there are not large minority groups in Wisconsin. It's the widest of all the battleground states. And then Milwaukee, again, we're going to wait till late to get all the vote in Milwaukee. She's at 66%. 4 years ago, Joe Biden won Milwaukee, and he won the state of Wisconsin with 69%. She's going to have to turn up that vote and hope her voters show up. Guys?
Yeah. We got a lot of vote to count there, though, in Wisconsin.
You could call it the battle of the bellwethers, if that's what you're looking at here. I also think Bucks County, I will take my Bucks County native privilege as somebody who grew up there. It's an interesting one because you've got lower Bucks, central Bucks, upper Bucks, and it looks different in some of those
Starbucks?
areas. You also have plenty of
It's
Starbucks.
after midnight. It happens.
Here it
For
comes.
real
I
six.
love it.
I know.
Get the M&Ms ready, too.
Yes.
But it looks different than like Montgomery County, Delaware County demographically here. And I was in touch with a good
Mandy.
Republican source there who thinks that Donald Trump is going to do better. And we're seeing it, starting to see it in some of these numbers in Bucks than he did in 2020. That said, remember, this was a +4
Yeah, he
county
did,
for
Donna.
Joe Biden back in 2020. It is represented by a Republican in Congress. So it's one of these places very, very swingy and a place that a lot of folks are watching. And I see you nodding your head, Jen.
Yeah, well, I did not grow up in Bucks County, but I've spent a lot of time thinking about Bucks
Ew,
County over the
circle
course
back
of many years
Psaki,
in
gross.
politics. You know, looking at county, as Tom was going through it, one of the things that we're seeing over and over again is that she's underperforming where Biden was in 2020. It doesn't mean that's where Biden would have performed, where he's still the nominee, but it does, and that's not just in Pennsylvania, where you're seeing it in Wisconsin, you're seeing it in other places. One of the things as we've watched this results that I've been thinking about that Democrats will have to think about, depending on what happens here, is there's been a realignment of states Democrats focus on. And, you know, Georgia and North Carolina are in many ways like baby blue. And I mean that because they've only been blue for one cycle, right? So they've done that because of organizing on the ground, but they're not reliably blue. And the problem is Ohio and Florida are gone.
Well, in the case of North Carolina, it was baby blue in 2008 and not since.
It hasn't been since. So that's, I don't know what color it is. It's lavender. So yes, exactly. So I think one of the things that they will need to think about, regardless of the outcome, is where the states are that they're going to play. They would love to have Texas, of course. Texas didn't turn out for them to work out. Maybe it wouldn't for 8 years. But with states off the map, it's like, is it Georgia and North Carolina? Are there places they need to invest? That's one of the challenges,
to Jen's
too, I think.
Point, I'm getting an increasing number of texts from Democratic sources who are looking at these returns come in, the fact that she's not meeting her benchmarks in these various counties where she needs to, who are really starting to take that reflective tone of Democrats and thinking about the next election cycle need to think about how to better meet voters where they are. Again, we still have a lot of vote to come in. We still have to see what happens with the blue wall. But the fact that this is such a fight for them, the fact that this is a tied race, it's also taking a step back. Voters say
You have
so
no
far,
power
at least,
here, Emmett.
they like Trump.
Well, it's so interesting, too, because I remember in our earlier days in politics, after Republicans lost to Barack Obama, there was the famous autopsy commissioned by the head of the RNC that said and gave some tough love to Republicans saying, listen, this country is changing demographically. And if you don't get a piece of that pie, you're going nowhere. Well, how interesting that we actually are seeing tonight Donald Trump getting more of the Latino vote. We'll see if he, got a better share of the black vote. I don't think we've seen that in the exit polls yet, but you're starting to see that.
Yeah, that is true. And I also, though, will say it wasn't a policy campaign, right? There weren't policy proposals that were dueling. To me, it seems much more cultural, what you're seeing.
Well, isn't that the note for Democrats?
That is a harder thing to grapple with. That's my point. It takes a lot of deep soul searching. We don't know what the outcome is going to be. But if you look again to the breakdown, college versus non-college educated, rural versus urban, those are big cultural issues that are beyond whether somebody has an 81-page economic plan or whatever their other plan is. And that's a different
I disagree
conversation.
with you a little bit, Jen, on
All
that.
right, that's
I do
okay.
think
Level of disagreement. Go ahead.
I do think there was policy, but it was more around the record. So, I mean, Donald Trump was running as the incumbent president without being the incumbent president. He was running on his record, primarily prior to COVID, and reminding people, whether it was on the immigration, the economy. I mean, I remember when I was on the 2020 campaign, prior to the pandemic, I think we were down for a Democrat debate in Atlanta, and an African-American gentleman came up to me and looked around and said, I like your guy because everybody's got work and our paychecks are going up. Now, COVID scrambled everything. But I think a lot of people, especially in those communities that are moving over, they're doing it based off of, well, I remember whether it was the border was secure, the economy was better, prices were lower under Donald Trump.
Yeah, duh.
President of the United States declare victory. There's your headline. Owen Harrison, comments on this.
There's some very interesting numbers coming out. Fox News reporting that AP VoteCast, and this is just statistically very unique, 23% of black men nationwide voted for Trump this year. Staggering numbers there. He is still projected to win the popular vote, with the odds of him winning the whole thing up over 90%, according to most. Latino voters went for Trump 60% in Michigan. Donald Trump just won Anson County, North Carolina. That county is 40% black. Trump becomes just the second Republican to win this county since the 1870s. So first to win that county since Reconstruction. So, I mean, really, this has been a landslide for all intents and purposes. I mean, it maybe doesn't look like that in the electoral map, but he has increased his share of practically every demographic across the board. And I mean, it's over 90%. It's been over 90% likelihood of Trump winning for the last hour at least. Apparently, the RNC just forced Center County, Pennsylvania officials to stop counting ballots throughout the night as they plan to keep counting, or they plan to stop counting. So the thought is that they will not be able to pull off the late-night mail-in ballot dumps that they used to cheat in 2020, showing that the RNC being proactive and being on the ball has stopped them once again from having another vector for fraud. Trump has exceeded his 2020 share of the Hispanic vote by a pretty massive margin. So it just shows you that, calling him racist over and over for years on end, not the successful election winning strategy that they thought it would be. So
we're almost at the 6-hour limit on EV Muck, so I'm going to have to start a new stream.
Anywhere where they've done
early,
even the bare minimum of securing the elections, getting rid of mail-in votes, and these things, he has increased his share of the electorate massively. It's only in the places where we knew they were going to cheat and where they talked about cheating, where they talked about organizing together secretaries of state and others to rig this thing.
And Harrison, we talked about this, had to be decisive, so they couldn't play those games. And again, at a certain point, if 90% of people voted for a candidate, let's say if the fraud went on for 50 years and finally 90% voted, no one would be able to cover that up. So he's getting up into this of the electorate, people that actually vote, because that 23% of black men voted of the voters, or 23% of total black men. Because if that was 23% of voters, then that would be more like half of the black men. What's the number on that?
It just says VoteCast projects Trump winning a staggering 23% of black men nationwide. So that must be votes cast.
That's
23% of votes cast, I think, is what that's saying.
All right, well, that's still better than the past. There is a political...
I'm sorry, but have people forgotten that she was on the administration who laid off 1 million workers on the first fucking day of office by shutting down the Keystone?
Right? These people, man. It's like they're completely disconnected. Well, those people are probably happy about it because they think that gas is bad, right? Carbon bad. They're like, fuck those 1 million workers. Reaper shared a story with us the other day that one of these companies involved with making the pipe for Keystone is gearing up again for massive activity. So seems like they were pretty confident in a Trump win. Hopefully we win this tonight, guys.
15 minutes ago, who really helped steal it in Georgia 4 years ago. But we've got that clip from your end. Play from your studio.
Rat burger, son of a bitch.
And so let's not quite get too excited yet.
Sorry about that.
It looks like it's in the bag, ladies and gentlemen. This is absolutely incredible, and we need to understand that Trump needs to declare victory very, very soon so they don't freeze off those states and deliver whatever amount of votes they need. So you guys go ahead and let's play a special report here. Let's go ahead and play one of John Bound's new reports that is really, really important. And there's a lot of them he put out today. So you guys just pick one of those and play that, and we'll be right back.
We'll skip over to Pirate Radio while they're playing
history, and you can point right here to Bucks County, Pennsylvania with Scott Pressler. Like, that's all you need to know right there.
Real
this
quick,
broadcast
James.
is going to end in 4 minutes. We're going to start a new broadcast. So
I'm here, James, but
be ready for
you
that.
got other people. I'll listen in.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate you, brother. Go ahead, Michael.
Also,
Yeah, I mean, I was just going to give a fun update. CNN, with what's his name, said for Georgia and for Pennsylvania, what they're seeing is Kamala
Boebert win
Harris would
re-election,
have to
JJR.
draw a
Nice.
royal flush to win either one of
Need
them.
some of that
Yep.
yogurt.
Yep, 100%. She has to get everything perfect from here on out, damn near. If you start figuring this out,
Greg is
dude.
live?
By the way, another update has come in the state of Maine. 36% in. Trump is still leading. We can still say, fuck Stephen King. God damn it.
Nice.
Fuck Stephen King.
Hell
Fucking
yeah.
Maine, people.
Hell yeah, Z-Man.
Maine is... I'm fucking speechless. Like Stephen King lives in Maine, writes every story about Maine. You're all a bunch of psychopaths in Maine, and yet Donald Trump wins. Fucking Maine. It's fucking great.
Let's go. Let's check in with BCP.
You can do,
Black
but tell
conservative
people what the risks
perspective.
are and leave it to them to do the right thing.
Again, this is so offensive to me, right? Like this type of commentary is so offensive because it's like I heard them commentating on this earlier today.
Looks like Trump is leading in Maine on my end over here, 6 with 144,000 compared to Kamala at 140. Trump with 49.7%. Currently, at least over on Decision Desk HQ. Let's check in on AP. They still have. Whoa, I don't know what just happened over here. AP's down. It is down. Let's see. How about Guardian still has Harris winning in Maine at the moment. Oh, nope. Oh, yeah. They have her. Oh, it looks like, let's see. They have her at 156. Yeah, those look like the newer numbers. She's not winning in Maine at the moment, seems.
To vote for Republicans at the federal level.
Good call, 6.
But at the same time, to vote to protect abortion in your state. That is 100% possible.
AP
and that's what
broken,
people
and God
did.
we trust.
And thank God that's what people did, in the sense that thank God they did not attach abortion to their vote at the federal level. Clearly, I don't support abortion, right? But I'm just saying that what these people were banking on was for voters to attach abortion to the federal election. But that's not what happened. What happened is that in states with abortion on the ballot, yes, people showed up to vote on that, but they realized that no, that doesn't have anything to do with the federal election. The federal election is different. I'm going to vote Trump, and I may even vote Republican as well, too. Republicans, I believe, have won the Senate. We still need to win the House.
Could be,
okay?
crypto.
But the Republicans have won the Senate. It looks like Trump is on the way to winning the White House.
Fuck
right?
yeah, Ed.
They realize that, yes, we can have a Republican federal government.
Still in line
and we can still have abortion in our state, right? We can still do that. That's the way it's supposed to work. That's the way that democracy is supposed to work. But according to these people, they can't figure that out. They can't figure out why white women didn't line up, why the Ann Seltzer scenario didn't happen. They can't figure out why women didn't come out and vote against Trump because of abortion, right? They may have voted for Trump, and then, they may have also voted in favor of, I don't know, protecting abortion or whatever in their state. But again, they didn't vote against Trump because of abortion. They can't figure that out. But again, it's simple because people aren't dumb. People understand that those two issues, the federal government and the state issue.
Jones just went Hulk over here.
While other networks
we just
lie to
missed
you
it,
about
Mama
what's
Mac.
happening now, InfoWars tells you the truth about what's happening next.
Hilarious.
Visit InfoWars.
Decades. It's just fascinating because I've only been covering this stuff for like 4 years, and I've done it every single day, okay, to the best of my ability. And I feel like I've gained a much better understanding of how things actually work than these individuals.
When it comes to North Carolina,
really good.
they just went through the hurricane. We know that the state made tons